as you're able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome everyone. It is wonderful to have such a large audience today. Thank you for joining us. We have a really important topic on our agenda today. So a couple of reminders, as always.
Closer to the mic, please. Can't hear you.
Can my mic be turned up because it is not very loud? All right, so we have a couple reminders as always before we start these meetings. We have all of us here in person and some of our staff, but some are still joining remotely. Are you still having trouble hearing in back?
Better.
Okay. So just note that I continue to sort of toggle back and forth between my screen and those here in person as we go through different items. And we also do take breaks every 90 to 120 minutes between items as needed. We start every meeting with our open comment period, so a few reminders before we get started. I do have a public comment sign-in sheet here that has a number of people listed, and we do also invite people to provide public comment virtually, so every person does have up to 4 minutes, but we do have quite a long list today, so I would ask you to be as concise as possible to allow for as many speakers as possible, as we do cap our public comment at 20 minutes. So keep it short, keep it brief if you can, so we can get as many people in. If we are running out of time, we'll consider suspending the rules to make sure that people do have a chance to speak. So you will be invited to speak in the order you signed up. Did we end up having Ms. Harden join us?
She's joining for the public hearing portion on the Unified Development Code.
Okay, wonderful. Well, then I will start here in the room and invite Mr. Westland up. Please introduce yourself and do keep it as brief as possible.
Okay. Do I have 2 or 4 minutes this time?
You technically have up to 4 minutes.
Okay. Understood. And there's, as usual, there's oftentimes audio-visual problems in this room, and I hope that we're able to get those resolved. There was one again yesterday during the county commissioners meeting, and the microphones weren't operating. That was one issue I wanted to talk about at length. It happens in a lot of public speaking rooms around Rochester, that those of us who take time off from work to come here and speak or want to say something, we might find our own voice coming back at us from another speaker in the room on a 3 to 5 second delay, and let's try to get it going, get it fixed. I wanted to talk a little bit about the trips and meetings that Mayor Norton's had in Baltimore, perhaps with the Bloom City people who came here to Rochester. There were advisors here. There were also a group of Germans from the European Economic Community that came here. Of course, during the lockdowns, Mayor Norton herself went to Europe to meet with various persons over there. I've asked for those documents. I did a data practices request asking for the transcripts and the decisions that were made, meeting with politicians in Europe, representing our city while overseas. And if those documents do exist, I mean, I've tried to contact the city attorney's office on this and other matters related to the meetings, but I haven't had any luck. Hopefully it's seen that information is public data so that we can understand what the recommendations are for energy policy in this region under the control of the Regional Economic Development Corporation. When, a lot of these people who are non-elected, unelected bureaucrats have a lot more say over what happens in our town in terms of zoning and other issues than we even have. They can override any of you, and also our state senators and so forth. So we should know more about that. Where am I at? Oh, okay, halfway done. I'll try to make it quick. Olmsted County Elections Board met with the city canvassing team prior to the last election, and we were assured everything was fine. And the last time I checked, Olmsted County is not certified by the United States Election Assistance Commission. But the last time I checked with them, it was in April. So that situation may have changed. There's still ongoing issues with elections. Then I wanted to address another question that was asked in the Rochester Post Bulletin. Are we becoming less civil? During that period of time when we weren't having any civic meetings and we weren't having any opportunity to speak on the microphone, a lot of things were done, a lot of decisions were made, people were hired, people were let go. I would bring your attention to Munoz, just for example, and the hiring of Dr. Peckel in his place with a petition, an online anonymous petition that was written by a person who graduated in 2015, and that was an interesting phenomenon. He's since been given awards for civic participation in events. So there was an article about us becoming less civil, and the gesture I was making that day, Mr. Peterson, was actually to a friend of mine, a Jewish friend in the audience who I hadn't seen because of the lockdowns for over a year. So you almost caught me in a Sieg Heil moment. Wes Lund gestures to the crowd, but actually I was pointing to my Jewish friend. And I brought about 5 different Jewish speakers to Rochester too, and those stories have been memory hold. We're coming up on the first anniversary of my father's death, and nevertheless, he was totally jabbed. He took the Fauci sauce because he believed in it. He was all boosted up, but it could have been worse. It could have been worse. He would have laughed at that joke.
All right, is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak? If so, please use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, we will move on to our next in-person speaker, Gail Madison.
Hope I didn't eat up too much time handing that out. I guess when Wes Lund spoke, it kind of jogged my memory. How I first came in contact with Michael Spindler Craig, and that came to the article that Randy Peters wrote about are we becoming less civil? And that wasn't really the point of my coming up here to speak today, but I want to at least address this, that article was changed. We had print copy of it. I had print copy of it. Someone took the liberty to change what Mayor Norton had claimed, that Michael Spindler Craig had told her that she can censor people and block people on social media on the account that she hijacked, that was a public Facebook account, that she will block and still continue, because now there's a new one out for the office of the mayor. But that did jog my memory that article did change, and we want our voices to be heard, and this is the way that we do it. A dissenting voice needs to be heard, and I don't find it becoming that Mayor Norton finds it that she's going to block what we have to say, the conservative voice. But anyway, I watched the last meeting. I was out of town and noticed a couple of things. That the microphone worked perfectly for you all up there, but it didn't for everybody else. The people online, the PowerPoint slide was front and center. Everybody else looked like picture on picture of a postage stamp of the people that were speaking. Thirdly, whatever my number is here, that the meeting minutes and the recorded videos are archived on public speaking in a very obscure place and very difficult to find on the website, while the regular meetings are very easy to find. And it just makes me wonder why you archive what we have to say from here in the public when you're elected officials and you should represent us. Anyway, I did have a couple of things. I did a handout here because Mayor Norton went to Germany, and somebody asked her when she posted pictures, smirk, so smug. She posted pictures of her trip. Someone asked her, hey, would you put captions to them? She called them untouchables. Says, I comment on my main post with untouchables like each picture explained. Now, if you go look at the state of Minnesota and becoming behavior for a mayor, they're not condescending, they're not arrogant, and this is the thing that we ask of the mayor. But if she doesn't like what you have to say, or you're unvaxxed, you're untouchable. How apropos that she was in Germany at the time. The other piece here is, how is it that I'm looking on social media and that there's still advertising for the COVID shot, probably however many, 4 or 5 variants before, probably not even effective, but that she's marketing it with practicing medicine without a license. People today, I'm noticing that more and more of them are the ones that have been jabbed several times, even boosted 2 or 3, including our President of the United States. But the question is how is Mayor Norton out there marketing in the marketplace on Facebook to continue to give this jab that's ineffective, doesn't stop the spread, and doesn't provide immunity? The last piece in my handout is Dr. Tedros from the WHO. He is not a medical doctor. The claims, including the President of the United States, said, this is the pandemic of the unvaccinated. Well, May last year, 95% protection is claimed. It dwindles down 70%, 50% on down to like, you have no protection. But the first and foremost is, why are we still pushing this, and why is Mayor Norton, I pray to God, the Nuremberg goes in effect, and that practicing medicine and experimental, unauthorized, it's not passed, unauthorized jab, is she's still peddling it. I hope that they invoke the Nuremberg Code. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone joining online who would like to speak? Use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, just a quick note to council. We have 5 speakers left, which would be 20 minutes if everyone spoke for 4 minutes. How would we like to proceed? Go fast. All right, Vanessa Kamara.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I just wanted to mention a topic that's near and dear to my heart quickly, and let you guys know that in addition to affordable housing here in Rochester, I would like to draw attention to the accessibility issue that we are dealing with currently. As you all know, the affordable housing is definitely an issue that we are all doing our best to try and solve. But I would like to add that the accessibility issue is just as important, and there's a lot of individuals in our community who need both. And unfortunately, sometimes the accessibility piece is sort of up to people's own definitions. And it's really important that individuals have exactly what they need to live successful and independent lives in their own homes. I do want to point out that it is the current costs of rent in town are causing people, to be forced to rent, and then at that point they're at the mercy of the landlords that they're renting from. And being that it's a private residence, it isn't necessary for people to follow the ADA standards. If there was more affordable housing where people could actually purchase or become land or homeowners, they could make these accommodations on their own and be able to kind of fit their housing to the needs that they have. So I just wanted to draw a bit of a spotlight to that. And while I appreciate all of the efforts going forward on the affordable housing, because it is critical, and right now we have roughly only 6,000 affordable housing units, and I believe we're on track to be, let me check my number, over 160,000 people in Rochester by 2040. So we've really got a lot of work to do and a big space to make up there. But I just want to draw additional attention to the fact that the affordability and the accessibility does need to go hand in hand and is really critical to a lot of the individuals who live here. Thank you for your time.
All right, one more check online. If you would like to speak, please use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, we'll go back to our list, and Ivan Eitzel.
Good evening. Ivan Eitzel. I'd like to talk a little bit about the proposed emission reduction goals you'll be voting on tonight. Goals are important. In fact, a couple weeks ago, I decided to lose some weight. And so I set a goal of losing 50 pounds. Now, I may not succeed, but having that goal will give me the direction and motivation I need. Hopefully that will work out. In 2015, Mayor Brady proclaimed that Rochester would be 100% renewable energy by 2031. The mayor was criticized by some for making such an audacious goal, but 4 years later, RPU and the City Council approved the infrastructure plan for 100% renewable energy. So in this time of rapid transition, we shouldn't disregard what is possible. A final point I want to make is that reducing emissions is not just about addressing climate change. It will increase our city's sustainability and resilience against future energy shocks and reduce our dependence on the price variability of energy costs. This is important, and I ask you to please support this proposal. Thank you.
Right, is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak? Use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, I'll invite a Sarah to join.
Hi, my name is Sarah. No last name on the public record, please, for safety reasons. I also have a voice injury, so my friend here will be helping me speak. As a person with several physical disabilities, I have found that the issue of accessibility is largely ignored in discussions of affordable housing.
Local and state governments incentivizing redevelopment has had a disastrous effect on the health of many low-income disabled people. One major problem is that when a disabled person has spent a substantial amount of their own money making reasonable modifications to a rental unit so it is accessible for their disabilities, there is nowhere else accessible for them to go when their housing is slated for destruction. Financial concerns aside, decision makers do not take into account that most disabled people have a finite amount of energy and bodily capacity to make such changes to a living space. As such, forcing us to move will inevitably further reduce our abilities and cause increased pain and fatigue. The impact on our quality of life is drastic. I have seen a particularly disturbing lack of care for the health of disabled residents within the partnership that is DMC.
I personally have suffered the effects of this housing crisis and have felt that my city of Rochester is intent on making it clear that my kind are not welcome here.
The most urgent action needed is preservation of naturally occurring, affordable, and accessible housing units.
How can we work together to ensure that no more accessible housing units are destroyed in the name of progress, and ensure that disabled people's health isn't the first thing sacrificed while leaders tout the health of their community? In America's #1 city for health, why is DMC spending millions of dollars to make my health worse? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak? Use this raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, we'll move on to Melissa Clark.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I just want to thank you for being here tonight. And members of the community, I'd like to thank you for being here as well. I say this because I have no interest in politics. I've actually never attended a City Council meeting, and I've certainly never spoken at one. And I bring that forward to you to address the affordable housing conflict that is currently taking place. And this is how compelled I am to speak here tonight. I initially had come to simply support a friend, but now I'm here speaking to all of you wonderful people. Again, I'd like to thank you for your service. I too am a public servant, and I have been my entire adult life. I started my career as a wildlife biologist for the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, and somehow through a slew of life, found myself working as an ICU nurse at Mayo Clinic in the cardiac ICU. I no longer am in that profession for multiple reasons, and am now a personal care assistant for one of your members here who is disabled. And I just want to point out that Mayo's mission has always been the needs of the patient come first. As an ICU nurse, I can say that your staff working at Mayo, your members of the community, do truly believe this, as I do. But who are we putting first? Is it foreign persons coming to our wonderful medical establishment? Is it people from out of state? Or is it your own community? The reason I've always been a public servant is it's always been near and dear to me that you do not profit on the misery of others. And I feel that that should resonate with each and every one of you, as it should the community. You do not profit off of the misery of others. Mayo Clinic is a $1 billion a year profitable company, and they're wonderful. But you need to consider this moving forward with your city development, with whom we're actually serving. We need to consider the needs of your own community first. There are so many people here that use Mayo Clinic as their primary health care facility. I myself use Mayo Clinic. I will continue to as long as I live here. Rochester is a wonderful city. It's great. I love the fact that we're continuing to expand and provide world-class health care to multiple people. But please remember, you do not profit on the misery of others. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on, we do have one final speaker on our list today, Pat Carroll.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything to say, but we do have a video that I'd like everybody to watch. Thank you.
Our beautiful Rochester area is the third largest city in the state of Minnesota, and over the years has consistently ranked as one of the best places to live in the United States. Unfortunately, Rochester's outdoor swimming pools have not kept up with the vision of Rochester being a destination city. Almost 100 years ago, city leaders recognized that it was important for children to learn how to swim. When it was built in the 1930s, Stewartville Pool was the largest swimming pool in the state. Silver Lake Pool was built in the late 1950s and is fast approaching its 70th birthday. Many towns surrounding Rochester have made the investment to provide modern, safe, and entertaining water parks. Here's what Casson and Stewartville have done for their much smaller communities. Casson is a town of 6,800 people and is 13 miles west of Rochester. This is the Casson Pool, a modern aquatic center with features galore. It has slides, diving boards, a climbing wall, and zero-depth play area for younger children. The lap pool is used for exercise and to teach swimming lessons. The facility attracts large numbers of people from Rochester, and it makes money for the city of Casson. And this is the Stewartville Pool. Stewartville has a population of 6,000 people and a short 10-mile drive to the south of Rochester. Stewartville did it right. Unfortunately, Rochester is an outlier and far behind the times. Rochester needs bigger and better pools for Soldiers Field and Silver Lake. Sadly, our pools are in a steady and deplorable state of decline. Because the pools in Rochester lack the favorable and fun amenities for children that other communities have provided, several Rochester daycare providers choose to bus children to pools to nearby towns. Here are a few examples of what Rochester pools need to remain inviting to the public and current with the wants and needs of our community. Splash pads, large lap pool, wading pool, a lazy river which can also be used for aerobic class, and a multi-use bathhouse which can be open in the summer for all to use and in the winter for ice skaters. As our great city continues to evolve as a globally recognized medical center and searches for ways to keep our entertainment and recreational facilities on par with the other phenomenal attractions we offer, it's important for the city of Rochester to acknowledge that our public pools need to be kept current with the wants and needs of our citizens. If the communities surrounding Rochester can identify the importance of these crucial public infrastructure projects and make those critical investments, why can't Rochester? Help this effort by writing letters to the editor and contacting your city council members, park board members, our mayor, and your favorite TV station today. Let them know the pools in our facilities are worth the time and investment to receive the upgrades they deserve and the modernization they require. We all deserve the best pool facilities possible, so please take the time to let our city officials know. Thank you.
Intentionally. All right. Any final, we have 1 minute left. Any final people wanting to comment? Either virtually, *9 or raise hand, or in person? Final call? All right. With that, we'll close the public comment and officially call the meeting to order. Clerk Giesler, please call the roll.
Councilmember Keene.
Here.
Councilmember Bransford.
Here.
Councilmember Campion.
Here.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Here.
Councilmember Palmer.
Here.
Councilmember Dennis.
Here.
Council President Carlson.
Here.
Mayor Norton.
Present. Thank you. Administrator Zelms, over to you for your report.
Thank you, Council President, Council members, Mayor, members of the public. I just wanted to start off like we do with every meeting with a nod to our customer service principles of respect, integrity, safety, and excellence. And thank you to our teammates for all the work you do keeping those customer service principles in mind. Just a couple items here. We know we have quite a meeting ahead of us. Just want to point out to the community that the Welcoming Week Festival for 2022 is happening on September 17th. Quite a host of city, county, nonprofit partners coming together to put that on. It will be at MLK Park in Rochester over the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. hour. Just another thing to point out that we're doing in partnership with Olmsted County. Our teammates are working very closely with our partners at Olmsted County and the listed nonprofits and other organizations in order to bring that to the community. So hopefully people will come out. Also just want to remind folks and thank the fire department team for putting on the first Women's Fire Expo. We have over 50 folks signed up to participate in that and who have RSVP'd. If someone still interested, you can contact the fire department. They'll probably squeeze you in. It's from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. this Saturday, and it's been a labor of love for them to put that together, and just kudos to the team. And then finally, I just wanted to recognize that we do have 10 new Rochester Police Department officers. They joined us in June, but tonight they were able to experience a badge pinning ceremony with their teammates and also family members. It's something that's very important to folks that are in law enforcement. So Jeff, Jose, Stephen, Avery, Rainier, Sammy, Matthew, Alea, Emily, and Jack, we wish you well and stay safe out there. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Norton? Well, that was going to be one of my announcements.
Sorry.
We didn't talk ahead of time. So I did, in between the two meetings, run over for the pinning, which was really fabulous. They started a new program for families, and so the room was packed with standing room only. And there's a family support group that the police department's put in place for the new recruits, now new officers. So it was really a nice function. Just a couple things. There have been a couple proclamations lately. I'm not going to read any of them here. Some of them are online. But one of them is with fall prevention. That's something that we kind of talk about every year. And so I highlighted that one for Family Service Rochester and others. Move with the Mayor was kicked off last week. I'm sure you've all logged your minutes. Has anybody logged their minutes? Thank you. Councilmember Keene.
I'm keeping it secret.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Campion.
Councilmember Palmer taught me. Logged on at the last day.
So we did kick it off at 125 Live. They were kind enough to allow me to come over and exercise with the seniors. And I'm just going to be really honest. I hurt the next day. They outdid me. So we are asking the community to participate and track their minutes. Michonne or myself, we have some cards upstairs if anyone wants that information. It's also online, and we'll be tracking them through October 15th. And it's a friendly competition with 45 other mayors in their communities and about 90 cities nationwide. And we were in 8th or 9th place last time I looked. So we're getting off to a good start. Recently participated in some National League of Cities meetings. The last one this week, sometimes the Energy and Environment, which some of you joined me on. The Real Race Equity and Leadership met, I think, yesterday. And there's some possibilities, and I guess I'll just remind everyone, we have about a month left to put in an application for any National League of Cities. Nick, I'm sorry you can't do it.
But everybody else could put their name in to serve on some National League of Cities boards or committees, even if you want to chair one, they have some openings. So I'd encourage you to do that. Some of you are involved, but if you have a little bit of time, it's always interesting. We've had some ribbon cuttings lately. We had a new childcare open in town, and we know how important that area is. So it's really fun to see growth in the childcare industry as I think things have been struggling throughout the pandemic. But anyway, lots of great things going on in Rochester, and I will just leave it at that so we can get to our meeting. Lots of good stuff on the agenda tonight.
Indeed, thank you for that. All right, we are moving on to approving the order of the agenda. I haven't been informed of any changes. Did I miss anything? If not, I'd invite a motion.
Moved.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to the consent agenda. I've been informed that Councilmember Palmer is pulling item F13. Anything else? Councilmember Dennis?
Yes, I would like to pull F8, please. Thank you.
That's Mayor's conference travel. Thank you. Anything else? All right. Otherwise, I will invite a motion to approve in block items F1 through 7, F9 through 12, F14 through 20.
Move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries.
May I make a comment on that?
A comment on. 1 second. Councilmember Kirkpatrick has a procedural question.
I would just like to make a comment on the consent agenda, 2 particular items.
We just closed it. Can we
About
wait till
approving, sure.
other business?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to our public hearings. So I know we have a big public hearing on the agenda today, so I will go through the procedure that we follow, and we will dive into our 2 items. So first of all, we invite our staff to provide a brief introduction. We then invite the applicant or representative of the applicant to speak for up to 10 minutes. We open the public hearing. Everyone from the public actually has 5 minutes to speak, and there's no time end time like there is for open comment. So everyone who would like to speak is able to speak. And then we close the public hearing. The applicant has an opportunity to respond to comments for up to 5 minutes before we invite any clarifying questions from my colleagues of staff or the applicant, invite a motion, discussion, and vote. So our very first item is G1, the final plat, number CD 2022-025 plat, to be known as Rochester Car Clearance Center Second. I believe we have Mr. Ed Caples here to introduce the item. Go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, President Carlson. Mayor Norton and members of the council, good evening. My name is Ed Caples of the Community Development Department. Tonight, I am bringing you the Rochester Car Clearance Center Second. This final plat is located directly south of 7th Street Northwest and east of Lake Street Northwest. The applicant is proposing to extend the existing southern lot line 85 feet south to encompass an existing fenced parking lot. An auto dealership is currently existing on site within the B4 zoning district. Community Development staff is recommending approval of this final plat with 1 condition. That concludes my presentation, but I am more than happy to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caples. We'll get back to you if there are any questions. Would the applicant or a representative of the applicant like to speak on this item? If so, you use the raise hand function or press *9. Final call for the applicant or representative of the applicant. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and open the public comment. Let me see if I have anybody signed up for this item. I don't have anybody signed up ahead of time, but is there anybody who would like to speak on item G1? Anyone joining virtually, use the *9 function or *9 or raise hand function. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and invite any questions of staff from my colleagues.
Just point of order, was there any public input?
No.
Okay.
All right, otherwise I'd invite a motion.
Yeah, I did there is, I wanted to ask staff, there's a reference that in the packet about the DNR asked for a FEMA plan. Did that get closed or is that open?
Yeah, Ed Caples, Community Development. The DNR is requesting that the FEMA Special Flood Hazard Area be exhibited on the final plat. Community Development will not send forward the final plat for recording until that FEMA hazard area is shown on the plat and is satisfactory to the DNR.
Did I miss that as a condition, or is that not carried as a condition?
Is the condition 1, the only condition.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Move approval 1 condition.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Kirkpatrick voting nay. All right, moving on to item G2. So how we are going to do this very detailed item is that we're going to invite Deputy Director of Community Development, Ryan Yetzer, to present with our consultant, and he will give an overview of the UDC. We have also asked council members to provide any suggestion revisions that they know of ahead of time to be included in this presentation, at least touched on. We'll then invite anyone who would like to speak from the public. I have my list to go off of before we close the public hearing, and then we are going to go through each proposed revision one by one for discussion by council, and we'll invite motions on every single revision that has been pre-discussed. And again, I think there are 13. We'll then see if there is any other proposed revisions before we move adoption of the UDC and item number 2, directing the city attorney to prepare the ordinance with the council supported revisions. So revision 1 by 1 through 13, ask if there are any additional revisions, and then we will go back to the full document for moving adoption with any council supported revisions, and then discuss the full document. So it's going to be a little clunky. Bear with us. We're going to get through this. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Yetzer.
Thank you, Council President Carlson. With me tonight, I have my colleague who has worked on this project from the beginning with me, Emma Miller-Schindler, and then we also have our consultants here from Clarion and Associates, Don Elliott and Jenny Baker. And so between the 4 of us, we will do our best to answer all of the questions that may come up.
And I believe we also have legal counsel represented.
Yes, yeah, we have. We also have Rachel Tierney on Zoom for any specific legal questions that may come up. So tonight we're here talking about the Unified Development Code and seeking adoption of the code. The policy considerations tonight, I don't like to read off slides, but I will read these off. Does the adoption of the UDC create a more efficient, equitable, and sustainable development review process for all stakeholders that better aligns with the City Council's strategic priorities and city vision? What aspects of the updated development code are supported, and where do you see any tension with other priorities? And is the recommended approach for implementation in alignment with the City Council's goals? So I'll jump right into it and talk about what did the UDC set out to accomplish? Why are we on this journey, and what are we trying to achieve? Frankly, I could put a lot on this list. I've tried to boil it down to 4 things. The largest overarching thing here is alignment with the city's comprehensive plan, which I'll get into a little bit further on the timeline. The next is an efficient and predictable development approval process for both neighbors, residents, as well as developers developing in the city of Rochester. The next is high quality base standards that reflect best practice. And then finally, align the incentives with the council's strategic priorities. And so with that, I'd like to remind the council of the strategic priorities of affordable living, economic development and growth management, and quality services for quality living. And as we've talked about in several of our presentations here along the way, what we are proposing here tonight really does further the 3 primary strategic priorities of the City Council. The Unified Development Code will bring Rochester's development practices into the 21st century and promote the goals of the P2S Comprehensive Plan. Again, that was really the overarching goal here, was we had this new shiny comprehensive plan, and our development our development rules and regulations didn't really reflect as best as it could the best practices coming out of that comprehensive plan. Within the comprehensive plan, there are 7 foundational principles. Again, I've talked about this in the past, but we really feel like what we're proposing here tonight furthers all 7 of these foundational principles. Along with the 7 foundational principles within the comprehensive plan, there are 21 goals and policies. These things include utilizing urban area growth strategies to guide efficient and cost-effective development, increasing Rochester's housing diversity and supply. I think that's important to reiterate. Diversity, housing options is something that the UDC really tries to drive home. Integrate land use and transportation and ensure new development is compatible with the surrounding area and the community. These are just a few of the goals, but we really feel like all 21 of the goals and policies found in the comprehensive plan are furthered with this Unified Development Code. The next slide is a timeline. Some of you folks may have seen this before, but what we're trying to show here is this work really dates all the way back to when the city decided to take on rewriting its comprehensive plan back in 2014. Out of that process, 7,000 individual opinions were submitted. There was a significant engagement done around the comprehensive plan itself and to try to set the vision for what the future should look like for the city of Rochester. Before that work was even done, funds were allocated to look at the zoning ordinance because we knew that coming out of the comprehensive plan, there would be updates needed to the actual laws around development. So in 2018, we kicked off the TOD and R2X process, the 2 most glaring needs that we knew coming out of the comprehensive plan. If you look at the comprehensive plan, the very first thing in the implementation section is to address those items, which is the first thing we tackled in 2018. Starting in 2019, late 2019, and then into early 2020, we kicked off the Unified Development Code project. And we did that work in 3 installments. And as you see on the timeline here, keeping the council informed along the way before and after every installment, which we'll get into the 3 installments a little bit later. This led us to tonight. A month ago, we're in front of the Planning Commission, and they unanimously recommended approval of the Unified Development Code, and that has brought us to today seeking approval from you folks. What has led this work? We had a 40-plus member stakeholder advisory committee that helped guide what has led us to the product in front of you tonight. This group included folks like neighborhood representatives, engineers, architects, realtors, appraisers, as well as landowners and developers. And these are the folks who we really bounced ideas off of, had the debates of should the standard be X or Y. These are folks that have had development experience and from both sides of the table, and so we really feel like this work benefited from taking the time to have that type of a group. Who has influenced our work? Neighborhood engagement, stakeholder review, top national talent, the APA, APA stands for Association of Planners, the DEI policy guide, and then community partnerships. And these are just some of the community partnerships, most of which we presented to and garnered direct feedback from these groups. This slide encompasses the engagement work that has been done from 2020 to today, specifically through, 2020 to today. Some of the numbers that I want to point out here, first of all, I'll say we're really proud of this graphic. We feel like we have done everything that we could do to at least inform the folks that wanted to learn more about this project. Did we get to everybody in the city of Rochester? Probably not, but anybody who would be willing to listen to us, we certainly were happy to have a conversation with them. Some of the numbers I'd like to point out, roughly 80,000 people were reached through social and multimedia platforms. Roughly 1,150 people attended, hosted, or public events. Roughly 30 stakeholder or neighborhood meetings were held, and roughly 4,100 plus hours of staff time have gone into the creation of this document. And that probably sells short if we count agencies such as the state and county departments that have helped us through this update process. So I want to talk a little bit about the process, starting in the top left corner there where, so we really, like I've said, we did this work in 3 installments and then a consolidated draft and adoption draft. So we really repeated this cycle essentially 5 times where the consultant would send us a draft. We would then meet with the consultant, talk about what they've proposed. The consultant would then take those conversations to make revisions, producing what we would call a public draft. From there, we would review the public draft and post it publicly. And then the real work started of the engagement. And so one thing that this graphic attempts to show, but maybe isn't the best way of showing it, is the largest part of this work really was the engagement. The fast parts is drafting it, discussing it, debating internally, but then a third of each cycle, roughly 3 to 4 months each, 5 times over, was engagement and trying to help folks understand what we were proposing and what impact that may have. And so with that, I'm going to hand it off to Don to talk a little bit about each of the installments and comment on the process.
Thank you very much. I'm Don Elliott, Director with Clarion Associates, and we've been pleased to work with the city for the past several years to get to tonight's hearing. And we're very proud to be here. We think this is a very good product, and I would give most of the credit for its quality and its thoroughness to your staff. They have been exceptional in working with us. So I would point out before we leave this slide, this is the traditional way in which cities, complex cities like yours, medium to large size cities, tackle very complicated regulatory reform measures. And that is, don't drop it on people whole hog. Just do it part by part. Installment 1, let people have a look at the districts and uses and comment on those. It's easier for the public to focus and builders to focus on discrete parts and see if this part of it says what I think it ought to say to get the city where we need to go. And then development standards and design incentives, and then the process at the end. So I just want to reiterate, this is kind of what you do to, how do you tackle a big problem? You break it into parts and you tackle each one and have a thorough discussion of each part, then put it together, then go around again with another round of engagement. Before we move on, I would just simply say that the numbers that Ryan put up in terms of public engagement on the previous slide are good numbers. It is hard to get engagement of everybody about zoning. It's very complicated. It's very technical. And so you try everything to do it. I'll make a prediction. I'll make a prediction that in the ensuing years, when you have complicated things come forward, people will say, you know what? You should be doing the type of engagement you did back when we did the UDC. That's what you should be doing. And so those are good numbers. This is a good process, and it's given people multiple chances to look at the product. Next one. 1 or 2 slides on each of these modules, and then we'll just turn it back to Ryan to wind up. Installment 1 was zoning districts and uses. You can see a snippet of the use table. That simplifies the allowed uses significantly, and we have consolidated a large number, an exceptionally large number of districts for a city this size into 21 districts. Part of that was simply to make it understandable. You can imagine as a citizen, how do you keep track of 134 different zone districts and specialized, customized development approvals? It's not really reasonable to expect that. It's also very difficult for developers and investors and property owners, but they've got money to pay people to figure it out. It's the citizens who need something that is more manageable. So it's more understandable to the public. It is much clearer in communicating to investors and property owners what you can do and under what conditions. And sending that same message to all investors and property owners is a key part, in my mind, of good governance, but it's clearly a key part of getting a good code. I would point out that the new code includes several new mixed-use districts, which allow people to mix residential and non-residential subject to standards without having to go through a negotiated process. That's a big lever on climate and the environment, because allowing people the option, not the necessity, but the option to live closer to the schools, to their work, to the places they need to be on a daily basis, makes a huge difference in the number of vehicle trips and the length of those trips and the ability to do them in other ways through bicycles or walking. That's a major climate lever that's included in this slide. Let's go on to the next one. Development standards are a big deal. This is not what can you do in each zone district, but how good does it have to be in Rochester? And we have raised the bar. So you can look at minimum planting standards. This has been a big issue. We heard often and frequently throughout the process, we'd like more landscaping, not just for aesthetics, but to cool the heat islands, but to make Rochester an exceptionally fine community to live in. Minimum parking requirements were reduced. We looked at them against national standards. It's very common for people to say, I don't think we have enough parking. It's very common for experts in the field to look at it and say, you've got plenty of parking. You are over-requiring parking. We looked at them very carefully compared to other cities and tried to tailor them to Rochester. I'm going to talk a little bit about the fifth bullet, objective standards for connectivity. A couple of your early speakers spoke eloquently about the need of those experiencing disability, the need for more people to have easier access to their properties and through the city. We've devoted an entire chapter to this. That's a new thing that is done in development codes, is to say this is so important, not just for those experiencing disabilities, but for the environment and frankly for equity, for being an inclusive community, the ability to travel and move efficiently through the community in a variety of ways. It's worth its own chapter, and it's worth explaining the various ways in which you can promote that. So that's a big deal. Neighborhood protection standards require that anytime you get a more intense development next to low-density single-family development, it's going to step down its heights, it's going to add buffering, it's going to not have car traffic running between the two. That is a lot more efficient way of doing it than negotiating each time that happens in the city on an individual basis. Well, I think it's too tall, too close to my house. I think the lights are too tall. We have tried to codify that based on best practices around the country to say, this is something that just ought to be part of good governance. You don't have to debate it each time it comes up. It is codified. It's what you need to do when you're a neighbor to low-density residential neighborhoods. And finally, design. From the very first trips we took out here, people said, we need better design standards. We need objective design standards. People held up the downtown design standards as an example and said, there's a lot of good stuff in here. It is, don't copy them. Don't just slather them over the rest of Rochester, but use them as the source of ideas that we think work well in downtown, and then tailor them to other mixed use and commercial activities and nodes and corridors throughout the city. And that's what we've done. So the bar has been raised in landscaping, it's been raised in access and connectivity, it's been raised in building and site design. Let's go ahead. Incentives. When we started this process, the city had, as we counted, 32 different incentives out there, all the way from things that were very hard to do to things that were, to be honest, almost giveaways. They were very easy to do. You just do it anyway. And they were scattered all over the place. And we have worked very carefully to say, when the city should focus its incentives on its key priorities. You can see them on the right. We have done two different things. First of all, we increased the base standards, as I said in the last slide, where standard practice around the country is just to require this, not to reward it. We have written that in as a higher base standard. That allowed us to get a lot of, I'll probably regret saying this, the cheap and easy ones off the table and said, this is just good design. This is just a standard best practice around the country to require developments of this type to do this. And to focus on the things that you really want to reward. And as the draft points out, that's affordable housing, it's additional infrastructure when you need it, sustainable development, and key public amenities. And we've tried to make them objective. And that there's a reason for that. The best way for a city to get what it really wants from the development community is to be very clear what it wants, and then very clear what it's willing to trade off in order to get that. And we've tried very hard to corral these 32 ideas into 4 kind of buckets of ideas on these 4 topics and be very clear and say, and if you provide X, we can give you Y. That is just the sheer time involved in negotiating and not knowing, well, I said I would do this, but how much of it do I have to do? And if I do that, how much will I get in return? That's an enormous source of unpredictability and time to a developer. So this is a major change in how the city addresses incentives. Finally, installment 3 is procedures. We have tried to be very clear about having objective procedures and objective criteria as to what the city will approve and who makes the decision and under what criteria it will make those decisions. The charts show, I think, at a level that everyone can understand, the different types of applications. The flow charts show when you can have your say and when there's a public hearing and who will make this decision. And the code talks in terms of what the criteria are. We've tried to be very clear and plain in language as to, not vague language, but clear language as to what the city, whether it's the planning commission or you, will be looking for when they make that decision. We've also built in very clearly the following things. In the course of an approval, there's a small box of flexibility to deal with unusual site and soil conditions. Those can be done administratively. If they're bigger, they go through a different process, but we've built that in instead of having to start over each time somebody wants to modify an existing approval. And finally, restricted development, as you all know, was the exception that swallowed the rule. So much of your recent development has done through restricted development because it's a negotiating, open-ended negotiation. That's not there. A remnant of it is there in what's called distinctive development, but it's much more contained. And the idea is to spend a lot less time negotiating individual types of development approvals when in fact they don't need that much time. No offense, but there are ways of codifying that increase the predictability and frankly, the likelihood you'll actually get what you said you wanted out of the process. That's been built into the procedures part of this, of the code. Neighborhood engagement is key. It's a key principle of the American Planning Association, as is equity and inclusiveness. But I want to point out several things. We've increased the number of types of approvals that need a neighborhood information meeting before you even get into the adoption process. We have codified that if an application comes in and somebody does a neighborhood information meeting and then they change the application to increase the height, to reduce the setbacks, to change the open space, to do things that citizens would care about, the director is supposed to say, you need to have another neighborhood information meeting. It's not good enough to have one when along the way somebody has changed their plan. So that's built in. We've tried to increase, I'm just going to the next bullet. Notice now extends to renters. One of the key things that the planners around the country are trying to push because a lot of folks who care deeply about their neighborhoods can no longer afford to buy. They rent and they should get notice and they should know what's going on. Objective standards I've mentioned a couple times, and I mentioned neighborhood protection standards. I do want to point out in the neighborhood meetings, we've expanded how they work. If you're required to have a neighborhood meeting or another one later, the applicant has to provide a summary, a written summary at this point, which identifies each concern that was raised by the neighborhood and what they did, if anything, to respond to it. They don't have to, but they have to turn in a sheet saying this, this, and this were raised, and this, and this, and this are what we did or didn't, and the reason why we didn't. So that's a higher level of interaction and credibility to the neighborhood meeting process. Last slide that I will talk to is, if we got it here, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We heard a lot about affordable housing, your initial speakers here. We've tried to allow a lot more. We've reduced minimum lot sizes. That second bullet means that there was a large lot zone district in the code. That's not there to kind of force lots to be large in some areas of the city. We've talked about the renters. We've talked about raising the standards and neighborhood protection standards. That's not just to protect rich neighborhoods. That protects lower income neighborhoods too from commercial development and multi-story development nearby. And then in a variety of ways, we've opened up new types of housing and listed new types of housing that are inherently more affordable and built them into the structure of the code. And I think with that, I'll turn it back to Ryan.
Thank you. So just to wrap us up here, as Council President Carlson mentioned at the beginning, there are 13 suggested edits that have been, I'll call them revisions, that have been proposed by various city council members. I wanted to throw a slide in prior to the public hearing just to get those out there in front of folks to let everyone know those are coming. There is a copy of the memo we sent out covering these 13 items in the printed version of the packet out in the lobby, as well as it will be added to the minutes following this meeting. So just to reiterate the outcomes of the UDC again, better align with the comprehensive plan, create a process that's efficient and predictable for neighborhoods, neighbors, residents, and developers. Create high quality base standards that reflect best practice and aligned incentives with the city council's priorities. Just to talk a little bit about next steps here. So we are at the September 7th hearing. Following the decision, there is a significant amount of work that has to be done on the backside to get us prepared to actually implement this document. Everything that we have is geared towards the land development manual. Applications, the software that when an application comes in, sends it to the DNR, sends it to the Olmsted County folks to review, to the environmental agencies. All of that needs to be updated. The workflows themselves have changed, so it's not as simple as just renaming the workflow. We have to actually go in and change the workflows. In addition, we have to train our team, and not just the planners, but keep in mind that Public Works, RPU, the fire department, everybody touches these development applications and everybody refers to the zoning ordinance. And so there's a significant amount of work to do internally as well as externally and teaching community stakeholders what this new code means for them. I've already got requests from folks saying, can we meet to talk about now what? And so there's a lot of that has to be done. Further, we're working on developing key performance indicators to measure the impact of the UDC so we can come back and report on that. And we would like to have those in place before the UDC actually is implemented. So all that is to lead us to a January 1st implementation date. And I'm going to come back to that in a moment. Monitoring performance. Following the implementation, we'll monitor performance. We've talked about this with several members, and we mean it. There is a glaring need to look at the larger zoning map and aligning that with the land use plan and taking a close look at our zoning citywide and what should be edited on that. I don't want to reiterate not to go down that rabbit hole necessarily in this discussion. We're here to talk about the rules, and I don't want to get distracted by the map. We would suggest in the future a fee assessment study based on these new processes. What are we charging for applications, and are they meeting the expectation of how much of the cost of staff reviewing it development is subsidized versus covered by the developer. And then again, we've talked about this, regular updates every 12 months. So this is not the last time that you will vote on text related to the zoning ordinance. Text amendments happen all the time, well, except for maybe Councilmember Campion. Text amendments happen all the time, and we have the ability, for the unintended consequences, to come back and address those unintended consequences, and we intend to do that at a minimum yearly. And so we certainly have the ability to come back and make those fixes. I want to jump back to the January 1st implementation date for a moment. I've been asked many times, if we don't approve this tonight, does January 1st still work? I don't know that I have a solid answer to that off the top of my head. There's a lot of work to be done, and we really can't start that work until the rules are set. And so I don't want to say no, it's not realistic to have that time, to have a January 1st implementation date, but you are battling up against the clock at that point, and the longer we wait, the less likely that date becomes. So with that, Community Development is recommending approval of the Unified Development Code. This is a hefty motion, but this is our suggested motion to do all of the things that we're saying the Unified Development Code does. We're adopting a code, and we're removing other sections of the ordinance that really make our development practices currently not unified. And so to remove all of those things, it turns into a bit of a hefty motion. So with that, I will stop there. We do have slides on the revisions that we can come back to, and I also have a suggested motion edited with if you choose to make any revisions. So we can come back to that, but this would be a good place to stop.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And like I said, we have a number of people signed up, which is great. We like to hear from people. And we'll start with Ms. Paula Harden, and you should have a microphone that just needs to be turned on.
Is this good?
Yeah, and again, we are using the timer up on the wall and right here in front of us.
I'll need a third pair of glasses to see that.
Yeah, I'll give you a verbal heads up, but it does turn yellow when I think there's a minute left. And then it turns red when your time is up, but I'll let you know if you're getting close.
Okay.
When you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Paula Harden, and I am a disability rights activist. I support UDC instead of the haphazard patchwork of permitting that goes on today. But there are some major opportunities with this particular version of proposed UDC requirements. So I don't think it's ready for prime time. Street design. Years ago, cul-de-sacs were brought up as a problem for the city in terms of snow plowing and other services like garbage collection. There was talk more than once about eliminating cul-de-sacs from even being permitted. Mark Bilderback voted to approve a proposal because he said that if you change policy during a permit hearing, that was the path of madness or something along those lines. And so here is a chance to eliminate the cul-de-sac from any more developments, and you should do that. Along the same lines, you're doing the opposite when you are eliminating loops, which was not defined, I think, but I took it to mean U-shaped loop townhouse development where there's numerous townhomes across a wider space that provide for quicker access in one side and out the other. U-shaped mine is a private road, so I pay my association dues for the plowing and the garbage pickup. And so should cul-de-sac users, since they're essentially a private road. Public hearings. I'm very concerned that you think so little of the residents of Rochester, that you think only the people that live next door or in that neighborhood care about the city. According to the tables, only the staff and planning department have a say in what will be developed. Sounds like a gift to developers to exploit people for profits, as has been on trend for many years now. I object to the conclusion that just because I don't live in a neighborhood, my opinions are worth less than other members of the public, including the planning board and city staff, especially now when those decisions set a precedent over other neighborhoods that they must follow. The ADUs needs a lot of work. The UDC was written, contradicts itself in two places. In one place, they tout including historical council members, that they could help you pay your mortgage by renting them out, as well as increase the quantity of private dwelling, like tiny homes almost for density. This version simultaneously requires the person living in using the ADU must be a family member. I did not read the detail, but I expected that if used for family members, they would not be considered rental properties and follow rental rules. I also believe that if a family member needs to live in an ADU, lack of money might be an instigating cause, and that as a family, they would not be charged rent. Remember, the average home ownership is about 10 years, so there are going to be generations who will live in that property who may want to rent it to a second cousin or a friend, kind of a Golden Girls, but with one person in the ADU. Sometimes your family is not with whom you want to live, but a friend would be.
Ms. Harden, you have a minute left.
Okay, thank you. There are many more concerns, especially about property, the reduced property. Do not do that without exempting handicap parking, because handicap parking is based on the number of stalls you have. And if you reduce that, you're de facto reducing the handicap parking, which, as we all know, is not sufficient with a 25% disabled population as it is. And the other thing that's completely absent from the discussion in here is large families. What are we going to do now that Dobbs has come down? There are going to be a lot more than 2 kids per family. My grandmother was one of 13 siblings. Antonin Scalia, 9 children. We need to have some change in state law that allows for little kids, like a baby doesn't take up that much room.
All right.
Should they really be counted as a,
Thank you, Ms. Harden,
Thanks.
as always, for sharing your perspectives. All right, moving on to Shelley Rowe.
Can you all hear me?
I can hear you. Is there any way you can scoot up further, or are you already all the way up? Otherwise, we can give
That
you the
microphone right
portable.
there.
I can get up closer.
Yep.
Well, I think so. Okay. Is this okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
My name is Shelley Rowe. I just want to go on record and say that I'm against eliminating any public hearing. There is no oversight for neighborhood meetings held by developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. All right. I don't see any hands raised online, but just double checking. Is there anyone who would like to speak in the public hearing online? Use this raise hand function or press *9. All right, seeing no one, we'll move on to Barry Skolnick. Come on up. Did we lose him? Okay, we'll go back to him. Otherwise, I have Miss Sarah come up if you're able. You want to wait a minute? Okay. May I continue with the next person and you'll join after? All right. Mr. John Kriesel.
I'm going to go after Barry if I can.
Okay. We are being flexible. All right.
Orchestrator.
Marv Sawyer. You have 5 minutes, and I'll help you along with the time, but you can also use the stoplight.
Sure, thank you. So I'm no public speaker at all. But years ago, I bought a property that is now covered by the TOD. And in March, I bought the property before the TOD was laid over the top. It was zoned B3, commercial light industrial. And in March, I hired a general contractor. I wanted to build some buildings and things on the property. I have no permits at this time. I was about $15,000 into the project. And this TOD came up in a meeting 4 months into my process, and they said, we don't give permits to anyone who's out of compliance. Well, I go, how can I be out of compliance? I've been doing the same thing for years. Well, this took you out. So the TOD took me out of compliance. Now I can't get permits. It just seems like a kind of a mess. And, it reminds you of a condemnation suit where they take a house away from you to build a highway. But in that sense, they admit they took something. They offer you something. In this situation, they took uses and value from my property and offered nothing and never admitted they took anything. I think you should straighten that out before you start doing more of this new code. As far as the value of the property, maybe I'll word it a different way. I'm assuming all of you own a home, I would guess, that are on the board or on the council. So if you want to sell that house, your realtor comes and says, I can get $500,000 for this house. Okay? And 2 weeks into it, your realtor comes back and says, oh, we didn't realize the city threw this over the top of your neighborhood. Now you can only sell your house to 22 to 28-year-olds. What do you think that does to the value of that home? Okay, it goes down. I would think you would all agree with that. That's what you've done to my property and hundreds others in this TOD without offering anything. So I'm kind of stuck in this, and I guess it just seems like, today at 2 o'clock on the city website, the county website, my property tax statement, it still says my property is commercial B3 light industrial. And then you go in to get a permit or anything, and you find out this other thing is on top. So I'm apparently paying taxes on a use I can't do. I can't get permits. I mean, I can't believe that this wasn't talked about when you guys did all this and signed all this into power, or whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. I guess it just seems to me underhanded, and if you really feel this thing is necessary in our city, why wouldn't you do it in stages instead of grabbing miles of properties and controlling? Why wouldn't you do maybe downtown, and in 10 years go to Silver Lake, and another 10 years go to the rec center? If you want to incentivize these high rises with retail on the first floor, that's fine, but I don't think you should do it at the expense of established businesses who've been here for years paying taxes and things. And one council member told me, oh, your property's worth more now because someone will come and buy this and build a big high rise. Well, 90% of the businesses that you threw the TOD over are too small for that. So you'd have to have your neighbor and the other neighbor all at the same time and get all that to align. It's almost like winning the lottery, you know, that's you have better luck doing that for that to happen. So now you're back to this small window of people again who could maybe buy that property. So it just seems like you took value and use, offered nothing, and then when you go down to get it, you know, you run into this brick wall, and it's just, I think there should be a different way or something to happen before you go on to this. I would like to see this somehow fixed or resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Appreciate the enthusiasm and passion on these topics, but we do need to keep it orderly in here. All right, we're going to move back to Mr. Barry Skolnick.
Hi, I'm here because I want to appeal to the council to continue the council involvement on hearings on the general development plans, which is section 60.500.050B, and the C section, which is the site development plans. This is something that the council has been doing to hear hear these particular plans for decades. I see no reason to remove the people's representatives from the final review of this. Now, I'm not saying everything in the UDC, I'm saying those specific things. I think they're so important that they actually deserve to have the people's representatives, the people on the council, make the final decision on those two items and not limit it to staff or an appeal by a developer. I think it's very important that the people's representatives, even if it doesn't happen often, where there's an issue. I think it's important in those cases to have the people's representatives, again, do it. It's not illegal to do it. It's been legal. We've been doing it for all these decades. The idea that we don't have to, maybe so, but is it the proper form of government? It might be more efficient not to have the people's representatives make the final judgment, but I think it's the best government, the best for democracy, to have the people's representatives weigh in on those particular issues, because it sort of is at the beginning of these projects and when the projects are first starting, and once the ball rolls down the mountain, it's hard to stop it. I think it's better to have that as a safety valve so people can actually deal with it. So I urge you to retain the council involvement in that. Whether or not other cities do it, I don't know, but I do know that it's good government, and I do know, at least from my point of view, that having the people that have a right to these public hearings, I think, is very important. Please do not take it away from the council. And so that's my issue with that. I also have an issue with demolition by neglect, where I feel it's not fully represented in the UDC, but I understand there's some legal issues with it. Hopefully they'll be resolved and we can put a better demolition by neglect issue in the UDC. But I can see that waiting for another day, but these things I think should be added now, because I think it's very appropriate that have that safety valve there, that ability of the public who are not in that particular geographic area to be able to talk and see it on a council agenda and to be able to sort of discuss it with their representatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Skolnick. All right, moving back to Ms. Sarah. Are you prepared? All right, otherwise, Mr. Kriesel?
John Kriesel will try to not repeat some items that were said. My main concern is public engagement. I know the presentation sounded as though that many people that did want to engage into public engagement were invited to the table. I don't know if they were listened to that well, but my concern is that we have public hearings only. To to disseminate information or receive information electronically. For the people in the areas that are affected, they are not as adept as let's say younger folks, or maybe the representatives here at the city council. For somebody to stay engaged, to know how to sign in, then there's glitches, and to give a response is not a way of inviting the citizens of your particular wards to the table. We need to have a hearing so that people really feel as though that they're invited to the table. Some of the people just do not have, I for one, do not have the ability to give attention to signing on, get approved to be on, and to receive that information in that regard. I think that would, if everyone is approves of transparency, then transparency can really take place at the public hearing. People can vet their feelings that way. The people that are affected well beyond a project that might take place are many, because they're affected, let's say, well beyond this 500-foot required. I think it's still 500 feet that you send a card out to. It goes so far beyond that because of transportation issues, because of comparables and comps that are going to be utilized to take other people's property through the raising the tax base. We know that that takes place. And I think that those outside those particular areas don't really know what's going to happen to them. I wanted to ask a little bit earlier, it seems to me that there are incentives for the developers. I do not know what the incentive is to the people that are most affected because of that particular development and the people in the surrounding areas. I couldn't follow most of the presentation. I know that they were limited to 10 minutes, and I think they went to about 30 minutes. I'll leave it at that. I stress hearings only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kriesel. Ms. Sarah, please join when you're ready.
I apologize, I think I might be. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay.
We can share. Shut that one.
Just wanted to make sure you didn't start my 10 minutes while I'm trying to get up here. Yeah. Okay, so.
Kimberly, please start the timer over.
I don't think this is, okay, there we go. I'll just get a little closer because there's not really enough room here, just FYI. There wasn't really enough room for Shelley either. I just looked through the table of contents of the UDC 5 times while the city staff were presenting, and I did not see anything about accessibility. Could you please let me know where that chapter is? I literally didn't see the word accessibility anywhere.
We do not have staff or council respond during public hearings, unfortunately.
Okay.
But
If
he
you
is
could
able to
note-
respond after the public hearing.
Okay, if you could note that for later, that would be great. Okay. Completely revamping the city's development code is a once-in-a-career undertaking. And I am sure that we all really want to do it justice and make it as fair as possible. There are several changes that improve on the old development code, so please don't think that I am completely criticizing the entire document. However, I feel strongly that removing the first public hearing for many developments is a huge mistake.
I brought up this issue with Community Development Director Ryan Yertzer, and my apologies to him. But since he has been representing the UDC or presenting the UDC, I need to reference several things that he has said. I'm glad to see that more neighborhood meetings will be required under the UDC. However, renters are only required to be notified of one neighborhood meeting, and that meeting is replacing the first public hearing. It is not good, fair, or an equitable trade-off, and here's why. There is no transparency involved in neighborhood meetings held by developers. Meetings aren't required to be recorded or transcribed. Someone is supposed to take minutes, but depending on who takes those minutes, a lot could be left out, either intentionally or unintentionally. There is no requirement nor mechanism to ensure that every attendee's view is documented. I spoke with one city council member who has said they saw a developer packing up and leaving before the advertised time period was over. Renters may still be excluded from other meetings the developer has had with the neighborhood association, depending on their neighborhood. My biggest concern is the destruction of naturally occurring affordable housing. In this case especially, I find it unrealistic to expect citizens to voice our objections directly to the developer rather than to a city council. I simply don't see any incentive for a developer to conduct the neighborhood meeting in a conscientious or ethical manner when there is no city oversight. By the time a development gets to later stages, it is much easier for decision makers to think about how much money the developers have put into their plans instead of the lives of all the people those plans will impact. The public needs to be able to speak out in the open and on the public record in front of our elected officials at the beginning of the project. Ryan Yurtzer said part of the reason for reducing public hearings is that the city doesn't want to have a hearing just to have it. Yet won't the city now have neighborhood meetings just to have them? I asked Ryan, what difference will this neighborhood meeting make to staff? Will it factor into approval or denial of a project? Or is it just a box to be checked, marked as we told them what we were doing and let them have something to say? He was not able to answer those questions. Ryan also said that public hearing isn't my only chance to talk to city council members about a development, that I can contact you individually. However, I started contacting some city council members in June, 2.5 months ago.
Let me interject here to say, please don't think that I am blaming you, the city council members. I know you are incredibly busy and have literally thousands of pages of agendas to read. I simply think it will be easier for both parties, those of us who are trying to speak to you about an issue, and for you, as council members with limited time available, if we can speak to you when you are already here at a council meeting and prepared to listen.
Someone I spoke with recently said, efficiency does not equal good government. Ensuring that everyone's view is heard by definition is not the most efficient way to do things. The most efficient way would be for one person to decide for everyone, but that would be an autocracy. I would hope that no one here is in favor of an autocratic government.
And we are out of time, Sarah. But we do have the rest of your comments, and thank you for being here and distributing them to us. All right, we are moving on to Julie Leeson.
Hi, Julie Lyson. I'm with DeWitt's Home Builders and Pebble Creek, Rochester. So, Madam President, council members, Honorable Mayor, thank you for listening to me today. I wanted to express my desire to continue to develop my Pebble Creek under my special district, number 3604. The motion before you that came from the Planning Commission has almost all the special district ordinances repealed and replaced. Our special district was approved in 2003 for 390 acres of developable land. In June of 2006, the City of Rochester and our company entered into a development agreement for these same acres. In June of 2006, the city and ourselves entered into a supplemental agreement to our development agreement. It was approved by the city council, signed by the mayor, whereas the city agreed it would not rescind our special district. Your motion has it being repealed, but I think it means the same as rescinding. I believe that by doing this, you're taking away my rights. I've been told by city staff that my development agreement and my GDP will need to be amended as it makes reference to the special district 13 times and to the land development manual 8 times. What other rights are going to be taken away during that process? I would also like to know what the date of the taking of my special district is. Is it tonight? Is it January 1st? Not sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyson. Troy Burr.
Good evening. My name is Troy Burr, and I've been fortunate enough with my wife Lori and I to do business in this great city of Rochester for 24 years in downtown. We are fortunate enough to have commercial real estate down there that we've owned for many years, and we've noticed some significant changes as the new ordinances are beginning to take effect. I'd like to first start off with I've seen how well things can work. We were right in the bullseye of the North Broadway project, and there was times when our Broadway was closed, 7th Street was closed, trucks everywhere. We were pretty much shut down. But at no time did I ever feel like the city was being unfair to us, because there was such transparency and such good communication through the whole project. We had meetings, we had emails, if we had questions, we had people we could ask. And at no time did I feel like we were being treated unfairly through this whole process. And I just commend, everybody had a hand in that. It wasn't easy. It was an inconvenience, but it went well, and it's beautiful. And we're very fortunate to have that. Our city, it looked like that. So I know everybody's heart is in the right place, trying to make the city better, as is ours. So we were trying to pull a permit on one of our other properties, nothing drastic, just a same intended use. We weren't changing anything. We weren't encroaching on anybody's. It was a very simple process. We've done various commercial projects downtown, dealt with the city through these, and it's always been, not saying with a hitch here and there, but the communication was good, and it always went off. We were always able to communicate and get through it. This was something different. And never at any time in all our years of doing business did I feel things were a little underhanded or there was a real lack of transparency on what was going on. And it was at that time I discovered that my property had been rezoned. What I had purchased it for in 2015 was no longer how it was zoned. And I didn't really know what that meant. It was just recently I realized that had been rezoned. And so I kind of reached out to some people, and I said, hey, can I get a copy of this ordinance? Can I see what this says? And so I called the city clerk and was left messages, and even up to today I was told to Google it. Okay, I was told that we've had a system upgrade and it's probably on the old software, something about a Munich code, and this is going to take some research, and I'm sorry, but I just don't have that for you right now. That was my answer. I actually reached out to a business owner downtown, was able to get the ordinance. I guess there was postcards that went out in 2019 that dealt with, hey, these hearings. So I said, well, what address did you send the postcard to? Well, they send it to the wrong address. I don't receive mail at the address they send it to. I go, well, did you look at my property tax bill and maybe send it to that address? No, we just don't have the resources for that. So I never did receive notice. I hear them talk about numbers of engagement, and I think that's fantastic, but I think a property owner should be notified that they're going to receive a zoning change, which is greatly going to affect the value of their property. I think that's only fair. I was told this is not going to affect the value, but when there's a drastic zoning change on a commercial piece of real estate, it greatly affects the value of the property. So I guess it just felt different. We've had a lot of experience with the city. This was a different process. It felt like it was maybe getting rushed through. They didn't want us to know what was going on. I don't know what the reasoning is, and it's hard to believe that I'm even standing here having this conversation with a city that I get along so well with, over the years doing business. Not perfect, but we've always been able to reach out, contact people, get feedback. We've sold property to the city when they were doing the downtown project. We were able to communicate and talk and work it out, and everybody left the table with a pretty good feeling when it was all said and done. But this is different. This is not going off like it should. It needs. I read this whole thing today, and all it says is what I cannot do anymore. It's just a restriction after restriction, and if I ever go to sell someday or want to change a use, and we're good stewards of our community. We have respect and we care about our neighbors and what we're doing. We would never do anything to try to bully anybody or run anybody over. But all this says, this ordinance, is what we cannot do. And there needs to be a clear, I think there's only way to operate in this situation is with a clear understanding. We don't have one. Thank you.
Can you just tell us what ordinance he's holding up? Like he's holding something as the TOD?
Transit-oriented development.
All right.
Yep.
I just want to make sure we're talking about that.
Thank you. All right, Keith Witter.
Hello, my name is Keith Witter. I own property on North Broadway. I'd like to kind of start off and kind of expand on what Troy was saying. I'm referring to the TOD district again. He's right in the fact that if I Googled my zoning code, nowhere in there does it mention TOD. Nowhere that I can find. So if I go in there and look at my zoning, I then look to determine, okay, what can I do with my property? And when you really get down to it, for example, my own case, I own property 2620 North Broadway. In my particular case, I have space behind the main building where Space Concepts is. I wanted to put in self-storage. And I went through the process of getting rid of one of my tenants because they were using surface parking, and I got rid of that person. Then I was getting ready to start this whole process, then this came up. So now, and I'm specifically prohibited from putting in self-storage on a property that's zoned where I can put in self-storage. I don't understand that. It was my understanding that if our zone changes, that we're notified. And it's changed. I'm completely prohibited from putting self-storage in and using it under my zoning. Then we were informed, well, that doesn't matter. You can go ahead and do it. Well, as Marvin mentioned, that isn't the way it works, I'm afraid to say. Then I'd like to expand again on the evaluation thing. You talk about wanting residential along this space for transit orientation to promote less vehicles on North Broadway. Well, that's fine and good, but what about the property owners? Most of the property owners, we don't have big enough piece, just like Marv said earlier. We don't each have a big enough piece for that to happen. So if I want to sell my property, now the new buyer is restricted by this code. If I wanted to sell to somebody who wanted to put in self-storage, for example, they can't do it under this. My zoning permits me to do that. And I don't understand that. How you can change our zoning and not notify us of that. And that's what's happened. You changed our zoning all the way through in reference to it. It was mentioned earlier, unintended consequences. Ryan mentioned that earlier. That's what happened with this TOD district. You have all these commercial owners in my area on North Broadway who want to use their properties with their appropriate zoning, and they can't because of the new TOD where you effectively changed our zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witter. Right, just quick check-in online. Anybody who would like to speak, please use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, we'll go back to my sheet and Frederick Nolting. Nolting.
I am not a property owner along Broadway, 2nd Street or 4th. I previously owned commercial property for 40 years, and I understand the problems that these folks are having. All night tonight I've listened to people with their concerns with housing, the pools, and this TOD. And in every case, it's our community members that have been here for a long time that are suffering the onerous brunt of the actions. I mean, I can't even believe that some of our kids are swimming in pools that are older than me. That's saying something. And the same thing with, I love doing business with all the people up along Broadway. Been a 30-year customer of Land of Dreams. We go to Great Harvest, Powers Enterprises, Canadian Honker. You can just go right on down the line. And putting these extra restrictions on these people is going to affect their property value. It's going to go down, and it's just plain not right to do.
Thank you, Mr. Nolting. Dennis Gilly?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Dennis Gilbertson, nicknamed Gilly. I have a used car lot on North Broadway. And now with the new zoning, when I decide to retire, I can't sell it to another car dealer. The building was built for a car lot. I bought it for a car lot. So how much less is it going to be worth when I go to sell it when the next guy can have a car lot? You know, I've lived in Rochester for 40 years. My 4 children and 9 grandchildren live in Rochester, and I've never seen anything so unfair or underhanded as long as I've lived here. I love Rochester. It's a great city, but I don't know how they can try to pull off some kind of scam like this. Thank you.
And thank you. Bob Norman.
Hi, I'm Bob Nordman. And first of all, I just wanted to thank Ryan and the rest of the team. I thought they did a good job of pulling together the UDC. And they also did a good job of dealing with the many different people that were pumping in tons of improvement ideas in their direction. I also appreciate the fact that you guys are willing to get down into some of the details on a few of these more important topics to hopefully together make a better UDC. You've all received a letter from the neighborhood asking for your help to make sure that protections are in place before you eliminate the special districts. So we hope with your votes tonight, you'll help us try to achieve that. Okay?
Thanks, Mr. Norman. Rick Dold.
Good evening, President Carlson, members of the council, Mayor Norton. My name is Rick Dold, and I'm here on behalf of the Rochester Area Builders. You may note that in your packet there was correspondence sent by the Board of Directors President Becky Holman in support of passage of the UDC. And I'd just like to highlight a few items. And that is, as you work your way through the approval process and the revision process, focusing on a few key aspects that affect the development and building community. And that is affordability, and whether or not it's consistent with the type of development that you want to see in those specific areas. I think some of the comments from our prior commenters highlight the opportunity created by the adoption process here tonight with the UDC. in that you can rectify or potentially rectify some questions related to a prior zoning adoption that now gets a re-examination as part of this process. But I'll be relatively brief here and simply stating that the Rochester Area Builders Board of Directors would like this organization and the council to approve the UDC as drafted and keep those considerations in mind as you work your way through the revision process and focus on affordability with each aspect of it and continued ongoing development and what impact those revisions will have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. A couple of last speakers. Paul Sadler.
Paul Sadler, thank you, council members. I want to go on record as saying that I want to compliment the team. 2014 is a long time to be working on this process, and I've had several opportunities to meet different members. I have not read all 600 pages, so I don't know what that says, but I realize it's not going to meet every need for everybody. Now, that being said, my only comment is there's a need for some clarification probably here in the transition, in that we had a neighborhood meeting just last week, and the neighborhood postcard went out, did not go to the renders because apparently it's under the old rules. But at the meeting, of course, this is the third meeting I've been to because I live here not too far away by the river. And I'm actually for development. The loft project with the developer, she sat down with us. We communicated several times. I have her cell phone number, as I do the owner and developers of the Riverwalk. We're first name basis, good back and forth. This particular meeting, though, we showed up and the developer did not have an idea on the number of units, the number of stories, the number of parking spots, because that was still in play. It was still in a process, which was confusing to me because the postcard said 275 units, 8 stories, which is a pretty significant project. So, I don't know that I have any details yet because I did give it a week and I emailed the developer, one of the team members, and asked, do we have a rendering or drawing other than what was shown, which was just a footprint. There was no drawings or renderings, which are normally, like somebody mentioned here, there's no real rules at a neighborhood meeting per se. And apparently what's required is somewhat ambiguous. So I just want to go down and saying that, look, I live there and I also manage a sixplex, which is affordable in the sense that it's an old home. I've had the privilege of working with the city, and it's been a very transparent process with the rental process, and I think we need this code because I've been in a couple of meetings that have been somewhat contentious, and I understand that this process at least does, I think, an incredible job of at least allowing everybody to know what's expected. Right. I mean, you guys have done an incredible job with the numbers up there about the opportunities, the number, just the sheer number of venues. I mean, the first time I met you guys was at Silver Lake Park. You had like a booth set up. I hear the consultants are absolutely top notch and the leaders and thought leaders in their industry. So I think it's important maybe to instruct staff at the, whoever is working at the planning and zoning now, if there's a project that comes in, I think it'd be disingenuous to say, hey, the voice of the people have been gathering for 7 years, just so you know. We're not live per se, but at any rate, I want to say thank you for your time, and I just want to say I support the project and the new zone.
Thanks, Mr. Sadler. Mike Laplant.
Hello, my name's Michael LaPlante. I'm a resident of the Eastside Neighborhood Association. For a number of years, I was president of Eastside Neighborhood Association. It seems like it was forever, like 15, 20 years maybe, or something like that. But anyway, over that time period, we were approached by developers. It seemed like they were swarming over our neighborhood. And one thing I learned was to be skeptical, to be suspicious, to always of what developers are saying or doing. It seemed like we were always powerless to combat anything that the developers came up with. It seemed like we were always at the mercy of the developers. It seemed like they always had the upper hand. It seemed like they were first out of the chute with their development, and we were always catching up to find out what they were doing, what they were proposing. And anyway, I sent you a letter, City Council letter today, and it was in reference to the development that Mr. Sadler had proposed or was talking about here. And it was a neighborhood, it was a developer informational meeting that I attended last Tuesday, August 30th, and it was regarding a proposed development called the Waterside Apartments. And this thing, it's proposed for over on East Center Street around 6th Avenue and Mail Park Drive. And this thing seems to dwarf what Riverwalk was across the street. So this Waterside development will be located just to the south across Center Street, across from Riverwalk Apartments. Now, Riverwalk Apartments, I think it was slated to be like 6 stories. Well, it turned out to be more like 7 or 8 stories. And now this Waterside Apartments, or Waterwalk Apartments, or whatever it was, according to the meeting that I went to, the same as Paul Sadler, was the invitation that was sent out that I saw on the Eastside Neighborhood Facebook page spelled out exactly what the dimensions of this proposed building was. It was a 348,683 square foot, 8-story, 275 unit apartment with underground parking and a pool deck, walk-up units, and amenity space along the Zumbro River. But yet, at that informational meeting, he was very vague about what was being proposed. He didn't have any idea of the height of the building. He said we'd be guessing at it, and he also said that the number of units, he wasn't sure of that. He wasn't sure of the size of the number of units or anything. So I think what I'd like to do is the sheer magnitude of that proposed project demands a thorough public hearing, a public hearing that would consider not only the size of the proposed project, but its impact on the targeted affordable homes in the surrounding neighborhood as well. So we have some idea of what's going on. And like I say, with this Uniform Development Code, or Unified Development Code, and they say they want to streamline the process. And as far as I can see, it seems like it's streamlining the process for the developers and not for the average citizen, the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante. All right, did I miss anyone? That was everybody I had signed up.
I didn't sign up, but I'd like to speak.
Please do step forward and introduce yourself. You have 5 minutes.
I don't come to many of these often. My name is Bob Nicholson. I'm a property owner on North Broadway and South Broadway. I went through K through 12 here. I served 8 years in the National Guard. Minnesota National Guard. I've been here for this community when the community needed it. And quite frankly, I don't even want to be here. I want to be at home with my kids, teaching them math, getting them ready for tomorrow for school. But these conditions, I felt just I had to come here and say something. On my North Broadway properties, I'm just going to give it to you plain and simple. I've heard people, advocate for more affordable housing. The cost of business goes up, people have to pay more. Okay? Somebody said that my property is worth more, I have to pay higher taxes. Do I tell the immigrant Guatemalan family, hey, guess what? Somebody said my property is worth more, now you get to pay me more. I just want you to think about that a little bit, okay? I know you folks I want to rely on you folks to be pragmatic and make well-thought decisions. But this TOD, this overreach on this Broadway plan, it's just too much at one time. We've all heard about the evil developers and all this, that, and the other thing. But it takes a lot of us to get together. Rolls right over the top of small business. Okay, I own 3 small businesses in this town. I worked at my dad's TV repair shop in this town. I got more small business experience than anybody wants. I'll be glad to talk to anybody about it. But this is rolling right over the top of them. You got guys like Gilly over here. He can't sell this. What's his succession plan look like when you constrict what he can use the property for? We're not multi-million-dollar developers, and where you can just, okay, well, hey, look, this is what we want you to do the property for. It's worth more today. I mean, these are the kind of unintended consequences that happen. And I know that we're well thought out. You guys are, top notch. I've heard great things about your, what little I've read about the firm. But you got to look at the small business. If you run off small business, you're running off. You're pounding your taxpayers. Okay. I mean, hey, I don't come to these because I'm too busy working, paying for my $25K assessment that I just got. Now, I got a little bit of, I wasn't happy with all of it, but you know what? I get it. We're moving forward. Looks nice. Elcor Construction did an awesome job. There was a lot of, rerouting of traffic. But yet, when you can't just go and tell a company, hey, you're worth more today. You're worth more today and not expect it to affect somebody else. And you can't restrict the uses of their land and their assets and then try to pass it along and say, hey, we're going to restrict what you can do with this asset that you busted your tail for. I don't know if anybody, I'll give you a little backdrop here, and I'll squeeze it in here. When I bought those properties, I bought those on a gamble, a straight up gamble. There was no guarantee that it was going to be successful. A lot of these small business guys, we stick our necks out there. These assessments have costs, okay? These restrictions have implications. If you went with it, so I'm going to just summarize in the last minute 20 I got. It needs to be a lot more incremental. It needs to be more incremental, needs to be thought out more. I get what we're trying to do, get everything nice downtown. That's great. Hey, I'll pay the taxes. I'm not going to complain. I'll do it. But we got to really look at this thing. I mean, this thing stretches. It feels like it goes from Stewartville, all the way over to Plainview. I mean, come on. It's like, let's keep it at least in the county. I mean, this thing stretches. So let's shrink this down, and let's make sure we hit some benchmarks and some milestones before we go and expand it all the way from here to Fleet Farm. I just think that would be a very much more pragmatic approach. I got 30 seconds, so that's all I need. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, we're going to close the public hearing. Thank you, everyone, for speaking. I know people are really passionate and have all different perspectives to bring to the table, and it's just really always an honor and a privilege to listen to all of your comments. We are going to take a 10-minute break before we come back and talk with staff to really make sure we have a second to collect our thoughts and consider everything that was said. So thank you. We'll be back at 9:10.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Oh, there you go.
Welcome back, everyone. So we left off at closing the public hearing. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Yetzer to respond to some of the comments that were brought up during the public hearing before we start to talk through some of the proposed revisions. Go ahead, Mr. Yetzer.
Thank you, Council President Carlson. I want to take some time to address some of the public comments that were made during the public hearing. I am not addressing every single one that was made, so if I don't address one that you would like me to address, please feel free to mention that, and I'd be happy to address it. I'll start with the TOD conversation. Couple misstatements that I want to be very clear on. First of all, one gentleman mentioned that there's a car dealership and now I can't sell it to a car dealership. That is completely false. The TOD does not prevent change of ownership. The TOD does not prevent operating a business there. Certain applications will trigger review. Things like change of use, those sorts of things trigger review. The sale of a building does not trigger review. Another clarification, one gentleman mentioned that his zoning is B4, or excuse me, B3. There's no such thing as B3 zoning. What he's referring to is the tax classification. Okay, so the TOD zoning, it is on the county's website. In fact, we use the county's website for our zoning map. The TOD zoning is there. TOD zoning is in the zoning ordinance. So some of those comments are not true, and I'd be happy to meet with any of those folks and help them guide them through those processes. Another comment I'd like to make is a couple of those projects, we have had several meetings with their consultants on those projects, and we have helped identify a path forward for those projects, and we've not seen them move forward. So it's unclear to me why they're not moving forward at this time, but we have had conversations with the consultants that have clearly identified a path for those projects to move forward. There was some, in TOD, there was some comments alluding to the taking of property value or property rights. I want to be very clear that the TOD zoning did not commit any sort of property taking. When we rezoned properties in this area, there was some uses removed. However, there was more uses entitlements added. A simple example of that is any property on Broadway that was zoned B4 M1 was not permitted to do multifamily housing. We've added multifamily housing on all of those. So while it may be true that that particular use was lost, more than that many were added. In addition, entitlements were added. For example, in B4, the maximum height is somewhere around 20 to 30 feet. In the TOD, the maximum height is 50 to 60 feet. So entitlements were added, and I vehemently would deny the notion that there was a takings as a part of that. I want to move to the public hearings. So there was several comments made that allude to public hearings, and I want to be very clear that the UDC does not remove public hearings. The UDC reduces public hearings in some situations, but it does not remove public hearings. There are several situations where we must do public hearings based on state laws. There are several situations where we think it's valuable to do public hearings, but I will stand by the comment that we should not be doing public hearings just to do them. For example, when projects come through and have 5 public hearings for the same project, that's not necessary. And going back to my presentation, talking about basing a lot of this work on the American Association of Planners DEI guide, one of the things they talk about in there is not having public hearings just to have them. There is an inequity in having public hearings to just have them, and there's no question that certain members of the community know how the local government system works better than others and are able to exploit the public hearing process. So we should be very careful about why we're having public hearings. Through the engagement process, I've heard several times, well, if there's no public hearing, how do I know that a project is happening? Well, that's what we can capture with neighborhood meetings. And neighborhood meetings, while the comments have been made, well, are we having a meeting just to have them? We can absolutely fix that. Don talked about in his presentation some of the changes already to neighborhood meetings from the LDM to the UDC. And we can certainly and intend to certainly clarify some of those issues. Some of the folks talked about a development that they went to a neighborhood meeting a couple of maybe last week. And I think that that's actually a perfect example of why the UDC is important to move forward as opposed to the land development manual. That particular project that neighborhood meeting was triggered by a zone change. If that zone change moves forward, the land development manual allows that project to happen at a staff level and doesn't trigger another neighborhood meeting. That's why the information was vague, because it was based on a zone change. The UDC, however, will require, if the zone change gets approved, the UDC would require another neighborhood meeting. Now that they have the zone change and they're bringing forward the actual application, they would be required to go back to the neighborhood. So it's things like that that I hear those concerns, and we've done what we can to address them. Again, on public hearings, it was mentioned site development plans and GDPs. I want to be very, very clear. We don't do site development plan public hearings, even today under the land development manual. We have dozens and dozens and dozens of site development plans every year, somewhere between 50 and 100, and those do not require public hearings. That is an entitlement that the property owner has. What has public hearings is conditional use permits. A site development plan is not a conditional use permit. A site development plan means I'm proposing a project that checks all of the boxes in the zoning ordinance. Staff check to make sure I'm checking all of the boxes in the zoning ordinance. And if they are, then that's an entitlement in that property. That's what a site development plan is. We don't do public hearings for that today. As for general development plans, we do public hearings for general development plans today. You'll recall during installment 2 and installment 3, we came to you folks and said, currently, development subdivision comes in front of you folks 3 times. So I do want to point out, I think there's a little bit of a confusion around what a general development plan is. Oftentimes in the public comments tonight, it was referenced to downtown development. Almost never does a downtown development do a general development plan. A general development plan is intended for large acreages of land, usually somewhere between 10 and 80 acres, and it's to try to lay out the street network. That's what a general development plan does. It's not a downtown thing. And so when we came to you and said, currently, those things end up in front of you 3 times. The general development plan comes to you, then the preliminary plat comes to you, and then the final plat comes to you. If we wanted to make that process more streamlined in the name of affordable housing and all those sorts of things that we want to see in the edge growth, can we remove one of those 3 trips to city council? We can't remove the final plat, that's state law. We believe we shouldn't remove the preliminary plat because that's where you folks take on right-of-way. So that leaves us with the general development plan. The general development plan essentially is checking out the traffic study and making sure what they're proposing conforms to zoning. You folks set the zoning, so I would argue that already comes to you again at the form of an annexation or a zone change. That's in front of you, you're determining the zoning. We as staff are ensuring that what's being proposed conforms with the densities of that zoning district, knowing that the preliminary plat and the final plat are coming back to you. So those are the reasonings for, those would be my responses to those 2 applications and the claim that those should have public hearings. Access and connectivity was brought up, specifically accessibility. The reason why accessibility didn't click when she searched it, access and connectivity is the name of that section, not accessibility. Accessibility is a specific building code item that is controlled by a state code that we at the local municipal level do not have control over. However, what we do have control over is access and connectivity. How is the site connected to the next site? Are we requiring them to have ADA standard sidewalks to connect the 2 sites? That's what the access and connectivity section does. 2 more things. The Pebble Creek Special District that was brought up. It was mentioned that we have told them that they will need to amend their development agreement. I've said this several times, that's not true. We are not forcing them to amend their development agreement. We think it could be helpful for them to amend their development agreement, but that will not be required as a piece of this. A couple other points on that one that I want to make is the Pebble Creek Special District is a large area bound by 65th Street, 60th Avenue, and Valley High Drive. All 3 of those streets are, well, 65th Street is not constructed. 60th Avenue has new access management policies from the county, and the special district in place will not allow those accesses in those locations. Valley High Drive is being completely reconstructed and redesigned. The accesses shown in the special district off of that street will not work. So I reject the notion that removing the special district is forcing a development agreement amendment, is forcing a GDP amendment. All other factors out of our control are forcing those things, particularly access management from Olmsted County, and how that's different than it was 20 years ago when that development agreement was created. Lastly, transition. There was some mention of confusion around transition. When you adopt this, if you adopt this, you will pick a date to implement it. Any application submitted before that date goes under the current rules. Any application submitted after that date goes under the new rules. So the gentleman that was speaking saying, well, we had a neighborhood meeting last night. What rules are we under? Until we can't have two zoning ordinances at the same time. Until we remove one, the other is the rules. And it's really cut and dry in that manner. So those are the ones that jumped out that I really wanted to take a moment to address. If I've missed any that you'd like me to address, please let me know.
Can you just clarify what changed from 2019 TOD description to what's in the Unified Development Code for TOD? My understanding is there wasn't much change.
Yeah, that's a good question. So if I go to my timeline here, as you can see, TOD and R2X were discussed in 2019. Based on that, we made almost no changes to TOD and R2X because we had just debated, we had just sorted that out with the council not that long ago. So in the manner of TOD, the only change I can think of is actually in additional entitlements from what's in the code today, meaning more height, more density, those sorts of things. On the R2X, the only change that I'm aware of is the maximum building length has gone from 100 feet to I think it's 80 feet. Those are the two changes that jump out to me when I think of those two zoning districts. Otherwise, they have not changed. And I would also go back to my original comment about implementation and say that I don't want us to get distracted by the map, because what you're talking about is the rules. So if we have a problem with the map, we should come back and talk about the map, but that's not exactly what you're voting on here tonight.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there other questions specific to what came up during the public hearing for Mr. Yetzer? Councilmember Palmer.
You and I have talked a lot about the TOD in the businesses that were here today, talking about the TOD and how the changes from the old code to this code and how that worked. You and I have talked about redoing the map and consolidating the area that the TOD would cover. And that's your preference, is that we would change the map instead of changing today. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, as I said on this timeline, we think it's important to take a large-scale look at what the zoning map shows. And I'm not going to preconceive that all of these, I don't know where all these folks are located along Broadway, so I'm not going to say that we would undo TOD in all of their locations or anything like that. But the other thing I would note, and I've said this to you several times, some of the issues that were brought up won't necessarily go away just because TOD goes away, right? So the first gentleman that spoke, his previous zoning was B4. The B4 and the UDC also will cause problems for that particular location. And so it's not as if TOD is the only problem here. Some of it has to do with that will remain. And so you and I have talked about that. That isn't the only fix. The one last thing I want to call out on TOD is our team did, because we've had some of these come up lately, our team did do a scan of North, South Broadway, 4th Street, 2nd Street. And by our estimation, throwing out the things like single family homes that happen to be in there and those sorts of things, the businesses that front on the TOD, meaning Broadway, 4th, 2nd, by our estimation, roughly 4 to 5% of those are non-conforming uses. So far and away, the vast majority of those properties are not non-conforming as a result of TOD. So I also wouldn't want to overcorrect. But all that being said, yeah, I think it's important that we take a large-scale look at the map, and TOD would be a part of that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Well, that was fast. Thank you. Ryan, you mentioned a submission date. And when you were talking about the submission date, I pictured in my mind that, if we pick January 1st, oh my gosh, from tomorrow until December 31st, you guys are going to be bombarded with applications. Has your department or you and the rest of the staff talked about what might be an appropriate submission date that we might offer if the UDC is adopted this evening?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a fair question. I want to reiterate all of the work that has to be done once the rules are set before we're ready to actually implement it. So I don't know that we could move that date up any further. But I'll push back slightly on the notion that we're going to have a rush of applications. We certainly will have some, but I've been in more meetings that have said, can I use the UDC rules instead of the LDM rules now? And our answer is no, sorry, we can't. And so I don't think it will be as much as you think. There will certainly be applications that are evaluating the two ordinances and saying this one works better for me. But I'm just telling you, there are definitely some going the other way too. But to answer your question, we have evaluated that, and we think we'd be hard pressed to go any earlier than January 1st.
Councilmember Dennis?
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. So there was a lot of comments, and so I took many pages of notes, and I don't think all the questions were answered from people who presented, and maybe this is why we need public hearings, right? Because people can be passionate. But a couple of and I'm not going to catch everything, but Ms. Harding mentioned rental rules on ADUs. Is there going to be, I heard concerns in Ward 6 about owner-occupied ADUs causing issues with the banks if there was need to sell, foreclose, things like that. So can you just mention a little bit about that concern?
Yeah, you bet. That is one that I didn't address, so I'm happy to address it. What we're proposing through the UDC is to allow ADUs in all residential zoning districts. That's a big step. The one caveat that folks, advocates for ADUs have not liked about our ordinance, and we've been very upfront and open about it, is that in the R1 zoning district only, one of the units, if you add an ADU, must be occupied by the owner of the property. The other could be rented. So, and the reasoning for that is frankly quite simple. We don't allow duplexes in the R1 zoning district, and materially a duplex is the same as a single-family residential with an ADU. Both of them are 2 units, and so that's the reason for that rule. We believe that is that is an appropriate rule, and I will tell you through all the neighborhood engagement that we have done, those that have come out and been concerned about ADUs have very much appreciated that rule being in there. So we do think that's an appropriate step. If I can, I'm just going to ask our consultant also to comment on that rule and how around the country this question of where should we put ADUs has been handled.
Sure, it's a hot topic. Lots and lots of activity around the country, but advocates for ADUs would prefer that there not be an ownership requirement in any zone district because you would have one less rule to comply with. Folks who don't like a second unit of any type in the neighborhoods wish that they weren't even allowed at all. And around the country, the concept of a owner occupancy requirement in the low density districts is kind of the compromise that most communities are making. It is in between. You can't rent them both out. That would smell and quack a lot like a duplex. If you are living in one, then when there are troubles in the unit or either unit, you can knock on the door. You know who lives there, and so it is a pretty common compromise between what I'd call the kind of hardcore I love them and the hardcore I hate them positions. So it's pretty typical around the country.
Well, I'm a fan of ADUs, so I don't want to downplay any of that wonderful work you put into it. But is that going to be an issue with banks if they let's say you're trying to sell your house and the bank can't occupy the ADU or the home? I mean, I'm not an expert at this,
I haven't
so
heard that apologize. concern before. Again, if I have a property and one of my units is an ADU, I need to sell it. If somebody wants to buy my property and rent both of them out, yeah, it's a problem because you need to occupy one of those two. But the bank itself, as the property owner, there are lots of occupancy restrictions in, for example, covenants and lease agreements. Yeah. If it happens to be vacant, that doesn't mean you're not occupying the property. There is no occupant except the bank. And so I've not heard that concern before.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And so I don't want to occupy too much time, but I do feel that every concern should be looked at, and I'm all over the place here. So another concern, I'm just going to kind of tap into a few. Shelley, who I don't believe she's here anymore, said there's no oversight held by the developers. And there is, I believe Sarah also mentioned this in her list she handed everybody. We could elaborate a little bit. Is there going to be just checks and balances? Is there a requirement for staff to be attending these community meetings? So information is, accounted for, consistent, or, what are the requirements for the community meetings for the developers?
Can I ask, are you talking about specifically for neighborhood meetings or for the development as a whole?
I believe Shelley was talking, and I might, please correct me if I'm wrong. She's not here, I don't think. I believe it was for the neighborhood meetings.
Okay. Yeah. So for the neighborhood meetings, as Don mentioned, we are requiring that a report come out of that meeting and tell us, what was said and how do you intend to respond to it. And if you don't intend to respond to it, why not? You might recall this was a fairly debated topic at one of our check-ins around policy of how these meetings should be held and should staff be there and should staff put an opinion out there and all those sorts of things. I think all that could be handled and should be handled through policy in the future. I don't think that we should spell out the rules for every neighborhood meeting in code, but I do think an easy low-hanging fruit for this is to talk about what do we expect developers to present for the different application types. For example, the meeting that was talked about a week ago in the zone change, we should, as the city, have said, we expect you to cover X, Y, and Z, and then the neighborhoods know what to expect, so they don't leave feeling like they didn't get the answers they wanted. The developer knows to expect, so they don't leave feeling like they didn't say what they wanted to say or that they were, hid something or all sorts of those types of claims. So I think that there is solutions to that concern. I know you said it's related to the development meeting, but as for the development itself, there's absolutely oversight, right? There's tons of codes all over the place. There's inspections done following an application. We go out and review the site to make sure what's built was actually what they proposed. There's building inspections all along the way. Councilmember Palmer can tell you about some of those. And so there's of course oversight in what gets built following that. Furthermore, even if a decision is made at the staff level, there's always an appeal option, right? So any affected party can do an appeal. And so there's always oversight on even the decisions that the staff are making. And so I very strongly would reject the notion that by having less public hearings, we're removing oversight.
So and I guess I'm jumping out to Sarah's hand up. She said in her presentation that there is the transparency issues because it's not correct being filmed or recorded, and reports can have information unintendedly left out. Is there any looking at having these neighborhood meetings recorded so that other people have so everyone has transparency in what's being said and that the citizens' voices are being heard and taken into account for these?
Requiring recording of these meetings is not something that we have required. I will say that would be a fairly dramatic step, so I would encourage you all to think about that and think that through if that's what you're going to do. But one thing I will say is a good thing that has come out of COVID is now all neighborhood meetings are hybrid. Previously they were only in person. Now we've required them to be hybrid. We've also required them to be within a half mile or as close as possible to the actual site of development. That's all recently, within the last 6 months been required. So we have been making strides towards some of these things, but no, requiring a recording is not something that we have done.
Okay, and I know brought up transcribed for accessibility issues. Is any of this going to be, barriers from language or, ability levels? Are any of that going to be taken into consideration when having these public meetings for people who need those services?
That particular one, I would also say, I think could be better handled through policy. Are we requiring that if accommodations are required, that we're making the developer provide those accommodations? Now, to be fair, I've not heard firsthand of somebody saying I needed XYZ accommodations and they wouldn't give it to me. So I do want to be fair to the developer that's not speaking at the moment, but We haven't required that. I think that's something better handled through policy than ordinance. And so I would encourage us to revisit that topic.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just going through all these, but I want to make sure because this is recorded and you can go back, and just, have these questions answered. So I don't want to take up a lot of time, so please, if you, I can, but another thing was, I heard someone speaking about postcards and advertisements and not being, Mr. Berg mentioned wrong address. Those kind of errors are huge when they could, information's not being relayed to the property owner. How is it being advertised now with the UDC, and are those issues going to be remedied to make sure that information is accurately given to everyone who's, and spread beyond the 50 yards? I think that's maybe, I'm asking a lot of questions, but I feel that's a huge issue. If people don't know what's going on, they can't have a voice.
Yes, so a couple things in there. So we've mentioned it a couple times, but I want to reiterate it, that the Land Development Manual does not require us to notice tenants, and that's not only renters, which has been thrown out, but also the tenant of a commercial space. That doesn't go to them, it goes to the owner of that building. As for the notices, I want to be clear that we get those addresses right off the tax record, and I would be happy to show anybody where those addresses come from. There is no human element to it. We use GIS data, they automatically pull the addresses and we send it to those addresses. So while I sympathize that it was sent to the wrong address, I also would defend our team in that we can't verify that every address on there is an address that somebody checks that PO box, right? So we do the best we can with the information that we have, and so when we're noticing 3,000 plus properties for the TOD, which we did 3 times, the addresses were taken right off of the GIS and put on the envelope. So I sympathize, but again, I would say that we do what we can with the technology that we have.
Just point of order for those that may not know what GIS is. GIS is the Olmsted County tracking system for property records.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, final questions, Councilmember Dennis?
I think there's a lot of questions that have not been answered from the public hearings that we just listened to, and I feel that's unjust. I feel like everything needs to be. So I might have some more questions after when reviewing more of my notes. But one thing I know, Mr. Skolnick and Barry mentioned, and I think also Sarah mentioned, was, like it's a safety valve at the very beginning of, you talked about there's 3 times it comes in front of the process, and that's great. The more times it comes, regardless of state regulations, I think the more opportunities people have a voice, the more true democracy is. So I am not in favor of getting rid of the first public hearing.
Councilmember Dennis, it has to stay to
the question.
questions.
I'm sorry. Yep. Okay. So has that been taken into consideration that if the beginning process, when time hasn't been invested tremendously like it would be near the end, is it going? Can people have an impact? I mean, is this? I guess I'm not wording this well. I'm very concerned with that the pivotal time when you have the biggest impact on development is in the beginning.
Yes. So I would argue that there is a public hearing at the beginning of the process. It's when you set the zoning. And the zoning is set before the general development plan ever comes forward. It's either set through a zone change or it's set through the annexation, both of which are requiring public hearings. So when a piece of property gets annexed and you're setting the zoning at R2, the GDP must bring something forward that's R2. The start of that process is when you set the zoning. And while I understand the notion that the GDP is the start of the process, I think there's a fair argument to push back and say, no, when you set the zoning, which is the council's prerogative, that's the start of the process.
Okay. I guess I can come back. There's a lot of other things I think that has been.
Why don't we allow some others to ask some questions, and they will cover what you are also asking. Councilmember Keen.
Thanks. First, just a comment on the accessory dwelling units, that this is the ADUs we're talking about. I do support the occupancy requirement and a little bit of a compromise, a little bit when you're going back to a public hearing when people talked about slow steps. I don't think people realize that we've allowed ADUs in many of our zones for the last 3 years, and there hasn't been a big uptake. So this idea that it's going to be a rush to it is, I'm not quite there. But I will tell you that I've been harassed at some realtor meetings about this is a bad restriction, and I think I understand why that comes. More of a question here. I just want to, or maybe a clarification. We've talked more than I expected tonight about TOD, or transit-oriented development. I want to confirm that that is a zoning type in our city as opposed to a zoning overlay.
Correct. That is a common misconception that we hear. TOD is the zoning. There is no overlay.
That's how I understand it. So if I were a property owner in TOD and I get my tax statement or look up my thing, does it say I'm in TOD, or does it say my old zoning, what I had before TOD?
The tax record, if it states your zoning, it should say TOD. I can show anybody who wants to see on the Olmsted County map where it shows that. I'm not going to guarantee that every tax statement is correct. I don't play any role.
No, and I know you don't, but I believe
the county doesn't use it. It's a city like we don't manage
the county has a tax classification.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the clarification I was looking for. The TOD, the zoning. When I look at our graphical information system and look at the maps, it says the zoning is TOD, and that is correct for the city, but it may not be recognized by the county. Okay.
Well, no, it's recognized by the county. The county knows that that's its zoning, but the tax classification is a totally different system. And so the lingo and the B's and the T's and all that they use in the tax classification are totally disconnected from the zoning.
It's based on the use.
Yes,
Like
they are assessing how the property is being used, where we may change the zoning, but that doesn't change that the use of the property was commercial. If we change the zoning from residential to commercial, that property is still taxed as residential because that's how it's being used. Does that make sense?
It does, but it still creates this confusion of half of the people. I thought it was pretty clear that everyone would know based on their legal documents what their zoning was, and it doesn't appear that's the case.
Yeah, I don't study my tax classification, my tax statement that closely, but I don't know that it lists zoning on the tax statement.
Okay, and I want to make again, this is in form of a question. I did some work with some of these North Broadway things, and I was surprised with some of the getting this idea that these were takings, and this was a downgrade of what their property was. I know, Ryan, you've made a forceful case that it isn't a taking, that there's more uses. Whether they were the uses you wanted or not, that's a different thing. But I guess I did want to, if you can clarify for me, if we did come back and say we probably stretched too far south or too far north, I want to make sure that, as I understood it, that some of these same usages that we were talking about still wouldn't be allowed under their before their old zoning of commercial.
Yeah, good question. Some of the, and I don't want to call out any specific uses, but some of the comments were stated that, one of the unintended consequences, XY use isn't there. The uses of the TOD were not unintended consequences. The uses of the TOD were very specifically chosen because those are uses that you see promote the goals of a transit-oriented development, or in the comp plan known as the primary transit network. So, right, you're absolutely right. It might not be uses that every single property owner wants, but they did not lose uses as a totality of it. And some uses going away wasn't unintended.
Okay. We spoke less in the Q&A, and there was a couple of references to special districts. Again, we don't talk about this in our high-level overviews, but a stated goal at the technical level was to not have special districts when we got to Unified Development Code. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. And one of the revisions is related to special districts, so some of this might be repeated. But
okay, I understand there's some in there, but I'm just trying to make sure, as far as the public watching this, that when you talk about all the zoning things we had, it wasn't just lots of R1, R2 up to R17 like some communities would have. It was this proliferations of special districts.
Correct.
And that's something that you could merge zoning things and have other sort of constraints or incentives in that you can't always map to zoning.
You might have lost me on some of that question, but
I'll think of the example of using street size as something you do in a special district that is not really part of a zoning code.
okay, yeah, now I see where you're going with the question. Yeah, special districts were definitely used to blur the lines of a couple different approvals. So when you have a piece of land, some key approvals that you need, zoning is one thing, but some key approvals you need after the zoning is set is a general development plan, a development agreement, those sorts of things. And special districts kind of merged all that together. And so the fact that some special districts cover things such as road widths is something we usually wouldn't see in a zoning district. And I can call him the consultant to comment if he's ever seen engineering standards in a zoning ordinance, and they don't belong in a zoning ordinance. Engineering standards belong in an engineering standards, and so you're absolutely right. There are
and I think that's one of we're getting into some of the complexity here is we're trying to map those special districts that had other tools in them into a new zoning code that doesn't, I should say, that correctly doesn't allow us to start munging some of those engineering specifications or road capabilities into it. So I think, again, I'm pointing out, and I know we're going to talk about this in some of the amendments, but I wanted to clarify it for the discussion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bransford.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay? Because it's just like, maybe I'm... So I've got a handful of questions, very short ones. Is there a revision time frame in mind? I mean, there's clearly a lot of discussions about things that could be tweaked or changed, and we're not quite sure how they'll work. Are we going to do something like that quarterly, twice, maybe twice a year? Right. This is a brave new world, and things may work, things may not work. Right. And I personally would like to see some of that stuff play out and see, do we really need to tweak some of this? So do you have a process like that in mind?
Yeah, well, so on this slide, you'll see I've put on there regular updates every 12 months. We're committed to that. We can do more of that if we need. The other thing I will say is, which I've said at the beginning is, if we see a huge red flag, over between now and January 1st, there's nothing precluding us from coming back before January 1st to fix that red flag also. I don't want to commit to like monthly updates or things like that. That's too short of an update, but to answer your question, we absolutely will be coming back.
Yeah, a year seems a little long to me, especially right at the very, very beginning, but
sure.
So correct me if I'm wrong, can ADUs be income properties?
Yes.
Is that a concern?
No.
Well, I mean, proliferating them to be income properties is definitely a concern.
Well,
we're not currently sharing opinions.
He started it.
It's kind of I just don't want staff to answer that because it's kind of up to the council. Like, is that concern is a weird question to ask staff. Like, it's up to you.
Writing the UDC, do they have a concern that it will happen?
But here's what I would, and I'll let Don answer too, but here's what I would push back on is, so is a single family home rental, and so is a duplex rental, and so is a triplex rental. Like, all of those can be income driven properties. If I live in a house and then I have a different duplex someplace else, that can be income driven just like an ADU. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's right.
Okay, I'm just putting that out there. Comment as a question. I thought I heard you say that a developer could choose to use part of the UDC once ratified. You said something.
No, I'm saying they cannot choose.
They cannot choose.
It's all or nothing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Campion.
So I have some questions, and I'm going to bore everyone for just a second. So I want to talk about like the mechanics of adopting this. Is this a amendment to the LDM, or is there some other process I'm unaware of that wholesale replaces the LDM with a new code?
In the painfully long motion here, you will see that you are wholesale replacing the LDM with a new zoning code.
Okay, so does it go but we have initiated a text amendment, is that correct?
Yes, and what you're doing here is you're moving to do all of these things, remove these codes and implement this other one with an implementation date.
Okay, so with an implementation date, I don't see that referenced.
You're correct, that's not on here.
So on 6152 of the existing LDM, sorry, this is going to throw you for a loop maybe. there is a clause that reads applications for permits or certificates which may be affected by proposed amendments to this ordinance.
So I know which clause you're talking about, actually.
Yeah, I guess this gets back to that question of the rush, things that we see that are happening that are potentially running fundamentally orthogonal to changes that have been initiated and now adopted. How would that be handled?
Well, I think in most of those cases, I'm not 100% sure of this, but in most of those cases, it's going to come in a form of a public hearing. So, for example, the Waterside Apartments project that we're talking about, if they are trying to get under the land development manual, that's coming to you first in the form of a public hearing. So I would just say over the course of these next X number of months, you will have in your mind of, what's different if I approve this now or don't.
So I'm going to ask, probably tipping the hand a little bit too much, it's a little bit of a mechanical question, but my understanding is the latest in the process that we have legislative authority to change is the zoning. So I have a little bit of a concern about this idea that I could, as a council member, be at a GDP or be at a plat and say, well, the new code won't allow this, so I won't allow it.
Sure, that's fair.
So I think it's something for us to...
The one I was just referencing is a zone change, though.
Oh, okay, so they're going to come for a zone change. Okay, so that would give us legislative authority. Everything else where there's existing zoning, we would not have the ability...
Quasi-judicial.
Or quasi-judicial, so we would be operating under that. So in a quasi-judicial setting, would that... So I guess this maybe is homework. Would that clause allow us to come to a determination of whether or not it's coherent with the new code?
Yeah. I feel like the answer is no, but yeah, we can do more homework.
Okay. Yeah, I want to know because I think I'm.
Can you read me the section number again?
Yeah, sorry. 6152 is the section. And there's a vesting of rights. Yeah, vesting of rights issue around it. I just want to make sure we're clear about that because it, for those up here that might make a comment. I'm not known for this, but might make a comment about something new. I think that could get troubling. I did want to confirm again, I'm going to say it out loud one more time. The zoning is the last opportunity for legislative action on policy that impacts these reviews. And I think, so is that staff's perspective? Maybe this is illegal as much as anything. I think we've had this debate recently, but I just want to get it out there so that people that are arguing for public hearings so that the council can do things just willy-nilly, you're actually asking us to break the law in some cases. We are obligated during those hearings to be acting at a quasi-judicial body unless it's a zone change.
Yeah, in most cases I think you're right. The one thing I would say though is sometimes those quasi-judicial findings are things like general conformance with the comprehensive plan. So sometimes quasi-judicial findings are kind of tweaked to have that a little bit more legislative piece to it. So, but that being said, by and large, a final plat is very cut and dry. It's quasi-judicial and it's pretty specific on what you're looking at.
And just one final thing, I guess my perspective would be the new code has made it more structured and gotten rid of it's added more rigidity to those approval steps by being more clear in what the dimensional requirements are. Was that an intent? That's part of making it comfortable to not have staff doing that, correct?
Right.
Okay. I just want to get those on. That was a leading question. I'm done.
Councilmember Palmer?
Mr. Elliott, I got a question for you. If I remember correctly, you tried to explain that public hearings really aren't equitable and fair to everybody, but neighborhood meetings are more equitable. Did I remember that correctly?
Yes, I think you do remember saying that correctly. Both of them can be manipulated, of course, by people who know the system better than others. But let me state it a different way. You can run perfectly fair public hearings, but they take some preparation. They take more understanding of what the code criteria are. They take more ability to prepare your testimony in English, usually, so you can respond to the criteria that council can respond to, can make decisions based on. There are parts of the community that can do that better than others, and they tend to be the better educated and the native English speakers and those who have the time to understand how local government works and show up to do it. A lot of those barriers don't happen at the neighborhood meeting level because it's a conversation. You are not posturing to try to create evidence or to create a record. And the idea of hearing a developer explain, and I would agree with Ryan, if you want more detail, do more detail, but it usually doesn't exist in the code. It exists in policy or a checklist or a manual that you then say, look, we really expect you to show up with this amount of information. That the neighborhood meeting doesn't have some of those biases where people have to kind of know how local government's operating and know how to frame their testimony so they can hit the criteria, and if they're really smart, set themselves up for an appeal if they don't like the decision. So in general, I would say neighborhood meetings are less prone to the inequities in a quasi-judicial hearing system.
So just ask the question, what you're saying is that it's better for the neighborhood to have neighborhood meetings on a local level than to come down here. Our public hearings are fair, of course, but I mean, more equitable and easier for them to attend when it's in their neighborhood.
I think those are accurate statements. I think that's accurate statements. I want to be clear about what we've done, though. Big, major decisions still get public hearings. They get public hearings before the Planning Commission. They get public hearings before you. If the question is, when the real question in this approval is, does it meet the code? Does it meet does it meet the connectivity? Does it meet the parking? Does it meet the criteria for a temporary use permit? The question is, if that's the only question, does it meet the code? That's not something that should go to a public hearing. So I want to be clear. We haven't taken what we've said. Use this in the cases where it really is steering the future of the community. And in addition to a neighborhood meeting, which is informal, we need a public hearing so we can establish a record that you've made this big decision based on the rules that apply to your community. But there are lots of things that are not that big. And again, as Ryan said, site plans are just checking to make sure that it meets the code. So in those cases, we've tried to say, yes, and you should get a neighborhood meeting, but it doesn't rise to the level of a quasi-judicial hearing.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick?
I may have forgotten my question, but I do want to know if Ryan is having fun over there. I'm going to have to pass. I forgot what my question was.
Okay, Councilmember Dennis?
So thank you. I just wanted to chime in what Councilmember Palmer just said. So I did also hear that when you mentioned it's less, more inequality to have public hearings. And then you went on to say something about you can exploit. The word exploit was used, Ryan, Mr. Yetzer, about people can use the system. Wouldn't it be a fair argument to say that for people who might not get their postcards, or maybe renters, people won't get a notification at all, or people outside the 50 radius, people, taxpayers who are still, footing some of the bill for these developments, would it be fair to say that having consistency? Mondays are council meetings, right? So it's been this way. People, even if they didn't get their postcard, they would have that knowledge that they can go online and look at the meeting, agenda, and look at what's, public hearings are there, and show up or chime in virtually. Wouldn't that cause more equality to, making sure that everyone has the ability because they know when they can come?
I don't think I agree with that.
No.
There are plenty of people who Monday night at 7 o'clock don't work for. And we can have a whole lot more flexibility with neighborhood meetings than we can with your city council meetings.
Well, I agree. More meetings are better, so having both. But the word of exploiting, too, if we don't have transparency is trust, and if we don't have transparency because we are not videoing these neighborhood meetings, and there's no real rules, and it can vary, and there's no accountability that says, yes, that was said, or that neighborhood voice was heard and taken into account, wouldn't that be more exploiting those who don't know the process, and you can't go back and check that their voices were represented?
Again, I would push back on that slightly to think about the other side, and Don kind of touched on it for a moment as well. There's a whole group of people who, once you record the meeting, are scared to ask a question. So there's that side of it too. And so I don't want to have this notion that recording the meeting is the only way to get transparency. Perhaps your staff could attend, and maybe those are trusted people that we could say what was decided there, or for the big ones, or things of that nature. And we can work through all that. But to say that the only way to achieve transparency is to record every neighborhood meeting, I would push back on that.
Well, obviously people can call in and have questions in private to staff, but we just heard at the city study session at 3:30, or when the police department talked about cameras, body cameras, providing more accurate evidence. I mean, I don't buy that. That it's. I'm sorry.
May I just want to add an additional comment related to public hearings and the comment of, is it Monday? Everybody knows that time it's more consistent. I guess I would also chime in that I disagree with that, because Monday is the time for all city business. When you're talking about neighborhood meetings, you're talking about them just asking to commit to a time to have a discussion on that item. When that's in their neighborhood, closest to them, meeting them where they're at, as opposed to coming down to the government center and waiting until their item gets in, when their item is up for them to speak. So when we talk about accessibility and being considerate of the neighbors, I think having them come to a meeting where that is the only topic that they have to attend to is being considerate of their time as well.
Well, I agree taking the table to is, it's good, but we have virtual comments.
Dennis,
So I'm just
can I just interject? All of you are wonderful for hanging in there until after 10. We have a lot of discussion left, so I just want to make sure that you all know that you can join virtually should you decide that you're ready to be done sitting in council chambers. Otherwise, you're welcome to stay as long as we stay, of course.
Well, perfect point that people can be virtual and don't have that. And so I'm going to miss stuff. I hope other council have taken notes and can chime in concerns if not addressed. But I believe John, Kriesel mentioned about engagement, transparency. I guess how is that? I mean. Okay, I'm not going to formulate my words. I'm very concerned as well that the engagement is reaching marginalized communities, people who have barriers. So how is that being addressed for people maybe who might rent versus own versus, having information sent to make sure that everyone has an equal playing field in engagement? I'm not wording that right. I don't know if I'm.
Are you talking about neighborhood meeting notification?
Yes, I am.
Again, the big change between the current zoning ordinance and the new one is renters would be notified. So that is how I would say we're meeting that engagement, is by updating that standard that does not exist today.
And they have language. If they have language barriers, is there a way?
That's actually a good question. We have the development signs that are posted on site, and we're working with Chow and others to translate those into multiple languages. And next on our list is the notification as the postcards. So yeah, we do intend to provide multiple languages on those.
Okay, fabulous. And one of the biggest concerns, this was written, her words, biggest concern was destruction of naturally occurring affordable housing. Do you have a response to that concern of Sarah?
Not necessarily. The naturally occurring affordable housing at some point has a crossroads with property rights, and if a property owner owns a house that's zoned, again, you folks are setting the zoning. If you're zoning something for R3, then in essence you're saying we think more density is appropriate there. So if I as a property owner own a house in R3, it's my entitlement to be able to tear that house down and add more units. So that being said, at a city level, we can certainly say, well, if you're tearing down naturally occurring affordable housing, we're not interested in providing subsidy or something of that nature. But to change their entitlements based on naturally occurring affordable housing, I would not suggest that.
Could I add something? So it's a hot topic. Should cities be proactively trying to prevent the demolition of things that may be, frankly, substandard, but they're affordable and they are accessible at those levels? My only comment is it is a rising concern across the country. It's a hot topic. But in all the communities I've worked so far, they've kind of said that's a separate topic. We need to have a complete discussion as to whether and how we're going to balance. There are lots of interest in an existing neighborhood. There are people who have owned it forever and want to stay there. There are people who have owned it forever and would want to leave and would be happy to sell out. There are buyers, there are renters, and it takes a lot of thinking about where that would be done and what's the appropriate tool to do it. So my only comment is it is coming up a lot. It to my knowledge, in my experience so far, has not been rolled in without a lot of public engagement on that project, particularly on that topic as a separate amendment to add something that would do that. So.
Is that where the comment, I believe Barry mentioned the demolition by neglect? Can you elaborate a little bit about that? I know someone else has contacted me about that too, so I have more.
Frankly, that's a completely separate issue from what you were talking about there. That has to do with historic preservation.
Oh, it is. Okay. I just mentioned that was a comment made. Okay, thank you.
Council
yeah.
President, may I just make another comment?
Yes.
I just to reinforce what Don and Ryan are saying, UDC is not an all-purpose tool. There are other tools and other strategies which you have directed us, and you're going to hear about that on the study session on on housing next Monday, where we're going to talk about some of the policy direction you've already given us, allocating dollars towards affordable housing, including promoting things like ADUs, national occurring affordable housing, et cetera. So there's no one solution that's going to get there. It's having rules in place. It's having different kinds of incentives in place. Those buckets of incentives come through different programming mechanisms, not just the code, but come through other policy direction that you provide.
Yeah, Councilmember Dennis, I just ask that you be careful not to conflate some of these issues. So on the record, it sounds like this is something we should have addressed in our UDC discussion that isn't this tool.
Well, I apologize if I'm inflating. I'm just. It's a lot of amazing. 2 hours, I don't know, incredible amount of time people have come and voiced their concerns at this hearing, and I feel like we're not addressing all of their concerns.
Right, but some of the concerns aren't specific to the UDC, and we're trying to stay very specific because we have 13 plus amendments to consider. So if there are any final questions that are related to the UDC, please do go ahead and ask. Otherwise, we will move on to revision number 1.
Okay, I just have a point of clarification or point of order. I'm not sure which is. So there are 13 of these revisions or these. We're able to, after going through all of them, we can add more if they haven't been sent to staff. I just want to just clarify so people don't miss an opportunity to, address some of these concerns with revisions. Is that correct? Just we can have more revisions in these 13 because I wasn't notified that we had to submit a revision prior to the council meeting. So I just want to make sure there's time.
After we've gone through the 13 written pre-discussed revisions, we will ask if there are any additional revision items. Okay. All right, Councilmember Kirkpatrick, wrap us up.
Thank you. ADU buy rates. I think we talked about that about a year and a half or so ago. I think it's really important that the ADUs, folks living in them could acquire them, buy them, adding to affordable housing in the city. And I think I also suggested that it's easily doable in a lot of these naturally occurring affordable housing core neighborhoods because of detached garage situations. So can you please comment on that, Ryan?
Yeah, actually, we've talked about that. You're absolutely right. We have talked about that, at least the two of us. I don't know if we have in this forum. The ADU language specifically prohibits the ability to section off the ADU and sell it separately. I'd invite Don to talk about that of if he's seen other communities allow that. I would recommend against it. It also poses other issues in addition to the way that it could slice up a neighborhood and have all sorts of different lot boundaries and all those sorts of things. One of the things that I have competing interest here is on the one hand, we're saying we should allow the utilities of the ADU to run through the main unit. And in the other hand, now we're saying, but we should be able to subdivide it. That's a bad idea. So you either don't allow the utilities to run through the other, or you allow it to subdivide. And if you don't allow the utilities to run through the other, you are exponentially increasing the cost of an ADU and virtually making it unlikely that any will get built. So that's another issue and of why it's important we have that language. In conversations I've had with folks at Rochester Public Utilities, they basically aren't willing to allow it to run through the primary structure unless we have in the code that you can't later subdivide it. So that's one glaring issue, but there are several that would come up with allowing that to happen. And I'll let Don comment any further.
I'll just say it's very uncommon in ADU ordinances to allow people to subdivide it off separately. I understand the argument for it, but again, this is a matter of compromise between community character and affordability and equity, and very few communities are allowing you to subdivide the lot into two so you could buy your ADU or your detached garage as a separate unit with the land.
Thank you. And then I guess jumping off of what Mr. Bransford had said, I'm really leery of the year. You know, let's look at this in a year. I think if we were to pass this and, as you suggested, adopt it perhaps on January 1st, I'd really suggest at least every 6 months of revisions, or better yet, 3 to 4 months. What would you suggest?
I think 6 months at least out of the gate is fair. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And many communities do that the first 6 months, just because some people won't read this until you guys take action on it.
Right.
And then we'll find stuff.
It's going to need to hibernate for 6 months after we pass this, I think.
Council President Carlson, may I just also, I think it's fine of a suggestion in the first year as we kind of get our sea legs, so to speak, but I would really caution, I know it seems like the natural knee-jerk reaction to say, let's bring it back more often, but that is exactly how we got to where we were today. This code was, the LDM was adopted in 1995, and then we came back very sporadically and very frequently, bringing back amendments, not giving us time to understand the impact of these amendments. And we brought back spot by spot cases to get to the mess that we have today, quite frankly. And so I think it's fair to say we do a litmus test at 6 months and at 12 months, but I would still strongly say that annually is a good standard to go by when it comes to your zoning code that reflects how you want development community-wide to look like.
And could I just also quickly offer, just going back to a prior comment about being concerned about the adoption from potentially September 7th and then not having it in place fully until January 1st, that's 3 months. So like it would make it virtually impossible for anyone to know which version of this they were under if you were making significant changes every quarter or even every 6 months for the foreseeable future. So it would make it very inconsistent for anyone that has plans or is starting through plans, and even for you to review some of the time it takes to review some of these things to know which standard that we're under. So I think it could lead to some significant confusion if it's too often, but it's not uncommon to just always look at it every year, even if you don't have changes.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Palmer.
Yes, sir. You pride yourself, and we pride ourselves on the amount of outreach that we've done. So this isn't the first opportunity that the community's had to talk to you. You've had meetings, you've had phone calls, you've met with people one-on-one. Am I correct in that you've done all those things?
Absolutely. Yep.
The other statement you made today was we're talking about affordable living, that this is about affordable living. Is that what you said?
So one of the strategic priorities of the council is affordable living, and we strongly believe that the policies and ordinances and development regulations put forth in the UDC further that strategic priority. Yes.
So the next step would be these 13 that we want to discuss. They really don't lend themselves to affordable living, do they?
I'm not sure that correlation is that direct. I think there are some. All of this, including the ordinance that you're adopting or looking at tonight, is looking at the crossroads between design, quality development, all those sorts of things, and cost. And we're trying to create that balance of how far do we go and at what cost. So yeah, I think that some of these have the potential to add cost to development. Is it always going to be a huge significant cost? That has a grave impact on the development, I'm not sure I would necessarily go that far, but to answer the question bluntly, yeah, some of them will have a cost on development. I don't know that I would say all of them.
In your recommendation, or the department, is that we pass this tonight without any amendments. In 6 months from now, we visit and tweak what we need to tweak. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, there's one that we think would be more than reasonable to adopt. The rest of them we think would be reasonable to say, let's watch these things unfold and determine if they should be in that first batch of amendments. I kind of touched on that in the memo that I sent of, this has been a long process and some of these are coming in at the last stage, and I get that. That being said, some of them I think are more than reasonable if that's what you're looking for to add to. So I could see a stance where we say, somebody says, let's deny them all. I could see a stance where somebody says, let's approve them all. Like, I think that's up for you guys to decide.
Are you done, Councilmember Palmer?
Are we ready for a motion?
Well, no, we're gonna do revisions one by one. Councilmember Kirkpatrick, go ahead. Councilmember Kirkpatrick, you have the floor.
Thank you. If let's say we wanted to make recordings mandatory for the DIMs that would be held in neighborhoods with particular changes, for instance, let's take the meeting last week that a couple people have mentioned, and that was a mandatorily recorded from now on. Would those recordings be able to be filed with the city, with the particular development to be accessed later on?
That's the thing that I think you should really think about is this is kind of we're throwing it out there, and there's a lot of those unanswered questions. Who has access to the recordings? Where are they posted? How are they recorded? Can it just be a Zoom recording, or do I need to get a video camera and record it? Like, there's all sorts of questions that I don't think that one is all that well thought out to throw at this point. To what Cindy was mentioning earlier, those sorts of things are what we need to say, okay, let's take a look at the whole picture on something like that, and maybe consider it in the future. So I think what you're getting at is, how do I require that? That would be a revision that you say, no, I want to add a recording requirement to the neighborhood meetings. I mean, that's your prerogative, but it's not something I would recommend doing on a whim.
Can I just respond quickly to the council member? Is that something we could do with a policy?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think we should set aside all discussion of the development and neighborhood meetings to a study session where we will put together a policy that clearly outlines expectations, and then we can this only is setting when it is necessary. It talks very vaguely, is my understanding, about the actual requirements of it, but we can set whatever policy we want as a city. We just don't have to do it tonight, and we don't have to kind of throw things out during this meeting to set it.
All right. Did you have a question?
Thank you.
I had an additional question. That was my interjection. Now this is my question. Ms. Harden had asked or made a statement earlier that was about the counts of handicap parking as we reduce other parking, and we didn't get that wasn't covered in either of the replies. It looks like Don nodded his head. I just want to see if there's some response.
The number of handicap parking spaces is controlled by the building code, not the zoning ordinance. So reducing the number of parking spaces required, if let's say 50 parking spaces were required, but because of the building being built, they needed 9 accessible spaces, and now we've reduced the parking to 25 spaces, they still need 9 accessible spaces. That's a building code item.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that. All right, let's move on to revision 1.
Council President Carlson, if I may, just to cue up this discussion a little bit, just want to give a little additional context and maybe address something that was stated previously. We had some discussion internally about how best to organize some of these prior discussions and cue them up for your consideration. Just want to make clear that these were standard discussions by individual council members with staff exploring particular issues and questions and suggestions that they had. It was not a discussion by the council as a whole or a quorum of the council members. Just want to make sure that everyone understands that we were very mindful of open meeting law restrictions through that process. Would just also add that there's nothing magical about these 13 revisions at this point. If somebody's perspective has changed and no longer think that something needs to be discussed, we don't need to discuss it. In fact, there's maybe an argument that you take an approach of there needs to be two people for you to discuss some of these revisions. You may want to do that in a bit more of a formal motion form for your consideration.
Okay.
And just lastly, to Councilmember Dennis's point, of course, if there are additional amendments, those are options as well. Thank you.
So I was thinking that we would have Ryan briefly introduce the item, then motion in a second for it to even open up the discussion, and then before we would vote on it. So it would need a second for discussion. Is that?
Yep, I agree.
Okay. All right.
Sure. So I'll provide a brief introduction to each of these, very brief. If I need to introduce it further, please let me know. But for this first one, this language further clarifies the definition of affected party, which is who can appeal a decision by the Planning Commission or Zoning Board of Appeals, or City Council. Inclusion of this provided revision does not significantly alter the goals of the UDC in our opinion. I'll leave it at that and look to the council.
I want to move to open discussion.
Point of order. Clerk Giesler, we are moving to approve individual revisions before we move the whole document that will include the revisions that we decide to include. Decide to support. You want us to move the whole document first?
Council President, council members, proper order would be to move the document and then amend it.
So moved.
Second.
All right. So, Councilmember Campion, will you cede the floor to Councilmember Keen?
No. Yeah.
I want to move to amend the motion with this text amendment.
Second.
So the situation is, point of order, that we can only get 2 amendments out, and we have 13 plus.
Can I have a point of order? That is not what we discussed with our city attorney in advance of this, and I realize there's a desire to check with our city clerk about Robert's rules, but Robert's rules and the recommendation of the city attorney for how to do this in a functional manner to get to the end of this evening are not mutual. They're mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
So the recommendation from the city attorney, despite the expert on Robert's Rules of Order, which is not a legal document, is that we can take these one by one, and then at the end, whatever has passed, you make a motion in order to pass the entire system. So if the council is comfortable with that, you can do that without the advice of your city clerk, although we do appreciate her.
The rules. So we already have a motion seconded on the
And
table.
an amendment.
And an amendment.
What is if someone can explain the difference, I'm happy to go either way, but it
The
doesn't.
problem is you can only amend twice out from the original motion. With the original motion is the adoption of the UDC.
That's not how the rule works. You can only have 2 pending amendments. As long as we dispense with the amendment, we can chain 13 in a row. You just can't do an amendment to an amendment to an amendment.
I agree.
Okay, so we'll do it this way because this is where we are. So we will dispense with each one, and then we will see where we at as amended the overall UDC before we vote on the overall. Okay. So we have a motion seconded for revision 1. Is there discussion, Councilmember Keen?
Yeah, just to introduce it quickly. I was reviewing the UDC on the administrative side to see approvals, and frankly, I was doing it very cynically, looking for ways that people would get around our rules, and I thought I came upon something where something could go to Zoning Board of Appeals and be put into law without our review, and this amendment blocks that, not by adding us into the review process, but making clear that the city staff can escalate it to city council. So I'm happy with the way this was drawn up, and I think it helps protect us from the very odd possibility of a zoning board of appeals that wants to approve everything that would undermine what we're doing.
Other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. First revision amendment carries.
All right. That was the easy one, I think.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay.
Let's not prejudge.
Okay, so this next one, the proposed change, so this is removing the words street facing from the horizontal articulation standards. So the proposed change will increase design requirements in all mixed-use zoning districts except the MXT and MXD because those have their own design standards. This change does enhance the built environment and improves visual experience for all properties surrounding the development. However, it does come with cost implications. Inclusion or exclusion of this provision, in our opinion, does not significantly alter the goals of the UDC.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
I should be clear. That was a move to amend.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Campion. You have the floor.
Yeah. So I need to provide a little bit of context, unfortunately. There are a number of provisions throughout this document that can trace their lineage back to a set of special districts that we had throughout time. And basically, I set out, and I remember in 2018 when we started, like we set out to replace special districts or to stop relying on them for some of these protections. And I said then, what I'll say now, it was really hinged upon getting those protections into the code. So in a few spots tonight, you're going to have things come forward for me that I feel like are continuing to meet that promise along the way that we were looking to protect neighborhoods. These are generally the mixed use districts that are going to be on the forefront of where we're meeting commercial districts to residential. So things like this matter a great deal to people who have to live next to these buildings and spend a good deal of their life facing at or looking at faces of the building that others may not see regularly. The main reason I want to see support for this is we start out by saying 360 degrees, and I think with like the best intention, but unfortunately kind of undercutting that, we then start talking about street facing. And there's two in the memo you have on your desk, only one is highlighted, so I just want to call that out for my colleagues. There's actually two statements that say street facing. As long as we strip those, we really kind of like get the protection back to where we intended. It was supposed to be all sides of the building are getting the same kind of architectural integrity that we expect. So with that context, I guess I'd ask for support from my colleagues.
Councilmember Palmer.
Well, I don't support it for two reasons. One, affordable living. It's going to add the cost. You don't put your house sitting there and you have brick in the front of your house. Now you're going to make me put brick all the way around my house, which most people wouldn't want to do. So you're going to drive the cost of affordable housing. Really what you're trying to do is have a special district without really having special districts. So you have 5 or 6 items in here that you had for Chateau Special District that now you want to put in for everybody else. And I just don't find that to be good. I don't find it to be for affordable living. So I can't support any of these that are going to be going to a special district because that's what you wanted to have. But so I'm not going to be voting for these.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, again, I do struggle with these because of the expense, but I have looked at, there's some restrictions here with these are the MX neighborhoods. They're not across the board. It's not a design thing. And this is the area that I'm most concerned with when we go through this. These are these zones between real commercial and residential. And I think this is where we do have to spend our time. So this one, again, as I understand it, as best I understand it, the four-sided design, or the backs of buildings facing neighborhoods should be designed the same with the intent that someone's going to be looking. Doesn't mean they have to be the same as the front, but I'm going to support this.
Councilmember Campion.
Yeah, I do want to call for my colleagues. Like, there's always going to be a bit of a trade-off here. And I think you kind of heard some words earlier tonight that I think are important to remember. This idea of like, don't profit off the misery of others, and be clear about what you want, and you'll be very clear what you'll get. Like, again, this is about making the ordinance clear. It is deceiving to call something 360-degree architecture and then to say, well, it actually only applies to the street facing side of the building. Like, that's an oxymoron. It does not work. So all I'm trying to do is to make the language meet the intent of where we were at. So we can, Councilmember Palmer is taking a pretty predictable route about opposing, changes that are, that support the neighborhood by saying they're more expensive. But really at this point, what we're doing is we're setting the rules by which we expect people to operate. Like at this point, he's not really providing anything that doesn't make it more expensive. And staff's, assertion, in my mind, isn't really supported by the cases I've seen where a simple articulation of a face is like 2 feet. I think it's 2 feet every 30 feet or something like that. Like that protection is not extremely onerous. It's to make it so that it's not possible to see what, or to get some adornment to the backside of the building, because what is the backside today is not the backside tomorrow. We've seen this about buildings that now front Miracle Mile on the backside. Like this is, when I watched Kutsky Park redeveloped, we talked about that almost every week, about the need to adjust the backside of it. And look, now they're doing it. So like what we're doing is we're putting in place our expectations. I do think we should be expressive in what that is. And it's, I think I proposed 11 changes over 457 pages. I'm not going to shirt down from that. Like, it's my job to bring those forward. We should hear it. Whether they came from a special district or not, that doesn't automatically disqualify them as important enhancements for the code. I think that's important for us to look at.
Well, you are right that I am predictable on affordable living, and that I want the cost of Rochester to be affordable and making sense. When you talk about making a corner or doing something every 30 feet or 20 feet, every corner costs money. If I have brick on the front, I have brick on the back, it costs money. And now I have a business that wants to run in Rochester, and it's going to cost them more to run it, it's going to cost you more to buy things. Being affordable is not a horrible thing. And it's not that we're building buildings that are falling down or they look poor. And Miracle Mile is one that was built in the 50s, has been remodeled, and if you look at the back even of it, Miracle Mile looks nice. It's a nice neighborhood.
Now it looks nice?
It looks nice. It looked nice before, it looks nice now. And that's my opinion, but you are right. I am always going to be for affordable living, because that's one of our goals, is to have affordable housing and affordable living for us as a council.
So we're debating the design standards, but what I'm trying to get at is, are you going to support the UDC at all? Because they have new design standards throughout the entire thing that are going to, force developers to meet expectations.
I would like to interject.
Stop.
So here's the deal. With a lot of these, in isolation, they don't seem like that big of a deal. They seem like, absolutely, yes, that sounds reasonable from us sitting up here at the table, or some of us, and many in our community, but this is a last minute change after a 3-year process.
This is not last minute. And I can go back and explain to Ryan, I have the notes I've been sending for months about these changes. Like, I've been pushing for these.
And
the
so,
fact that they decided not to include them was their prerogative. But I have no other choice but to bring them forward tonight.
Champion, I'm speaking. Their prerogative reflects a broad engagement process in our community, including our developers, who are thinking about costs and what costs they pass on. So it's not that I'm opposed to many of these. I think they're reasonable. And if we say 360 architecture, then yes, maybe this one makes sense. But I think we need to keep that lens that as we bring these up, staff have weighed in on a lot of these because they're reflecting not just their personal opinions, but an opinion of 3 years of engagement with a whole variety of stakeholders with different perspectives.
I appreciate that. I will say I'm probably one of the few up here that sat through the Kutsky Park process of watching these happen without being able to give feedback. And my only thing, and I'm drying out here, is that the way that this code is set up, now is our opportunity to weigh in on what we want. So if you say just wait, then there is no say. Like, by the time I get a say again, there's already been 4 buildings put up, right? There's already been 10 buildings put up. Like, your residents, my residents, will be upset with you about the outcome. And I remember being the person in the GDP, in the zone, saying, this isn't right, what's going on? Like, we have to change the code now. So, like, the opportunity to not have those situations show up is now, when the code is in front of us. Like, this is where the debate should be had.
Right, but we also have residents who are, worried about tax levy increase and paying their bills. So affordability matters. Any additional costs, we were just talking about tax levy increases, a 0.02% increase still matters to people. and still need to be good stewards of our resources and dollars and expectations. So I hear you. I
just think that's like a total exaggeration of
Someone
the
else
issue.
has their hand up. You guys can't just have a conversation.
Well, if we're going to start interjecting, I'm going to start interjecting.
Point of order. Thank you.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keene. Any developer worth their salt can install a concrete block column for minimal money that will create an articulation and plant it with a very cheap Virginia creeper, adding a green column that's going to do this job that Mr. Campion is suggesting. I support this. I think it's very, very important.
Councilmember Palmer.
Well, to answer your question, yes, I would support the UDC as it's written right now. If we made the motion right now to take this first amendment or revision and move on, in 6 months from now, we can take a revision and look at it. We can do some policy changes. I'm more than willing to do that. I was willing to make that motion 20 minutes ago. I think the rest of these are, and I have 2 of these that I would like to fight for. But I'm willing to give those up and wait 6 months and see where we come from. So yeah, I would like to see this moved and call the question and move on.
I think.
Councilmember Bransford.
Thanks. I actually was around for the Kutsky Park stuff because I was fighting the Berkman at the time vehemently, which, by the way, does have some significant costs added to that development in order to put those townhouses against a 600 stall garage. Thank God. I mean, that's actually was very nice. I attended a lot of the Miracle Mile meetings about the backside of that development. This is no small thing. And I actually vehemently agree with Nick on this one. I mean, vehemently. Neighborhoods deserve to be treated with respect, and if that means a developer has to pay a little bit more, so be it. And that doesn't necessarily follow that it's going to reduce affordable housing in this city. It's not. They just won't. They say they're going to pass on the costs, fine. But if you live in the neighborhoods that are highly affected by some of these highly intrusive developments without the proper screening, thank God for the neighborhood protection stuff. Thank you, Ryan. I love that. It's great. I'd like to use it right now. Law of the land. It should be used, right? And I'm getting a little worked up, and I'm sorry, but this means a lot. Falwell has been ground zero for a lot of this stuff and highly picked on. And if not for some of these standards that were being put in place, neighborhoods will have tall buildings 20 feet from a building. So I don't want to repeat myself, but I think these things are really, really, really important.
I mean, I totally agree that it's important. My background's in urban planning and design. I just think that as we move through 13 amendments, we need to keep thinking about who's had a chance to weigh in on these different items and how does it affect affordability overall. Councilmember Dennis.
Golly, yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. So I've talked to people who have a lot of different challenges, different abilities, accessibility issues, and I know in the Med City we want to make sure that that accessibility and affordability is as prioritized as beauty, which I do agree that we should have standards and not not let people cut corners. My question is, I don't know if this is possible to ask another council member a question. Is that acceptable? Okay. So, Councilmember Campion, you say you have been in this process of developing this revision for quite some time. Have you looked into, or maybe I don't know if I can ask staff, but how does that impact the cost? Because, like I mentioned before, as an educator, students come to school here in Rochester living in their cars. There's a housing crisis, and people experiencing homelessness is rampant and hidden often. So I want to always support affordable housing. So I want to know the data on how much this will impact affordable housing if this change was made. So do you have those numbers so that we can make an informed policy decision, please?
So, I mean, the way I would answer that is to say the stock of land projected to be zoned MXN is extremely small. And this does affect all mixed use zones the way it is structured here. But again, like this mixed use zoning is something we're looking to expand. It's something we're looking to get people to feel comfortable with so that we can do more mixed use zoning. And so if we do not, yes, affordability is an important facet of this, but so is making people comfortable with the fact that we are going to be rezoning parts of neighborhoods to be mixed use. And the idea that just the cost of the building is not the driving factor in affordable housing. Availability of land is important, and even in the overall cost of the building and articulation every 60 horizontal feet. I'm not a developer of buildings by trade, but this is, I think it amounted to three 2x4 wide sections over the course of a Firestone building. So I don't know what the full cost of that was, but I would say it's probably pretty de minimis. If there's a developer out here that wants to answer it, I'm happy to suspend the rules and allow them to come up here. But I don't see, we are tethering everything to affordability here, and we should be looking at the broader picture of continuing to encourage people to be accepting of the new zonings that are going to put bigger and more intense uses next door to their houses.
Which allows for expanded housing options. Yes. Okay, Councilmember Keen.
Now that everyone's had a chance, I'd call the question.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries on revision 2, revision 3. Yes, sir.
Okay, so similar discussion. Well, actually, this one's not quite that similar. So this one is proposing some sign changes to the MXN zoning district. So specifically, this one reduces the monument sign height in an MXN zoning district, which is the neighborhood adjacent zoning district, from 10 feet to 6 feet. Further, it requires that any lighted signs be positioned facing away from any neighborhood.
Move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this is going to go. This one actually, I can't see costing any money because it's just talking about the positioning of the sign and trying to lower it and make it smaller so that it adheres to some of the screening that's relative to the MXN district. This is, kind of the least we can do, frankly, with some of these mixed-use zones that are going to be going in next to single-family uses. I think it's just important that we screen them from kind of the abundance of light pollution that comes with some of these signage.
Sounds good to me. Other comments, discussion? Councilmember Kirkpatrick?
I really want to support this, but I have a question about a particular location along the Beltline. It's two properties that are combined, I believe. No, Ms. Sosa isn't here, but Ryan, I believe you may know about this property, north side of the Beltline.
Is it in MXN?
It's TOD. Should be TOD. The Kentucky Fried Chicken.
That's not on the Beltline. Or, excuse me, that's not in the TOD.
It is in the
Beltline. It's not in the TOD.
Okay, not in the TOD. Okay.
And it's also...
Okay.
That might be zoned MXN. That being said, are you getting at the menu board?
Yes, I am. Will this affect the menu board?
That's a different sign than what you're discussing.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, motion carries on revision 3. Councilmember Palmer, did you abstain or did you vote aye?
Vote aye.
Okay.
Okay, next one. Number 4, roof-mounted equipment. So the proposed change will require additional roof equipment screening for uses which abut, so share a lot line with single-family or residential uses. We find this to be a feasible change and generally aligns with the goals of the project. But again, I have to point out it could come with cost implications. Inclusion or exclusion of this provision, in our opinion, doesn't significantly impact the goals of the UDC.
Move amendment.
Second.
Go ahead, Councilmember Campion.
So again, on this one, I'm just envisioning the single family home that is next to a new commercial use that goes in next door. And a lot of these commercial uses utilize HVAC on the roofs. This is pretty standard development practice all over the world with mixed use uses. You just have to screen the HVAC so that if I'm sitting on my deck next door, I'm not being inundated with noise and kind of the visual of your roof mounted equipment, which might be at eye level to me when I'm sitting on my deck.
So I know this also, sorry.
That's it.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
So I know this also came up during Kutski, right? Or we've had discussions about what counts as screening and how high it has to be.
That's not roof mounted.
That's not roof mounted, but just my question is there any more detail that needs to be added here about the material or the height, just specifications, like what does fully screened really mean?
So that it shall not be visible.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
And can fully screen involve plants?
Yeah, so on A, it says fully screened is not visible. So I would say that, sees its own number, but you could add fully screened, not visible to this as well. But I would say my interpretation of fully screened would mean that it's not visible. So that's not necessarily mandating material, to get at Councilmember Kirkpatrick's question, but that's how I would interpret what fully screened means.
Councilmember Palmer?
Well, this is another one of those special district ideas, and it's going to cost money because you're going to have to increase your truss load on it. Most commercial buildings are 20 feet tall. I can't imagine somebody sitting on a deck that's 4 feet off the ground, looking up, seeing it. They can also place it in the center of the building where you can't see it. It just adds more cost, and it's just, again, another one of your special district ideas. So, again, I won't be supporting this.
Does it adds cost because of the weight of the fencing material?
Because of the snow load in the fencing material, and also making another penetration into a flat roof, which is going to cause problems. But, we'll see how it goes.
Councilmember Campion?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend that there wouldn't potentially be some nominal cost with this, but I will say the only thing I'll object to with that characterization is if it's not visible, then it's already fully screened. The roof line is providing the screening at that point. So it's really about the visibility of the equipment is what needs to be screened.
So then we would need to amend the wording in B, screened by a parapet. What I hear you saying, Mr. Campion, is that screening can occur just by the building's architecture. So we need to add some kind of verbiage in there that allows for that.
In B, the architecture is the parapet wall. I guess what I'm trying to cover is ones where they're either optionally choosing not to have a parapet wall, or they're abutting a residential use and may not have anything. So I think like that was the gap I saw, is just they're building maybe the first commercial building on the edge of a new MXN. It's abutting a residential property, a single family house. Like they have to take that extra step to make sure that they're getting that screening done.
So I guess I'm wondering if A covers that, then integrated into the design of the structure.
Because it says from ground level.
Yeah.
That's the key
to
thing.
the 5 residential use with 5 or fewer units that may be taller and be able to see the roof.
Yes.
Okay, can I turn it over to Councilmember Keene, or do you have a follow-up?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Councilmember Keene.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, in B, they used the word screen from view from ground level in each of the facings. This is where you have undulating land, where you're going up a hillside, and on the other across the street, you're looking at the roof. That's when this is needed. If you're not in that scenario, you don't need to do these things because it's not visible from the ground level. So I think this is fairly limited, and I've seen where it's caused problems because it's not done. So I want to support this.
All right, ready to vote? I have to decide how I'm going to vote.
Then may I ask a question then?
Sure.
So, Mr. Yetzer, then, does this verbiage of the revision in number 4 match what Mr. Keene is saying, the need that needs to be met? Or do you think we need different wording here to protect those folks, you know, as elevation change happens and.
Yeah, we feel like this language works for what the intent of Councilmember Campion and Keene are calling out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
I'm going to abstain because I don't feel like I have enough information to answer.
It's been a couple hours. Can we take a break?
Yes, we can take a break and come back at 11.
We're moving now.
Breaking?
5, did you say? Or 10?
Yeah.
You didn't specify.
I said come back at 11.
Okay. We'll be back.
Recording stopped.
They were done over the last 24 hours.
I looked right where Emma was.
Yeah, Revision 5.
All right. Okay. This proposed change increases the buffer requirement for non-residential uses in a mixed-use district when abutting a non-residential use in an agriculture or residential district. So this proposed change will increase the buffer width in this scenario at a minimum width from 10 feet to 15 feet and will require 3 trees per 100 feet as opposed to 2 trees per 100 feet. Our position on this is overall a relatively minor change. Inclusion or exclusion of this proposed revision does not significantly alter the goals of the UDC.
Move amendment.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Campion?
So, like, there are exceptions in this chart. It's really about, and it was hard to read, and maybe why it escaped. It wasn't hard to read. My comprehension, I didn't comprehend it until recently. So I'm going to apologize for this coming late. But the idea is an applicant is doing the horizontal zoning. So they're coming in with a non-residential use in a mixed district, and they're abutting a non-residential use in an agricultural or residential district that abuts it. So it doesn't impact affordable housing because it's a non-residential use, but what it does impact is things like daycares, things like churches, other uses that qualify for being included in a residential district that might be going into a commercial property that's next door. It's, it's 5 feet difference. It will not affect affordability of housing. I do think that these sort of exceptions are what this table is for. And you can see one line above it. When we're going in next to housing, we're making substantial changes. It's going, and I forget what we call a type 3 or, we just call it level 3 buffer yard, but there was like a more aesthetic name. Level 2 is called an aesthetic. But I think that it's a good thing to have that exception. It is 5 feet on either side of the building. Hopefully it gives a little bit more delineation if needed.
Other discussion? You want to vote?
I guess I'll just add again, I'm checking to make sure this is in mixed use districts. It's not limited to MXN. I probably easier sell to do that because I don't know the cases where it would be a MX. The other ones it would be it's right abutting a neighbor property. But since it does cover the MXN, these are the ones that that my focus is these transitions from residential to mixed use. So I would support this.
I would say, if I could, just your point actually makes this stronger, is that the other mixed districts are actually higher intensity. And so this would cover a situation where an even higher intensity mixed district goes in next to a non-residential use next door. So I think there's a lot of coverage there that's important.
Okay.
Again, I feel like this is a really good idea in isolation, but how does this impact ability to develop these properties? How significantly? If it's another 5 feet, I don't know. I mean, how are we supposed to vote on this specific of an? Go ahead, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
I don't really believe that it's a matter of how does it impact how these properties are going to be developed. I think this is a matter of sustainability and resiliency for communities to live happily in their homes when there is a mixed-use district coming next to a residential unit. I think there's much more water holding capacity in a 15-foot buffer. Quite frankly, I think it should be 20. And I'm sorry, 2 trees in 100 feet, it should be 5. This is really minimal stuff, and Ryan and I have discussed this. These are like baby steps. This is a beginning point, and we need this. Our groundwater needs this. The people need to go past greenery. This is a way to add another dimension of texture and light to developments and along roadways. That's minimal cost to a developer.
Councilmember Dennis.
Well, yes, I agree very much with Councilmember Kirkpatrick. Developers do bare minimum. I should say they all do bare minimum, but you need to have the standard to do as many trees as possible. So I feel this is a start. Trees are, when you look at equality, everyone benefits from trees, right? So people with all different means get the shade the same if you're rich or you're poor. And trees, obviously, the benefits are just phenomenally for a lot of aspects. Even I like to always, not just environmental and stormwater and all the things that we hear about. I like to chime into the studies for mental health. It prevents suicides if someone's on top of a building and they look down and see greenery. The VA has done a study that it actually helps prevent people from committing suicide. So I mean, there's a change going on. So I feel for mental health, I feel for environment, equity, more trees the better. So I hope we can review and add more in the future. So I'm supportive of this.
I'm less concerned about 1 extra tree and more concerned about adding 5 feet of buffer yard.
Well, greenery too. I mean,
What?
You need to add the 5 feet of buffer yard just for tree survival. Otherwise, you're putting them in a tree coffin. Trees need space. You can't just manipulate a soil environment and expect tree longevity. An urban tree is about 7 years.
Less concerned for the tree in the buffer yard.
Yep, I understand that.
And the development we are looking to have in this space.
Mhm.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Answer?
I don't think so. Like I said, if we felt strongly on this one, we would say it. I think this is a relatively minor change. That being said, to try to help paint the picture of this, where you have to think about non-residential uses in a residential district. Okay, so like Councilmember Campion said, in our low-density residential areas, the most common place for that is churches and schools and those sorts of things. So in that sense, it makes total sense. If I'm playing devil's advocate on the flip side of that, as you get towards the downtown R2X, R3, R4, you could see non-residential uses that make total sense next to a non-residential use in those districts. So there could be a scenario where an office, a restaurant, something is located in an R2X, R3, R4 district, and now a restaurant is going in a mixed-use district next to it, and you're saying, what do you mean? There's a restaurant right there. Why do I need to buffer it? So there is a case here to be made that it could flip the other way. That being said, it's a fairly uncommon situation.
Councilmember Dennis.
Yeah, one more question too. I know I've asked this before because you've met with council members before this meeting, but the urban forestry master plan, of course, there's goals of planting more trees. Just to clarify again, have arborists and people who are like partnering with the Parks Department, has that been looked at when doing the requirements and standards for the UDC?
Our Parks Department has been extremely involved in this process. The Urban Forest Master Plan is not reflected in this because that's not adopted yet. So that's a conversation for another day, to be blunt, but our Parks Department has been extremely involved in this process.
Thank you.
Ready to vote?
Yep.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Revision 6.
Okay, this is has to do with a potential reduction to transparency requirements. So the proposed change will allow for a minor reduction in transparency requirements in mixed-use districts. Inclusion or exclusion of this revision, in our opinion, does not significantly impact the goals of the UDC.
Move amendment.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Campion?
So if it, the nice part about this one is if it never proves to be overly onerous, they never have to do it. This basically allows a mechanism by which people can substitute kind of nice awnings or window boxes or shutters around the windows in order to kind of reduce their maximum requirement. So they provide horizontal articulation on buildings where they can kind of look impressively ominous if they're tall. So there's a lot of, I think, good about this. And I think, again, there's a trade-off here. They never have to do it if they don't want to.
How did you land on the 5%?
How did we land on 40 and 30% was my other question. I'll just turn that right around. I just think like they're good. It seemed like a minor reduction in favor of a minor improvement.
Can you give me an example of what 5% looks like?
On a building, if it's 100 square feet.
On the size of the building.
Give me an example building to think about.
100 square foot building? I can't.
It's 5 feet.
Yeah, on a 100 square foot building, it'd be 5 square feet, which is it's a bedroom window essentially, a little bit smaller.
Do you have any comment on the 30 to 40%?
Well,
I can add one as well if you'd like. But.
No, we've seen numbers higher than that, lower than that. What you pay us for is to kind of look at what other communities are doing, and those are in the middle of the ballpark, basically. So we did that. We think it's reasonable. I think the way I would think about it, rather than trying to visualize it, is what's being proposed is a 1/6 or a 1/8 reduction in the size of the window in return for something else of value. So it's are you going to take 7/8 of as big a window or 5/6 as big a window in order to do that? So.
Again, in my case, in this one, it's an option being given as opposed to a rule being put down. So I'm going to support it in case somebody wants to do it.
All right, you want to vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Revision number 7.
Okay, this is related to the storage of outdoor storage located in the mixed-use districts. So this revision will clarify outdoor storage requirements in the mixed-use districts, mixed-use and non-residential districts. The addition, in our opinion, the addition of this language does not significantly alter the goals of the UDC. Basically, what this is saying is, when you're thinking about outdoor storage, a lot of times the things we're talking about are the snow blowers out in front of Lowe's and those sorts of things. There are rules around those types of things, the wood pile out in front of the Quick Trip, those sorts of things. And so all this is saying is if you're located abutting a residential district, the only things you can store outside are things that you're having for sale. You can't store outside just like, if you're a auto body shop, you can't store car parts outside or something like that. So that's what this one's getting at. It just clarifies the standard.
So number 4 should be red highlighted here. That's the change.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't highlighted. Yes, in the memo you sent out, it was highlighted.
It was highlighted.
Number 4 is the highlight in red. Sorry.
Move amendment.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Campion?
There are cases where just kind of really nasty looking stuff gets stored outside. And this is I just think a good standard to have. Again, these are directly abutting a residential district. So it's right next door to some of these, and just important that we make sure that if it's the stuff out there, it's at least at the caliber of stuff they're looking to sell. It's not, recycled tires or, leftover paint cans and stuff like that.
Yep.
Sounds reasonable. Councilmember Keene?
I just want to check with staff. You're neutral on this, but you gave an example and the typical use case of something like tires and that. What's the case where this is disruptive or poorly done? I mean, when will this cause trouble? Does this mean your daily garbage can't be taken out and left outside in a surrounded area? Where's this going to get me in trouble?
It's not that, because we cover where you can store trash.
Okay.
So that's a separate standard. This would be like Councilmember Campion said, again, a tire shop, and they're storing their used tires outside or something of that nature.
You're giving me a case that seems like obvious. We don't want that happening. But I'm doing policy, and we're putting this into something. And is there another case where you'd say, "Oh, this"? I can't think of it, but
honestly, I don't think so, because what comes to my mind, any oops example that comes to my mind are items for sale, and we've covered that.
Okay.
So
All right.
I'm comfortable with that piece of it. Maybe there's Councilmember Palmer might have an example of one. To be frank, I feel like this standard was somewhat covered through these, but this certainly further clarifies it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Palmer?
Being from the tire business in years past, used to sell used tires, and where I want to put my used tires is I should be able to say it. So if you have an inspector that comes up and sees in back of Chateau Firestone, as an example, that they've got tires standing there, and the guy says they're for sale, there's really nothing you can do, is there?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's how the standard
Okay,
works.
I did second the motion, so just to be clear.
All right.
Other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Division 8.
Okay, so just to point this out, so previously we've been neutral on them. The ones from here on, we are opposed, and I'm happy to expand on those reasonings as we get into them if you'd like. So, this one states that bars and taverns shall not be located adjacent to single-family uses unless they're separated by an arterial street. So adjacent means across the street from. So this would mean that in an MXN zoning district, a bar or tavern cannot locate across the street from a residential district unless it's separated by an arterial.
Single-family use.
Single-family use, thank you. Unless it's separated by an arterial, which is a high street classification. So that would be a very busy street. So the MXN district is intended to locate small-scale commercial uses adjacent to residential uses and is intended to allow for a more urban-style development as opposed to a suburban-style development. Our team believes that the proposed restriction would, our team believes that the proposed restrictions already in place in the MXN district appropriately mitigate the potential nuances associated with a bar and tavern, and we feel like the inclusion of this does alter the goals of the UDC.
Member Palmer?
A couple questions for you. Examples for me would be in Northeast, we have Tavern 22. So that's on, and it butts a residential in the back.
Important correction. So I appreciate that, and we can do this to try to come up with some just to wrap your head around it, but Tavern 22 is a restaurant, not a bar and tavern. So bar and tavern specifically is no food. So the one that we were talking about that we can try to come up with, but like now I can't think of it.
63 Club.
The 63 Club, that would be a bar and tavern. But that also, I believe, abuts residential uses.
That does.
But is also not zoned MXN, so we can keep going out through that.
Move amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Campion?
Yeah, so again, we have instances where this happens. Like historically, there are restaurants that I would say primarily after dark convert to selling alcohol. I think this is like a certain safety net here. It is not all residential uses. So in a more urbanized setting where there is an apartment building or a duplex, or the abutting use in a residential district is a church, for instance, is any of those things besides a single family house. That is what we're trying to protect. It is, I own my house. I've owned my house. How many times have we had people in here saying this? I can't afford to move. And that across the street is a new bar that was not allowed when I moved in and now is being put over there. Like, that is the protection we are looking to offer with the MXN only. And it's not a matter of affordability. This is the use of a bar with no food, is that compatible with an existing single family house?
Can you give me an example of a bar?
I thought I already yielded one, right? The 63 Club, right?
The 63 Club. That's been there
Doesn't
forever.
serve.
I mean, I know plenty in Iowa.
The North Star, maybe?
Star.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, yeah. I mean, we don't
North
have
Star.
any.
The North Star wouldn't fit in any of our MXNs.
Well, that's okay. So that's
If you pull
sort
out
of
to
where
the
our
north, you head
position
into
comes from on this.
residential.
Is the MXN restricts uses to 5,000 square feet. So you have to find really a small bar. So the North Star could exceed that. I'm not
You've
sure.
torn them all down.
So again, our position on this, and I mean, I don't necessarily need to debate all this, but our position on this is just we are intending through a lot of this work to create more walkable communities. And to have a walkable community, we have to have things to walk to. And so if we remove the ability to have those things to walk to, we run into an issue. So that's where we come on this. This isn't, to be frank, in the packet of all the revisions, this isn't the one I feel the strongest about, but I do feel like we think that this is an appropriate standard as written.
If I can, I'll just add that I think here, again, it's adjacent to a single family use. So if we do not believe that these will happen often, what will happen is when we go to rezone and the neighborhood gets that card, they're going to pick it up and say, the use that's allowed is a bar. Like, that is an allowable use. If we put this in there, it won't be. Like, there won't be that discomfort that next door to my house that I've lived in for a decade is now a bar. Like, that is the level of protection I think is the minimum. And we're saying, and I think what I heard staff say is, we already have these protections in there in other ways by making it too small and stuff. I'm just making it explicit so that people won't have to come and guess, and they won't have to be planning experts to say, how big is 5,000 square feet? You know, is that the North Star? Is that 63 Club? Like, why leave that ambiguity? We don't think that use is compatible. We've designed the entire zone to do that. Let's just say it's not compatible.
Councilmember Keene?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like in St. Paul and going down these streets and thinking of like, what is a bar versus a restaurant? I can't tell most times. I don't know enough about what they're doing. I do find this to be in conflict with what we're trying to do with mixed use things. I think there's an assumption here that anytime someone says bar or tavern, it means evil. And I don't agree. I think it's a nice neighborhood asset sometimes. So I'm not going to support this one.
Okay. Final thoughts? Councilmember Dennis?
Yeah, I'm torn on this a little bit, but I think there's not a lot of examples, and I feel it's more of protect. I mean, as someone who always says, we want to protect children, we want to make sure people feel safe in their homes and stuff. I do feel that there comes a component sometimes to if there's, I don't know, I guess. I don't know. I guess I think there's wonderful bars out there, but there's also if you bought your home, like I don't know. I feel I'd be supportive of this because I feel that it's so small of a situational occurrence, and it's we can change it in the future if something comes up that. Regulations and stuff. I support it, but I just feel it's I'm sorry, I'm just rambling, but I feel that I'll support it.
Councilmember Bransford?
But an example popped into my head of something that has happened in the Miracle Mile, for example, and of course that bar faces the other way, but there were numerous bar fights that spilled into the not in the neighborhood, but into.
That wasn't specifically a bar and tavern. That was a
I
restaurant
understand that,
and
but I'm going to the characterization of what can happen at a bar and why I wouldn't want one across the street from me. And I had a daughter who jogged at night. So if you have a bar fight, 17-year-old jogging, those don't mix very well. And of course, how often will that happen? Who knows? But why allow the possibility?
Okay, Councilmember Keene?
So I think we've decided to call the question.
Can I provide one more piece of information just so for the council?
No. He's called the question. So, did you have a chance to talk? Yeah. Everybody's had a chance to talk, right? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
I think I'll add my aye, sorry. Motion carries 6-1. Number 9.
Okay. This one is related to non-conforming uses in the TOD, in the MXT district, which is currently called the TOD. So the proposed change would allow expansion of non-conforming uses in the MXT without coming closer to compliance with the design goals of the TOD. The goal of the MXT district is to support the primary transit network, a large-scale plan in which the city has invested considerable time, resources, and research. The language, as currently drafted, supports the existence of buildings and businesses investing in their property while furthering the goals of the TOD. Inclusion of this provision, in our opinion, does alter the goals of the UDC.
Second.
Go ahead, Councilmember Palmer.
We heard from lots of different business people and they're frustrated by it. And this would allow them to expand their business by 25% and give them time to use their business. Sooner or later, it will probably get sold and made into something different, but that's up to the business owner to do. They've invested a lot of money in this. Brian, I've talked to you 3 months ago on this, and we've been working on this, and I think this is a good compromise on that. The other thing I will do is that we will bring a map change for the TOD to shrink that area. But I think this gives that business that opportunity to expand before they get bought out. It just makes sense that business-wise they will at some time become a TOD building or ownership.
Can you remind me or explain how 25% was established?
It was one that I believe that was in the interim part of it.
Yeah, so the journey of TOD. So it did start as an overlay, which contributes to some of the confusion around overlay, and that was a rule in the overlay district. Then when it went to the actual zoning like it is now, again, the 25% was used, but it was specifically used to get businesses out of adding a second story. So the TOD has a minimum height requirement, and so 25% was used as an expansion where you can expand and not have to add a second story. So 25%, just again to what Don has said in the past, like there's not necessarily magic to that number, but what it does is it allows for investment in the property to continue while not allowing so much investment that it sort of undermines the district. That being said, like I did on the last one, just to provide a little bit more background to our position on this, it is the trend to allow for expansion unlimited, provided that they bring the property closer to conformance. So in my honest opinion, if I'm a property owner along the TOD, I prefer knowing that I could double the size of my business, provided I try to meet some of the goals of the TOD. And again, some businesses that spoke tonight, we have talked to consultants representing those businesses and have been working on solutions for them. And so I think it's a matter of one option is cut and dry, 25%, hard and fast. The other option is, okay, you got to come to the table and we got to work through this to try to get to an outcome that everybody is pleased with. So that's where our position comes from.
And what did we learn with the 25%? Like, how did it go?
Well, really in the interim was short, so nobody used it in that time. And then since then we have had businesses successfully work with us to, right now the standard reads similar to how we're proposing it in that you can expand provided you bring it closer to conformance. We've had businesses successfully navigate that process.
And one of the problems and I just found this out, is that you have a minimum size or height. It has to be 25 feet tall or bigger. Is that not correct?
Yes, but again, we're not going to force you to add a second story. We would say that there are things you can do to bring the property closer to conformance without checking all of the boxes. For example, there's also a minimum setback. We're not going to make you pick up your building and move it closer to the street, right? So there's things we can do to further the goals of the TOD that are within reason.
In my argument and my discussion is the 25% gives them that ability to do that, but not get them too big so that they becomes financially not feasible to get there. Now, the other terminology that we worked on, this is something we worked on a lot about, is how do I get to be closer to conformity? And, you know, if it was as simple as putting a pedestrian walkway or a bike rack, that's one thing, but you're looking for more than just that.
I'm not sure that I want to put a generality on it. It's a case-by-case basis, and while I can understand why that causes some concern, it also, in my opinion, allows us to reasonable minds to work through these situations. So in the case of one of the businesses that has spoken today, we did say they were going to add onto the back of their building. We said instead, add onto the front of your building, throw on some bike parking spaces, and paint a pedestrian pathway, crosswalk, and we would be good with that. And so I don't want to put a general statement on it's X, Y, and Z. It's what is the site showing us, and what does that give us? And I would say that that same thing comes in important when you choose 25%, because if a business really needs 28%, sorry, we're at 25.
Well, I would give you that you're a reasonable person. I would also give it that I would also say I'm a reasonable person.
Whoa.
And I've been tested. So you and I have had long discussions, and we probably don't agree on what's reasonable. You know, when I want to throw out the word common sense, what's common sense to me might be different than what common sense is for Mr. Campion. So there's you know, we
But
went
my
to
pushback to that would be we've not run into one we can't work through.
Really?
Really.
Okay. I'm with you.
Councilmember Campion.
So the other side of this is just if staff is deadlocked, it's as part of working through that process, like this could come back essentially if they lobby you, this comes back and we provide additional guidance about what we would accept there, right? Like ostensibly you're saying you've worked through this with a number of them, so maybe no additional guidance is necessary. I think like it seems that the rule that I'm trying to remember how you worded it, but like any step toward I'm sorry, I'm losing the language where you said it's working toward the goals of the
greater conformity.
Yeah, like that to me seems more liberal than a rule that says 25%, because 25%, like you're going to hit that edge, and then all of a sudden it's really not.
Yes.
Then you have to go to second story essentially.
It is. Yep.
Okay.
Other discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay.
Nay.
I think that was a motion fails. I think we had 3.
Let's do a roll call.
Sure. Clerk Geisler, please call the roll.
Battery's dead.
It died. 1 moment, please. I mean, I can do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can do it right from here. Councilmember Keene.
Nay.
Councilmember Bransford.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Nay.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Dennis.
Nay.
Council President Carlson.
Nay. All right, motion fails. Revision 10.
All right, the current land development manual does not contain minimum planting requirements for a landscape area. These standards could not only impact affordability to develop in Rochester, but could carry significant maintenance cost and could trigger the need for added staff to review the increased planting plans. The new requirements are intended. The new minimum landscaping requirements are intended to enhance the diversification of required landscaping. The proposed changes to MXN would significantly increase the number of plantings required in a limited area and represents a significant change, and implications have not been fully vetted. Additionally, the and/or statements, and I'll let the council member talk to them further, but I just want to point out that the and/or statements, the or is very much an option, and so it's not actually requiring anything further, though we can add them.
Okay, are there questions?
Second for discussion.
All right, Councilmember Kirkpatrick, you have the floor.
Well, the and/or is actually a watered down version. As you know, Mr. Yetzer, we had a conversation about this, and you had originally put and in there. And I clarified that if staff was opposed to it, I would go with and/or, but it really should be and, just for the reasons that the and creates a significant increase in improvement in all of the zoning, except the mixed use districts. So that's why this is so important. And mixed use areas that specifically abut residential areas, these types of plantings are key. And I did ask you to pull out the MXN and not loop it in with the other MX districts, because the MXN is, I don't know, I call them the suburbs because I live close to downtown, and you know, you get south of the Beltline and it's the suburbs, you go north of 14th Street, it's the suburbs. So those areas that have larger lots, larger suburban residential areas, I think it's even more critical to have these extra plantings in the MXN districts. So I really would like for it to be and instead of and/or, which is a change to what we're all seeing here. And then to address, you know, your comment, and I appreciate the summary's reasoning, but quite frankly, these planted areas are more than likely going to be in easements, and the city passes that maintenance cost and those other things off onto the property owners, and or a maintenance schedule that would be provided by the users of that space anyway. So I really think that this is a doable thing, and I think if we're going to really toe that line, the city of health and the sustainability and resiliency that we claim to all say we want, this is something specifically very important.
Discussion, Councilmember Key.
Yeah, I struggle with this one. Two things. One is, this is one where you go back to the original statement of the things that are in tension with our, you know, creating tension within our other priorities. I look at our code going to the UDC and look at some of the planting things that are in there, and then try to like where's the pushback on this? And it's actually pretty amazing the amount of plantings we've already requiring, especially on some of these larger places, like when watching how Costco went in and what we asked them to do. And I mean, these are things that are driving a lot of expense. So that's why I think this is a little more tension. I also did an example with the staff talking about a certain size lot, and if you had this, it really looked almost overforested. So I'm not going to support this one. I'm still waiting for the, you know, for our forestry master plan and see how that's going to affect us. But this is an attempt to do more, and I like the idea of trying to do more, but I am worried about this one being more broad and kind of overburdensome for some of our development.
Mr. Yetzer, if it were just the first two and or, would you still be opposed? Because that just gives an option for how they would like to, how much fully, or whatever, it's late, you know what I mean?
No, so you're saying if you remove the MXN, put the MXN back where it was, and then just leave the rest? I think at that point our position would go back to neutral on this, yeah.
So,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. So can you just clarify what you just said? Because it's late, like you said.
Okay, so if the MXN went back to where it was crossed out, so it went back to the existing requirement, and it was just the and/or addition, which basically would just give more options to the developer.
It really, I'm sorry, may I speak in dialogue with you?
You're welcome
to. All right, thank you. And/or it's fallacious. It really doesn't give more options. It's really just or. It and/or is really just, or I can choose this.
Yes.
Because and is kind of another option. That's why I don't like the watered down version that we discussed when we were on the phone of and/or. I really want it to be and. It is not that much more expensive to add an understory tree where a canopy tree is required.
This one just has staffing implications that I don't fully understand or haven't considered the sort of ripples. So again, in isolation, some of this makes sense to me, and certainly from an environmental standpoint, but I don't feel like I can support this again as we try to keep our levy so tight and not necessarily adding staff positions that would be required to monitor this.
Well, we already do have a landscape architect on staff with Parks and Rec, and we have a forester.
Fully using their current FTE, so
They
don't
are.
have a
They
lot of
are.
flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Dennis.
So, golly, so we did all the budget stuff earlier for the study session, and now we're doing UDC. This stuff is, what we're doing here tonight is going to ripple through generations. I mean, this is a huge, thing we're doing, and I believe we need to do things as best we can. And so, my question is, I'm not sure how these revisions, we don't do them often, and obviously I'm not an expert in zoning. Can we move an amendment to? I'll just if I can't, you can tell me.
You can make an amendment.
I would move to amend this revision 10 to remove the word or from those three spots. I mean, you can word it more or the first, second, and fourth row.
Okay, pause. Is there a second? There isn't a second. So
I'm sorry, there was a side conversation and I was distracted.
no,
So
well,
I
there
didn't
was a
even.
motion on the table, so we're not having side conversations. We are addressing the motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Dennis.
Yeah, so Councilmember Kirkpatrick is a master gardener and expert in plants and in environment studies, and so I trust my colleague with her recommendation. I do also feel, like I mentioned before, I mean, a lot of people do the bare minimum, and if we can help the future generations by having more greenery, more sustainability, more, I mean, the benefits to making a more livable, walkable, all of the things we've mentioned, we should do it correct, right, or as close as we can the first time. And again, we can always come back and modify it if it's a huge situation that's not working. But I feel we have an opportunity to do good and good government. And I think what Councilmember Kirkpatrick said, the or is, really, right how it's worded, it shouldn't even have an and. It should just say or, and or, because, I mean, people always add more. But yes, I would like to get rid of the word or, because then it's a very clear cut. We are asking to invest in the future of Rochester and do this the best we can, the correct way. So anyway, I would like to, I think it's important to do it right.
I'm really comfortable watching this one and re-looking at it down the road. Mayor Norton.
So, Ryan, the red language was added language.
Correct.
If it was not there on, not the MXN, but on the others, it said 1 understory tree,
It reads
3
as an
deciduous trees. It already was an and.
It reads as an and.
So by putting and or in, you actually are allowing less trees than more trees on 3 of these 4 areas.
The existing code says or.
Or.
Not an or crossed out here. That's what I'm trying to get clarity.
Yeah, not to correct you, Mr. Yetzer, but the original document says or. So under the R2X and R3, it said 1 understory tree or
That's
3
my mistake.
deciduous
She's right.
or evergreen shrubs.
Okay, there was an or and it's just not
I
reflected
believe
here.
so. Is that correct, Mr. Yetzer?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
So that is so minimal. You're looking at 3-foot shrubs. Okay, everybody can do this. This is a 3-foot shrub. 3 of them in 30 linear feet. That's you, Mayor Norton, a shrub, and then you, Mr. Bransford, a shrub, and then you, Ms. Carlson, a shrub. That's it. That's minimal. There really should be 5.
Could I follow up? And I'm not arguing with the fact of the trees. I personally would like more than less. I was just trying to clarify whether the or had been there originally or not.
So I guess to comment then, it was or, and I wanted it changed to and.
And now Councilmember Dennis's amendment has gotten us back to just and. Councilmember Campion.
So I'm listening to this. I like doing more. I'm particularly, I'm focused on this MXN where I think is like likely to be the first taste people get of mixed districts. And I started looking at, I did the exact same mental thing you did about, 1 3-foot height bush every 3 every 30 linear feet. And I like this idea of like, it doubles it, which yes, on the surface seems like a lot, but I mean, we're going from basically 10-foot spacing to 5-foot spacing for a 3-foot shrub, which is still pretty sparse. I wouldn't put that around my house. Like, I can tell you that, like, residential shrubbery wouldn't follow that guideline. So like, why should I expect a zoning that is going into residential or next to residential districts and includes residential properties to have lower standards? I just think like, this is things that we should start to expect. As our city grows, we should kind of enforce these things. We've been counting on people to do it of their own volition, and it frankly hasn't happened. I will be happy to give anyone a tour of the new workout kombucha facilities landscaping, which is just rock, and it's just rock. Like this standard, yes, may seem more, but I'm ready to do more, I guess.
Yeah, so the only additional context I was going to provide there, just to make sure this discussion is headed, keep in mind that there are boulevard trees required in addition to this, and there are buffer yard trees required in addition to this. So this is the third type of planting standard. I'm not trying to swing that one way or the other necessarily. I'm just trying to make sure you understand the context of it. So in the LDM today, that third thing doesn't exist. It's just landscaping. That's how you get the just rock that Councilmember Campion talked about. But in this case, we're saying, in addition to the street trees, in addition to the buffer yard, you've got to put some planting in your yard. So it's not as if by saying no to this, you're saying no to all trees. There are other trees on the site already. So that's the only thing I want to provide.
But give yourself credit, Ryan. You really are trying to influence the sound.
Yes. Well, again, he is not speaking for himself. He is speaking for a 3-year-long engagement process that we are now messing with.
Very good. Very good.
Councilmember Dennis.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to point out again, I mentioned this before with the tree comment, but being equitable, is enjoyed by all, and just protecting our future. That's what we're doing with the UDCs. We're really trying to protect people who are the most vulnerable, the people who maybe don't have the money to do the fights, to have protections in there. We see the fires happening and the global warming. This is a small thing the city can do to chip away a little bit at some of the issues that we're facing. And just I grabbed this wonderful thing that we have on our screen, with what our founding principles, strategic priorities are, and increasing greenery and getting rid of the or and requiring a better standard would be quality of life. It would be environmental stewardship. It would be making our city more welcoming. So I think we are really basing our decisions on what we have agreed is our goals. We would vote to remove the or.
Administrator Zelms, how much does a landscape architect cost on staff per year? About whatever, a senior park staff.
$100,000. I mean, it's
benefits.
probably over $125,000 with benefits.
Call the question.
Question.
Please.
So we're voting on the amendment to remove the word and where it's stated, or excuse me, remove the word or in R2X and R3, R4, and then the bottom one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Wait. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Roll call.
Clerk Geisler, please call the roll.
Oh, dang.
I'll call the
We can
roll.
hear you.
Councilmember Keen.
Nay.
Councilmember Bransford.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Nay.
Councilmember Dennis.
Aye.
Council President, nay. All right. Back to the original motion. Or wait, that
That
passed.
Yeah.
So the original motion as amended. Go ahead, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Well, I'm confused, and that's why I said wait before we did the roll call. You said which ones
Well,
were
they'd
the...
already called the question, so I had to move on.
Right, I understand. So are we back to this MXN being...
Yeah, so you've removed the ors from R2X, R4, and the BP lines. So right now you've got ands on all those, and then the MXN still exists.
Great, so move approval of the remainder of the document.
Need to move it.
So you
We're
don't-
already,
it's already
it's
been
already on the
approved.
table.
What are you doing?
Is there any?
Wait, I'm going... Question.
On the full amendment.
All right, do you want to do a roll call? All right. Councilmember Keen.
Nay.
Councilmember Bransford.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer.
Nay.
Councilmember Dennis.
Aye.
Council President. Aye.
Okay.
Moving on.
Only 3 more.
Thank you.
3 more to go.
Ryan hates me now,
For now.
so.
No, I don't.
Number 11.
Me for
He
a long
hates all
time.
of us, so.
All right. I got to remind myself what this one is for. This is for trash enclosures. Okay, so the proposed change would require all uses in the MXN zoning district to have trash facilities located within the primary structure. The community development team finds that this provision is overly restrictive. By requiring trash facilities to be located within the primary structure, there's added cost implications to the building. Our team believes that the current requirement of having the trash within an enclosed structure is sufficient. Inclusion of this proposed revision, in our opinion, alters the goals of the UDC. So basically what this is doing is saying it can't be in an enclosed building away from the building. It has to be inside the main structure in the MXN district.
I'm just checking. to
Yours
see
is
if
just
there's-
not highlighted.
No, this is on a previous one.
You're on number 7. This is number 11.
No, I know, but it doesn't.
He was probably cutting and pasting from the same section. I don't think that it says that. The back on page, in the memo you provided us in change 7, it shows number 2 as for all uses in the MXN zoning district, trash shall be stored within the primary structure. But I think what you were doing is using the same text, because that isn't in the text today.
So we're looking at revision 11.
Oh
but
shit,
revision
that's not in
number
the text today. Correct. That is not in the text today. What you're saying is what you would be adding is what's on the screen.
Yep. It's a cut and paste. I think he was cutting and pasting the section over.
So you would be removing the in an enclosed building and you
I
would be
see.
adding the primary structure.
So technically, we've already adopted it because we accepted revision number 7.
I'll take that.
No, because this is revision number 11.
I know, but number 7, we accepted the language.
That's in there. We have. We've accepted it.
All right, moving.
Oh, no, I would disagree. It wasn't highlighted, it wasn't discussed, it wasn't understood to be passed.
What we passed.
We passed it. What was?
We
revision
passed
number
an edit that was showed revisions.
Yeah. So, right. So these are two different things about the trash enclosures. And what you added in 7 is in red.
Okay.
Okay. I disagree with that procedurally, but I'll let it go.
It's a different part of the zoning code, right?
Right. It's the same. It's the same section, but this is two different things. And so, yeah, I mean, we probably should have had the language not in there, but what Nick's saying is correct. And what I would argue is the red is what's new. And when you're doing text amendments, you cross out the old stuff, you put the new stuff in red.
All right.
So what you were adding is in red.
Keep rocking, yeah.
That's fine.
It's fine unless I lose this vote.
So, there's no motion.
Oh, did we already explain it? I just want. Okay. I would move to amend.
Second.
So.
Yeah, go ahead. No, Councilmember Campion has the floor.
Okay. I just want to make sure we know kind of how this works. Like buildings can be designed inside the structure of the building with a separate access for essentially a garbage area. And in my ward, I can point to several of external garbage areas that are not well maintained. They are by code required to be enclosed and closed, and that is very hard to police. Like if it's an external building, it's basically best effort. What we have found is moving that enclosure into the structure of the building, you magically get much better compliance with keeping the garbage area tidy because it is right next to where they're trying to do business. They keep the doors closed, they keep it clean. They don't want customers coming by and seeing trash overflowing out into the parking lot. Yet when you're in a shared environment like a business center, the doors will fly open, and because no one can be pinned for this is their garbage flying around, it's really hard to figure out who's responsible for closing it, who left it open. It's frankly, in my experience, like it is a much better way to ensure that you have control of the garbage area. And I don't know that I have the, I wanted to look up the section. I was trying to type quickly while I was going, but like the purpose of the section is to mitigate the uncontrolled trash and other kind of exterior storage. Like these can be better. So I would encourage people to believe that things can be better than what we have today. There are better ways to do it. What did I say?
Your dreams are infectious about trash tonight.
Trash management.
12 o'clock. Councilmember Palmer.
Oh, this is a nightmare to say the least. I mean, first of all, you're talking about inside of a building. So now we're inside of a building, and I'm going to have footings. I'm going to have a foundation wall. I'm going to have a sprinkler system. I'm going to have a very expensive sprinkler system inside this building. If I have it outside and I have a large dumpster that is fenced off and gated, there's ability for you to say, fix this. We have code already to say that you shouldn't do what you're just talking about. But adding this extreme cost to these businesses, it's insane. I mean, the sprinkler system alone, I can't believe the fire department would want to have garbage in an enclosed building. It's a nightmare. So obviously, I'm not going to vote for this.
Councilmember Bransford.
I don't know if it's a nightmare, but I can speak from experience living next to a very, very, very big building that garbage inside is a good thing.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
You make a really good point, Mr. Palmer. I have a selfish question. How would this affect, let's say this business is a coffee establishment. How would this affect the community coffee house composting program that I started, where the buckets of coffee grounds get set outside for somebody to pick up and go compost, and then they bring the buckets back? Could that happen for a day or not? Could that happen? What is trash?
That's awesome.
Trash defined in the. Is that a rhetorical question, or did you actually
But I
want
think
to
it's
ask
time for
somebody?
Ryan to say it's late.
I mean, that feels like a situation where it would have to be a case by case. We sort it out of is it a violation or not. So I don't know that I want to give an absolute to that.
Neighbor complaints.
Somewhat hypothetical, but yeah, you would probably get a complaint if folks believed it to be trash. I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, again, I'm looking at the restrictions in MXN of 5,000 square feet. It's 25 by 20 foot building, and you're going to take up somewhere in the range of 10 to 15% of their square footage. I understand the problems. I've dealt with some this on some homes right off of Broadway on First Avenue that have the garbage gets moved the furthest away from the Perkins restaurant, and it's closest to the neighbors, and it tries to be surrounded, but the wind kind of defeats that. So I understand the goal here, but I won't support the solution because it seems inconsistent with what we're trying to do in MXN.
Councilmember Dennis.
Yeah, I agree with the points that there's a lot of like it says here, very restrictive. But like, for example, that home that someone threw one of those sparklers away, right, in their trash, and it burned down their house. I feel like fire might be an issue. There might be an issue with mice and situations, sanitational issues. I just think it's too complex right now like the requirements to small businesses, the burdens that might be imposed by having to have that requirement in their small area. I just can't support this change for the unseen, unintended, incredible issue that could cause, like I mentioned. So I'm not going to support this.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick?
I think this is really interesting, and we need to revisit this. I think we need more information. But I like the premise of it.
Councilmember Campion?
You don't just have to like the premise of it. This exists on 2 buildings today. Like, it is not a fairy tale. Like, this can be done. This isn't like make believe. And I know Councilmember Palmer will love to expound the difficulty, but again, if we set the expectation, these are national development chains that are usually coming in to develop these areas. Like, we can change this to commercial if that would make people more happy, but these are places, like we're saying, instead of throwing the flaming hot garbage in their garbage inside their building, their responsibility, you can build it 100 feet away, abutting my single family home, and then go throw the flaming garbage in there. Like, that argument just doesn't hold water. Like, the real thing is you shouldn't be putting flaming stuff in the garbage, and by putting it inside your building, I'm going to feel pretty certain you're not going to do it. So I guess, like, I don't buy this at all. I feel like I'm being written off like a fairy tale. These buildings exist. You can go visit them today. It's not magic.
Which buildings?
The Chateau Circle, both of the buildings that are there.
Which buildings have examples?
Yeah, he's saying the Chateau Circle ones, but to be fair, those are 2 buildings one which exceeds the 5,000 square feet, and another with a use that is not permitted in the MXN zoning district.
And I think the 5,000's like, that isn't the maximal footprint of any use.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
non-residential uses.
Non-residential use. Yes, exactly.
And the last thing, neighborhood protection standards will kick in here. So if it's adjacent, or if it's abutting a residential property, you can't put it within 50 feet of the residential lot line. So there's another standard there.
Councilmember Palmer?
Call the question.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion fails. Number 12.
2 more. Okay, this one is similar to the bar and tavern one that we talked about earlier, but it is different, and I'll point out how. So the MXN district, so this is, again, dealing with standard restaurants abutting a single-family home. So how this is different than the bar and tavern that we talked about before is bar and tavern we talked about across the street. Abutting means sharing a lot line right next door. So in the MXN district, a standard restaurant cannot abut a single-family home or duplex use. And I'm going to give a very similar explanation to our position on the bar and tavern. The MXN district is designed to locate small-scale, neighborhood-compatible commercial uses adjacent to traditional residential districts. The intent is to provide areas of interest which are pedestrian-friendly to create well-connected neighborhoods. The proposed change would limit the ability to place a small-scale restaurant in the MXN district. Inclusion of this, in our opinion, does alter the goals of the UDC. Again, I want to emphasize, in the MXN district, you got to think about all the things that are constricting the size of it and all that already, right? It can't exceed 5,000 square feet. There's neighborhood protection standards. There are other things in place. And so in our opinion, those other things help make this a reasonable thing to happen next to a single family home.
Move amendment.
Second.
Okay, that wasn't on the record because it wasn't on the microphone.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Second for discussion.
Councilmember Campion.
So, yeah, I understand everyone's getting tired. We wanted to do this in a marathon, so this is where we're at. I want to specifically talk about the distinction between like what is a restaurant and what is not a restaurant. And this really gets into that key we said earlier, where we named a whole bunch of places we were absolutely certain were bars, and then found out actually those are restaurants because they serve food. So like any place down in Historic Third, you know, any of those things, that is the difference maker here, is whether it serves food, and I believe whether or not it goes out the door in a plastic container or something like that, or a single-use container, is then fast food.
Yeah, that's the general rule of thumb. Is there a waiter or waitress? Is it served on like glassware, those sorts of things, or is it in plastic and intended to be more of a to-go?
So I guess I would argue, like, again, very low likelihood. If you look at how we apply MXN, we're going to probably go, I would hope, block by block or however we're going to do it. But in the case where you do a partial block, or someone comes in to ask, I mean, I hope they do ask for an MXN rezone, they can leave partial blocks done. So a single MXN zoned parcel can abut a residential district. This isn't in a case where we do a whole block. There can be restaurants all over. That's not the problem. The problem is really for an abutting property where you have a single family home next to a restaurant. Now, you know, I'm trying to be as permissive as the next person. I just think that there are some of these uses that are going to make people frustrated when we show up to say we're trying to see your neighborhood switch over. It does not eliminate. I guess I don't agree with the contextualization that it eliminates restaurants in the MXN. It does not. It only limits them where they're adjacent to an existing single family house. That could be my house, you know, right? Like, I think next door, should I have to put up with the smell and the containers and the traffic and all of that stuff that comes with it that we want, but do we want it next door to a single family house that didn't have a choice about it? That is the exception I'm looking for here.
Just clarification. Mixed use is going to have residential and commercial. And the residential within the MX, we're not talking about that at all.
It's got to be single family though. So in the MX district, it's unlikely that it would be single family.
Okay. The example that comes to my mind is on 7th Street is the Abe's coffee shop.
It's fast food though, not restaurant. Probably.
That would be allowed to as an adjacent property, or would not be allowed based on this sort of this. So you're saying this has nothing to do with that?
I have to know. I don't know that I can say that use for sure.
Well, but I'm just trying to figure out what we thought we meant when we said mixed use. This sounds like what we wanted in there. I'm struggling with why we're blocking them all out.
Already not allowed. I mean, fast food is already not allowed to abut a single family.
Again, fast food. I'm thinking of this to be, maybe that's the correct qualification by the way this works. It looks like a coffee shop to me. It looks like a place where people go and have lunch. It also has a place where they serve alcohol.
Yeah, it very well could be a restaurant like Honest Abe's coffee shop. Now, I don't know what that's classified as, but that one is very close to the line of, is it a standard restaurant or is it a fast food? Yeah. And so just to build off of your point, again, there's buffer yards that are in place. There's neighborhood protection standards that are in place. There's other things that are in place that's why we're opposed to this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Discussion? All right.
I want to respond. So, like, your contextualization made it seem as though it is being eliminated from the district.
Not at all.
Okay, I just want to make sure. You cannot put a single-family home inside MXN.
I understand. And again, there's people living inside MXN. I think you're making the distinction that there's, and this is where you're saying, like, this is coming in around me, and now this is coming. But you know, I'm thinking of not the examples in our community. I'm kind of being in South St. Paul or south part of St. Paul near Summit, and you do see homes, but now they're in MX. Those are the people living in an MX zone. So maybe that's a different thing. You're trying to say when these things come in and you're one block off of Summit and you're in a single family home, you can't have a restaurant abutting that, and I'm struggling with that.
This isn't how they start. No, like this, how they start is to get people accepting mixed use. And by not limiting the uses of these and putting, you know, by putting challenging, I'm going to call them challenging uses next to existing single family homes, you build the textbook cases that are going to be held up to prevent further expansion of the mixed use. You're going to limit the future expansion of more modes of living. Like, you want to make it comfortable to adopt these things, risk-free or lower risk, so that you can progress up build up the missing middle. Like, if you just foist this on them, the first time that happens, the neighborhood's going to be up in arms. Like, I've lived it.
Yep.
And Councilmember Campion, I'll let you go in just a second. Councilmember Palmer, like, I really appreciate these thoughts, but we're trying to move past separating out uses. And I know you support affordable housing. We voted on some tough affordable housing complexes that were very dense right next to single family homes. And the neighbors were up in arms, and we still decided that that was the benefit for the community. So yes, we're making hard decisions, and sometimes neighbors are upset, but we're also trying to build a more integrated residential and commercial use. So I see all sides of it, but I think it's not, it's just too big of a last minute change. Councilmember Palmer.
Call the question.
All right.
I have one
No.
Okay.
We've called the question. Has everybody spoken who wants to speak? Yes. All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
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 All right, motion fails. Number 13.
Okay. So number 13, the council member has requested a 45-day window to allow the owner of an actively developing special district to keep their current special district until it is fully developed, or until they require a special district amendment. And so, debating on if I want to read our position, but I think I will, because this is probably the one that we feel most strong about, in that we are opposed to this. And so this revision presents a major change from what the Community Development Department has discussed with the community and stakeholders regarding special districts. Owners of actively developing special districts have been part of the conversation since the origin of this project. The community development team has met individually with owners to discuss the implications of the Unified Development Code on their properties. Special districts account for an inordinate amount of staff time to regulate and often result in time-consuming, complicated applications. Maintaining special districts and PUDs is contrary to one of our primary goals of this project, which is to have a unified code. A truly unified development code creates consistency, predictability for developers and neighborhoods. The base zoning districts of the Unified Development Code were crafted intentionally with higher standards of the special districts in mind, so that in the future, special districts would not be required to have neighborhoods with high quality urban design. The community development team has spent dozens of hours comparing each special district to base districts to determine compatibility. Each special district has been specifically redesignated as a base zoning district that most aligns with the standards of the current special district. The revision as proposed does present major legal concerns, including who can petition to keep a special district active, how is it determined what districts are still developing, etc. The Community Development Department finds that this revision is contrary to the goals of the UDC. Happy to answer questions.
I'll make a motion to approve this.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
We have started out with special districts and PUDs, over 100 of them. Right now we have less than 9 that are active. And I think this gives the opportunity for people to say, I'd like to keep what I have right now. I think it was pointed out before in like 2006, we have a developer who sat out there and said, I have an agreement. You can't take it away from me. I don't want you to take it away from me. And that agreement is there. They spent a lot of money and effort to get that. The other thing you have to remember is it takes a long period of time to develop property. And when COVID hit and the Great Recession hit, it took longer than people would want it to take. So I think this gives that middle ground of 45 days to come in and say, hey, I want to keep mine, or I don't want to keep mine. Otherwise, what my fear is in 2 years from now, we're going to be sitting here and people are going to go, I didn't know you took away my special district. I don't want to lose my special district. And this gives them that opportunity to opt in or opt out, or early, not opt out, but opt in if they want to. Otherwise, they lose it. I just think it's a little bit of a fairness thing, in my opinion.
Okay, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
So, thank you for that explanation, Mr. Palmer. So, Mr. Yetzer, you and I had talked about PUDs and special districts and how I had suggested grandfathering them in. And your reasoning, I was asking about this for a different reason than you are. But can you explain to everyone else what you explained to me about how those aren't going to change? And does that apply to this particular revision 13 that Mr. Palmer was just describing?
I don't think it does. I think you guys are looking at these for two different reasons. Councilmember Palmer is specifically looking at actively developing, and to be blunt, that's a debatable definition. But you were looking at more ones like legacy ones that have been established for a long time. And so the explanation that I provided to you is that rezoning a PUD or special district to a different base district does not force anything to change on site. It's essentially a zone change. So when the next thing happens on the property, which is completely within the control of the property owner, the new rules would kick in. Some of these PUDs in particular that you've talked about were created in the 50s, 60s, 70s. They're outdated zoning standards that need to be updated into best practice. So this is separate from yours, in my opinion.
Are you Councilmember Kirkpatrick still speaking?
Well, yeah. So, okay, thank you. That helps. So, does that apply for what you're asking about? Their development process, I'm assuming, should not change. Therefore, they wouldn't need a 45-day window to make a decision?
No, so he's saying they should be able to have 45 days to opt into them in perpetuity until the property is fully developed. Whereas you're saying if the mall, for example, which is in a PUD, has been in a PUD forever, that should stay there, is kind of what you're saying.
I'd like the cornfield back that I remember. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Councilmember Campion.
So we're all falling victim to something that I've heard through the history of my time here, which is that a special district is not owned by anyone. It is the ordinance of the city. It is the city's zoning code. They do not own the district. They do not control who makes modifications. Like, it is a complete misconception, the idea that, first of all, that there's only one owner because they were the original creator, because every person that bought a part of the property actually has vested interest in the special district now. So Chateau Circle probably has 6 owners. The Pebble Creek probably has 100. Like, it's not someone showing up and saying, I want this in the special district, no longer qualifies. Like, once you've sold it to multiple people, now you're one of a set of owners. That is why it is the city's code. That's why it's the city's ordinance. It's completely unmanageable otherwise. So, I just do not see this working. It's not clear to me how they would come in and opt into it. And, would every owner have to do that? The special district isn't whole just because a few of the parcels opt into it. It has to be really applied to everything. Some of them have been tax forfeited. It's just more complex than the idea that an owner can show up and opt into it. Like, we'd get a hodgepodge of parcels that they no longer wanted, that they wanted out. You wouldn't get the complete picture that you used to get with a special district. I just think we're either in the special district business or we're out. And I guess I'm casting my lot for out.
Councilmember Palmer.
Again, there's over 100 of them before. Now we're down to probably 9 active ones. That's what I'm talking about. I will compliment the planning and zoning. They worked very, very hard to each company to see, what worked, what didn't work, what they lose, what they didn't lose. I'm just trying to give us a little leeway here and give them a little 45 days for some of them. I mean, there might be 9. Ryan, is there about 9 active ones that we've talked about?
Roughly.
And we started with 130 PUDs, special districts.
Mm-hmm.
Is Mr. Campion correct on the city owns them and the owner doesn't?
Absolutely. It's
Okay.
part of the zoning code.
Okay. And we can take the zoning away at any time.
We can change the zoning at any time, yes, provided we follow all the rules within state statute.
And if we signed a contract that said we couldn't do that, or
We
Where are we
believe
at?
we are on very solid legal standing on this issue. And I would invite any of the attorneys to chime in if they'd like.
Okay.
Councilmember Keen.
I too understand the special districts to be under the ownership of the city, but in fact, people do feel like they own them as both when they have own property within them, but more specifically, I think a lot of neighbors feel like they own the special district because it was arranged under their, usually through their work with the developer or the original owners. So this idea of like saying someone can petition for it, but someone can't, I find that to be a gray area. The other thing, to say something's fully developed and we don't need the special district anymore, the people I work with on special districts don't believe that at all. They feel like they have continued protections for when things are changing in the future, and they would maintain that even though the 7 lots are developed, they still want those protections. So I think, I'll go back to what I said earlier tonight, that I think one of our goals, and it's not stated clearly all the time, is we wanted to get out of the quagmire of special districts. And I think the staff has worked hard to do it, and they've probably influenced a lot of what MXN is and what some of these other new zoning things are. So I wouldn't be supporting the amendment.
Any final comments? Right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Abstain.
All right. Motion fails.
We're getting close.
All right. Are there any final revisions that have not been included in the packet? Councilmember Dennis.
I do have one, but I do request a break or motion for a break. I think it's time, or we need to stretch because it's late.
Sure. 5 minutes. Quick break.
12:30.
Nope. 12:26. I'm banging my gavel at 12.
Recording in progress.
So, Councilmember Dennis, you're on the spot when you're back to your seat.
So, thank you. So I was checking with staff. As it's hard to focus and then type and research, I want to make sure this is worded okay. This is inspired by all the comments that we heard earlier about the importance of public hearings. So I was wondering if that's sent or able to be emailed or put on this.
I have it on the screen.
Oh my gosh, right there. Okay, fabulous. So I believe we're already doing this and right now and in the past, and it wouldn't change the ability to give a voice at the beginning of a process that I think is very much needed and requested and equitable and safeguard and all of the things that we have heard earlier today. But I won't go, I guess so if you can read, I would like to require public hearings during the application process at a planning commission for major subdivision permits, and the general development plan. And then these all go to city council in the new UDC for final approval, except for the general development plan. And also would have a public hearing for the general development plan. And I'm hoping that's specific enough, but I'm open for amendments.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Was that a motion?
No.
Motion. That's what we're doing with the revision. This is revision number 14.
I would like to hear from staff though before we have a motion.
Can I introduce it as well? So what we had there, Councilmember Dennis would like to see major land subdivisions and preliminary plats have public hearings at Planning Commission. Major land subdivisions already have public hearings at Planning Commission, so we left that piece out. So what this is doing is adding 2 public hearings to a general development plan, one at Planning Commission, one at City Council. I'll go back to my statement from after open comment or after the public hearing where I say that we came to you and said, okay, we've got this process to subdivide land. It goes general development plan, preliminary plat, final plat. Do we want to make that more streamlined in the name of all of the things we've talked about, predictability, affordability, all those sorts of things? And if the answer is yes, well, we don't think it should be final plats because, well, it can't be final plats, that's state law. We don't think it should be preliminary plats because that's when the city is actually accepting right of way, so they're literally acquiring property through that process. So that leaves general development plans. And so that is why we would be opposed to this one. To be fair, today general development plans do go to the planning commission and they do go to the city council. So this would be bringing forward the way we have it today, as opposed to what the UDC proposes. So that's where we stand on it.
All right. Councilmember Bransford has a question.
Yeah, so would you characterize this as, for example, a rezone type 3? I mean, is that what this request would do?
Well, so if I understand your question, the answer is yes, but I just want to clarify. So this is not changing what would happen with a rezone in any way, shape, or form.
No,
what this is saying
the process.
Yeah, similar to how a rezone goes to the planning commission and then it goes to the city council. So like right now on the edge of town, if there was going to be a property that was brought into the city, there would need to be a public hearing at planning commission and city council for the annexation. During that time, we would determine zoning. Then it would need to come back for a public hearing at planning commission and city council for the general development plan. Then it would need to come back for a public hearing at planning commission and city council for the preliminary plat. And then it would need to go to the city council for a public hearing at the final plat.
Okay.
So you are having 5 public hearings on that piece of property.
So let me just, because it's like really late, let me vet what I just heard you say. Rezone's the same, everything is the same. The only difference is instead of a type 1 staff review, you would have a type 3 review here.
Yep. And planning commission.
Well, there would be a second planning in that case?
Yep.
There would be. Okay.
With this, it would go to both planning commission and city council.
Okay.
Okay, so can we get your motion clarified then? Go ahead and motion. We'll see if there's a second.
Okay, so as I read, I propose that motion. I think more is better, so I would require public hearings during the application process at the Planning Commission for major subdivision permits and general development plans. And then these all go to the City Council in this new UDC for final approval, except for general development plans, which would go to the council.
But the motion is just that first sentence, right? Yeah.
Well, what we've been doing is saying to move to amend, and it would be to change that in the UDC.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Is there a second?
Well, I don't believe that has happened. I'm just explaining what could happen is a council member could say, move to amend.
I think Ms. Dennis was intending to do that.
Yeah, I think it's
You're moving to amend, Ms. Dennis?
You're moving to amend.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I think the 12:30 world. I
think all you need to say is move to amend.
I move to amend. Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Thank you. Thank you. I just, this needs to be brought to attention.
Yep. Okay, we're waiting for a second. All right. There is not a second. Are there any other suggested revisions? Or any final, well, I guess we'll go ahead and say, is there any final discussion?
Yeah. If we went through 14 of these, I think we've had 5 that have failed. Do we need to do something to group up the 9 that have approved and do them, or we've already done that by approving them individually?
They're already approved, so it'll just be motion as amended.
Okay.
The motion is on the table.
So I'll move to.
Motion.
All right.
Point of order, if I can.
Sure.
I just want to be clear that the motion was to approve, and what you really need to have the motion be what's on the screen. So I'm sorry, but that's why we wanted to do the revisions first.
Who made the original motion?
Amend this to look like that?
I don't think I made the original motion.
Hold on. Carl,
Yeah.
hold on. Campion and Bransford?
This is what I moved.
That was
You
Sean.
have it written down?
Yeah, this is what I moved.
Yeah, I think, just again, based on some of the back and forth, what actually happened was you moved to make this revision and then you amended it multiple times with these minor changes.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that not accurate?
Yeah, that is accurate. Can you amend the motion though? To be this
Yes, I
motion?
can amend the motion. So if you bring up that page again.
Yes, I will.
Point of order, I think what the staff is asking for is that they want that read into the record.
Yes. Correct.
Mhm.
We can do that.
I can. I just needed to change it slightly. Give me just a second.
Oh, do it on screen.
Wait, you've changed it?
Change what you need to read. Yes.
Well, no.
To
Wait a
fill in the
second.
gaps as to which ones were approved.
Yep.
Oh, all right.
Oh, got it. Okay.
They're asking you to
Yes.
clarify what was all of the amendments within this, so you have it for the record.
That's fine.
Point,
Does anyone object to me doing this?
no, point of order. So I just, cause I'm a little confused. So I proposed that revision that failed. Is that because it didn't get a second? Right, is that
Yeah,
correct?
there's just no second.
Okay, and then I believe we should ask if there's any more revisions, because I do have another revision.
We did ask already.
I'm so sorry. Then I do have one more revision that I would like to bring up, that I didn't bring up because I wanted to see if this one, it's if this one failed, or, I do wish it had a discussion too, because it's a
You
needed.
just go ahead and read it.
Okay, so my other revision would be, revision 15 is to require neighborhood meetings that are now replacing the public hearing in the UDC to be recorded and archived in the city site to be able to be accessed by the public.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Dennis, go ahead.
Well, I mean, public hearings are the best, but if we aren't going to continue those at the beginning of a process, I believe the bare minimum is to have transparency and accessibility to the public on what is being said, and then have it documented so that we know that these public hearings these neighborhood meetings are consistent and have that are equitable, and that we are doing a good job informing the constituents on zoning. And I just think, as we talked about in a study session, it proves evidence, it proves facts when you have a record of it, and it alleviates some of the mistrust that we see in government when people can, go back and say, oh, yep, that was covered, or this can be tweaked, or whatever the situation. I am very strongly supporting transparency to everyone in Rochester, and the bare minimum, like we do here and in other aspects of government, is to have a recorded record. So, thank you.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is very important. And hearing from the people that spoke during the public comment period this evening, it was real obvious to me that this hyper-local focus that staff is perhaps suggesting with the UDC is taking the burden off of an already, pressured, maybe understaffed city administration that's working hard to do this. The onus is being taken off of us on city council to hear these things repeatedly, but really the onus is going to the folks that have the most power to do something about it. It's those people that are actually living next to where these developments are going. So I think this is key. What's missing with those neighborhood meetings is that accountability that staff would have put in place to record that meeting. So I think we're transferring that recording to the neighborhoods, which I think is phenomenal. And for instance, if a neighborhood were to upload that to YouTube, it would be automatically transcribed, closed captioned by YouTube. And then that could be sent out to the entire membership, which could also be sent to each one of us so that we could be more aware of what's going on with DIMS in particular areas, if there were to be an issue that we would need to vote on. So I actually really think this is a great idea to put into the UDC, that the UDC demands that DIMS are recorded and then archived into the staff, as Mr. Yetzer said, that it could be done. I believe you said, so long ago.
As Councilmember Campion said before, it deserves a separate conversation, and I feel like we haven't thought through all the implications of what it means to record that meeting, and is that a public meeting, and do people want to be recorded? Does that limit what they are willing to say on record?
Okay.
Ms. Steinhauser.
Yes, thank you, President Carlson. I guess I would say we heard loud and clear through this multi-year process, and again, repeated this evening, the importance of the neighborhood voice. I would say through all the engagement that has been done over the number of years, the single strongest constituent voice represented here is neighborhoods. Having said that, I don't think it's the kind of this is the kind of thing that you want to codify. I like the suggestion that we heard earlier is let us go back. If we want to stay true to this process, I think what we do is bring it back and have, I don't want to use co-design because it's not true co-design, but we bring the people together like the potentially the stakeholder advisory group, which is made up of neighborhood representatives, developers, experts in this field who helped guide this process and get their suggestions on what would be some good standing rules and processes for us to advise for future neighborhood meetings. So rather than codify it, let it be a policy that we work with that's informed by the people closest to it, and that being those who organize and attend these neighborhood meetings.
Thanks for that. Councilmember Bransford.
Well, I've certainly attended DIMS. I guess I would consider myself the recording to a certain extent. I think that's our responsibility to go to these. And I saw Mayor Norton at one recently. I mean, there were two of us there. I think the DIMS are great. Neighborhood associations are strong. I really have an issue with, vulnerable adults. If I had to go to one of these and I had to bring Lizzie, I would not want her filmed. I wouldn't. Some people might not come because they're afraid to be on record as being contradictory or whatever. We want a free dialogue. So what Brooke said is really true. Is like, what's the comfort level of people showing up and being recorded in a neighborhood meeting, a DIM? This isn't, here there's an expectation that you're going to be recorded and filmed. And it would be my choice to bring Lizzie here, but I would put her somewhere where she wouldn't be on film. What's the logistics of filming it? Would we start giving a rubric in terms of like, these are the questions you have to ask? So I think the intention is really good, and I think transparency is great, but as Ward 2 elected official, I'll go to the DIMS. I'll say that right now. I will go to all the DIMS in Ward 2 and be the recording.
Thanks. Councilmember Palmer.
Well, first of all, I think we should follow what our professionals are telling us, and that is that you don't want it to be recorded. And as it's been said before, not everybody wants to speak in front of recording. And I think from an equity perspective, that I think we need to honor that. If we find out later on that we do need to have it recorded, we can always put it into a policy. But to change this UDC, it's going to be a hard thing to do. So I would not be in favor of this motion.
Councilmember Dennis?
Yeah, so when people come to the hearings right now, they're being recorded. This is, recording is transparency. Transparency is trust. I keep saying that, but it's basic. We don't want to be getting rid of transparency. And if someone can't make the meeting for, their struggling family, the conflict, they can go back and watch what was said and what their neighbors, voiced, and it's an accessibility issue. People who for many reasons can't make it to meetings, they still can be informed of what was said and in their important decisions. And in the reasoning that's being said we can reevaluate it and in the future. Wouldn't it be better to have this implemented now, and then we can have, and we can go back from that, right? We can say, how did that feel? How was that for you? And then, because I just really feel like you do anything when you're recorded, you can go back and say, wow, they really stepped up to the plate. There's accountability for the developers. They're asking the right questions. They're, all of that, because there was that pressure of, the city staff could say you didn't cover the information correctly. I do think that having, I take notes, lots of notes, but I miss stuff all the time. And and most of my colleagues I don't even see a lot of people taking notes, so they have good memories. But even if you have good memories or you take notes, you're going to miss stuff. Recordings do not miss stuff, and I feel I didn't want to go backwards and say let's cause more distrust potentially because someone felt something was left out or whatnot. So I would say this is the time to do it. We've been going through changing the UDC up and down right tonight. Again, the hearings I think were very passionate, and I'm sad that they weren't going to be continued at the beginning of the process when they're most effective. But because that we don't have that recorded hearings now at the beginning of the process, like I said, the bare minimum is just to have accessibility and for people who might not be able to make the meetings, and people can choose to not sit in front of the camera. No one has to be on camera. Darn it, there's tons of people here that aren't on camera right now. I mean, we can just have the speaker on camera.
All right, Councilmember.
I feel it's a great idea of transparency. Thank you.
Councilmember Campion.
Thank you.
I am not going to weigh on this other than to say that I would support revisiting this as a policy discussion going forward, and I will call the question.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion fails.
I would move to amend the motion to read to adopt the Unified Development Code with an implementation date of January 1st, 2023, including revisions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, by repealing and replacing the current zoning ordinance number 2785-Land Development Manual, Special District Ordinances 2247, 2516, 3443, 3497, 3503, 3604, 3646, 3648, 3694, 3730, 3773, 3899, 3901, 4003, 4081, 4122, 4194, 4236, 4284, 4322, all planned unit development ordinances, chapters 2-9, Planning and Zoning Commission, 4-7, Heritage Preservation, and 6-3, Wetland Conservation of the Rochester Code of Ordinances. The UDC will rezone all properties from their current zoning district to the most applicable UDC zoning district.
Second.
All right. Was that an amendment or replace?
I don't know the distinction.
I amended to replace. We can just adopt it, and it's all right. And then there was a second part about guiding or instructing the city attorney.
Yeah, so this needs to come back for readings. So I think if you do this, I don't think you need to necessarily instruct the city attorney.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys agree with that.
All right. Yeah. Any further comments, Councilmember Campion?
No.
Any comments?
Could you repeat that?
Felt like the city attorney for a minute there.
Actually, I do have a question though, just to make sure. We've got these nice packages that are 1, 2, 3. Are these now in the record? And they're, again, was there any typo help? Did we have something in number 7 that we thought was a transfer problem that needed to be corrected?
We struck on number 2.
Okay, I'm getting the thumbs up that the staff has this right.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Final comments? Mayor Norton, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Earlier in the evening, 5.5 hours ago, Ryan Yetzer was giving a presentation, and it was on one of the early slides, but I was told I couldn't ask the question then. So, Ryan, you're going to have to try to think about this. Oh, I don't even feel like I'm going to find it at this point. It was the slide that talked about incentives.
Okay.
And one of the things on this one, affordable housing, additional infrastructure, sustainable development, public amenities, and the top 3 priorities over there. And 2 things caught my eye. One is, given all the discussion that we had, from our speakers today with concerns about disability housing. Is there language beyond what we've talked about tonight that addresses disability housing rules and regulations beyond ADA, federal, and state law?
I think it requires compliance with all of those standards. Most of what was commented today, I had a side conversation during one of the breaks, was concerned, as far as I could tell, with the actual design of the structure for accessibility. It does not deal with the construction of structures to increase their accessibility, because that's a building code issue. It does deal with additional connectivity for bikes and peds and ADA standard sidewalks beyond what would otherwise be required by state or federal law.
I'll just add to that. I can hear our building official whispering in my ear, that reminding me that the building code in the state of Minnesota is a min-max code. So we technically can't require beyond what the state building code requires.
Interesting.
Okay, I think I would just request that at some point we follow up with some of the people that were here, because that was the discussion that we had at the break. They're tired of the minimum standards being used. They want to see Rochester, Minnesota, home of healthcare and plenty of people with wheelchairs and disabilities, to have higher standards. And their question in the conversation was, why don't we incent that as part of building codes or development codes?
Yeah, and I think my answer would go back to what I said, in that in the state of Minnesota, state legislation, we can't require beyond what the state's codes are. So I think perhaps it could be like a legislative priority or something, but it's not something we have control over at the local level.
So two things there. One might be, it could be a legislative priority, but the other gets back to making very clear to the people that are coming, because they didn't hear that. Okay. So that communication piece, following up with the people that were here to really explain the state that we can't go beyond that, I think they need to hear that, because that's not their understanding. And the second incentive that I wanted to mention had to do with sustainable development. And it's written there, but the only place I see the term sustainability anywhere in anything that I've seen, actually, I can't even find it on here. It was in little tiny print. It had something to do with Destination Medical Center or something.
In the code, there's a whole section related to sustainability. And I can actually call on my colleagues that have been patiently waiting here, because they played a huge role in that.
They do. And so I wanted to be clear that while it may not be listed here as an incentive, there is language about sustainable. And I don't mean by sustainable development meaning DMC. I mean,
no, they're similar. So the one on the screen is affordable housing. There's a similar table for sustainable development. There's a similar table for additional infrastructure, so on and so forth. This is just an example.
So we have incentives in place for that.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the last piece, and this, I'm going to say my piece and I'm going to be done. I've mentioned several times my very serious concerns with ADUs. I appreciate and thank the folks for at least requiring the owner occupancy in one of the two houses, whether it be the ADU or the home. And I think Ms. Harden was having some questions about that, and I'd like to follow up and make sure she understood that component. But I have serious concerns. I won't be here when they're realized, because it's going to take years for ADUs to really take off. But I think you are going to hear, whoever is sitting at this table is going to hear serious concerns when neighborhoods start popping up in people's neighborhoods. And my concern is the neighborhoods are going to pop up in are the neighborhoods where people have the least means to move if they don't want them there, and they're going to be stuck in a neighborhood with ADUs that are, yes, doing what we want, which is to create density, but also ruining their investment in a property and their privacy. So some people disagree. I see head shaking. I've done that to you myself. So I totally get that. I will be gone, as I said, but I just want to be on record. We are going to hear from people whose neighborhoods, they're going to say, my neighborhood is going down the tubes because I got a bunch of people in my backyard right next door to me. I don't want to live in that neighborhood. I'm already struggling with rental properties popping up everywhere and not knowing keeping up the rental properties. Rental properties and ADUs would have been a nightmare, so thank you for not doing that. But I'm on record. of having concerns, and I think we'll hear about it later. And I thank you for letting me speak after 5.5 hours.
You earned it.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
So thank you for bringing up the ADA compliance, Mayor Norton. Being a mostly fully abled person, I thought that this House of the People was fully ADA compliant until I brought my sister here today to the study session. She's unable to push the walker across the threshold of those doors. And where the recycling container is sited outside of the women's restroom, there's barely enough room for her walker to get through. So if we're going to incentivize ADA compliance, then we at least need to have people monitoring what's going on. And I didn't know those things were like that, but boy, I sure found out quickly coming in the building, and I didn't know those weren't touch push things and I had to wave my hand, and I thought that was cool, but trying to escort her out, I think I lifted up my foot to wave my foot in front of it because I didn't have my hands available to help my sister. So it's not just about incentivizing and meeting that state min-max thing. It's about actually making sure that what we've put in place is actually compliant or remaining so with how we navigate through our spaces and put in new trash receptacles or where we store the vacuum now or those kinds of things. So thank you.
Thanks for those comments. Councilmember Keen, did you have a final?
I do. I had a follow-up, guys, from you had when Mayor Norton spoke about the incentives, you had the incentive thing up there. I thought this was going to go a different direction because I thought what was being requested was one of the things that we could, like we ask for affordable housing or we ask for sustainable development. I thought we were working towards we ask or give, like if you want to do something and get more density or whatever these are, if you did more accessibility and put it in as one of our incentives. I thought that's where it was going. And then we went to this min-max build code. I thought we were going a different direction. Is there some reason we talked about min-max build where you didn't want to just have it to be one of the incentives we give?
There are two answers to that. The min-max, the building code itself, how do you build a structure, is a state requirement, as I understand, and you can't deviate. What the zoning code can do is in access, meaning through access, ADA or grades, paths that get you from the parking lot into the building. Those are usually not incentivized. That's if Rochester wants to set a higher standard for that, just set a higher standard for that. But it's usually not included as an
See, Don, again, what I'm missing here is that when you get into these that chart again with incentives, this is where somebody wants to do something that doesn't fit in the code, and then we're going to have this thing that says, well, we'll allow you to do A if you do one of these things over here for us.
But the state takes our ability away to do that inside buildings. That's not a tool of the zoning ordinance. That's a tool of the state code, of the state building code, and we don't have flexibility at a local level on that.
I'm struggling with why it becomes part of the building code. When you do the affordable housing, it's not controlled with whether we incent people to do affordable housing. I don't know why you'd say we couldn't incent people to do more accessible housing. I'm missing the trigger.
Affordable housing doesn't have any play on the building code. The building code is controlled by the state. The accessibility is a building code, is within the jurisdiction of building.
All right, I'll back off, but what I'm missing here is we're not making them do stuff that's outside the state law. We're saying, hey, if you want to do these other things, and we'll give you this, we'll give you these other things if you do these things for us. I don't know why that's, I mean, am I missing? I feel like we're not communicating. Because if it's incentive side, it doesn't have to do with what state law is.
I see what you're saying. I'm still not sure.
I'm not a community development expert, but I have heard these things before. So I think that probably what we're saying is that all of the things that are outlined up to the point where they're approved to do a development, at that point, we haven't necessarily said this is the exact layout of each apartment. That then becomes within the building code. So what you're doing within your UDC is primarily sort of the outward facing components, the uses, what goes next to each other, how many trees go in between, what says, I mean, that's really sort of like the external layout and component. And once you get inside the building, Those are things that actually sometimes are happening in many, like there could be significant changes after, like the finishes inside of the
Okay,
component or
again,
something
let
of
me
that
just step
nature.
back from this. But again, from the idea of this is a different thing when we're in these incentives, and I'm looking for these creative ways to try to improve our and again, I agree with you. We're outside of the normal zoning thing, so I'm not trying to make. But when you have that incentive things there, I mean, we do an occupancy. We go around and say we're going to give you a certificate because you've done what we've done that stuff. We can do this. So, but again, I'm not trying to make changes on
Because
the
you've
fly
met the
here.
building code, which is state. So they
Well,
are
all
adjacent,
right.
but not.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Palmer.
Since I'm a state certified building official since 1984, I will tell you that the accessibility is one of the best in the United States that the state of Minnesota has. It's the minimum of what we have. So if you have this many units. What you're trying to say is get out of the building code thing. And if Joe Builder wants to come and 6 was required and we really want 9, he can put 9 in. We just can't make the building code say you have to do it. That's the minimum. So your incentive is, I want more accessible units or different accessible units because this building was built and certified under a separate code, which changes. The accessibility code is always changing. It's a headache, but that's...
No, thank you for that. And I think this is just a discussion for a future. I'm not trying to bog us down.
Thank you. Councilmember Campion, you had a clarification?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure as I did my best city attorney impression. I didn't mention that item 10 was as amended. We had some amendments that took place. So I just wanted for the record to make sure that it was recorded that was the amended version.
Have we voted on the motion?
Nope.
No.
Call the question.
Nice.
Right. So as stated, not going to reread. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Congratulations, staff.
Good job.
And
Stay in
we
your
still
seats.
have many more items on our agenda, so we will continue on to item H1 under reports and recommendations. What?
Make sure let them know they can leave.
Yeah, community development.
Anyone who's not necessary can
Yes.
leave. You don't have to stay.
Sorry, Lauren and Kevin, you're hanging in there for a
We love you guys. But
Okay, yeah. Good night. All right, so poor Dylan is probably still waiting online. So H1 is ordinance amendments to section 214.2.973 and chapters 9.2, 9.5, 9.18 related to public works, public right-of-way management, and sidewalk and driveway repairs. Dare I even ask Dylan if you're on? Oh, you are.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Mayor. I never thought I'd say good morning introducing an item, but here we are. Tonight before you is a request to approve some ordinance revisions and then direct our attorney's office to prepare those for the first reading. They're related to an old lingering general function of public works regarding a sanitary landfill site that is no longer in our general function, so removing that, as well as cleaning up some language related to driveway approaches, which will also be in alignment with how we provided the language in the UDC that you just approved. And then finally, adding to our right-of-way ordinance to the addition of small cell language that we worked closely both with our attorney's office, but then an outside legal counsel to put the language together as we continue to get more permit requests related to small cell facilities. So with that, I am available for any questions.
All right, any questions?
I would move approval.
All right, Councilmember Keen?
I am glad to see the Public Works is cleaning up some of this stuff. It's good to see it get out of the way before we start having trouble with it. Thank you.
Agreed. Other discussion, comments? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski, for hanging in there. All right, moving on to item H2, which was What?
Can he leave now? Go
Yeah,
ahead too?
yeah,
Awesome.
he's excused.
All right.
H2 is, I think it was F9?
F8.
F8, and it's related to mayoral conference travel. Councilmember Dennis, you pulled this item, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification. So often, is it goes in order, or is it who pulls the item? Like, does it go in order from?
I pulled it based on the order of the agenda.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's fabulous. Okay. Yeah. So I am gonna just keep it really short. Hearing the comments this morning, I know Mr. Lund had issues with archives and transparency, and we've and so did Miss Grace did too. Okay. I feel this. I would like to reference the study session today. I made a lot of comments about what we were doing with the budget, with training, and how important training is. Education is essential to have informed policymakers, and so I support Mayor Norton going and traveling and learning and bringing back information. I just I pulled it for two reasons. I had a couple questions that I wanted just to kind of get out there so that we can use this as examples in the future. And then I also want to give Mayor Norton an opportunity so she can, on the record, address some of the issues that were brought up today with open comment. I would like to see exactly with how it's being paid for. I know there's different funds and different pots of money. Just to clarify, people have reached out about that. Of course, how much things cost. Is other people going? Is there going to be a record of information so that other people can access that? So some basic things of just making sure that that everything we do with the city funds, we're doing it the most efficiently with and bringing back information to share, and then just let Mayor Norton have a moment to talk about what she is doing and the benefit to the city as well. So that's what I have to. That's why I pulled it.
I have two
Go ahead, Mayor Norton.
trips, thank you, that I put forward because the city council asks for them, even though no money is being used for the flight or the hotel. The U.S. Department of Labor trip is paid for by the U.S. Department of Labor. And the NLC, I serve on one of their committees, and they are paying for that. I probably will need, I've used my own travel miles to pay for the flight, and there may be a little overage on that because I may not have had quite enough. It will be less than $300 for both trips to Washington, D.C. to do the work that I do as mayor. And I frankly would have preferred, as other council members did, a phone call, and I will not answer to the nonsense that happened earlier today that is from over a year ago, and they already have the answers. I'm not playing this game, and I don't think it's appropriate for
Move
you
approval.
to play either.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Campion?
Yeah, I've got enough explanation. Thanks.
Final discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. All right, Councilmember Palmer, you're up for item H3, which was F
13.
something, 13.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not going to vote for this, but it's late at night, and I apologize for that. But I don't think that we need to have 10 of these in First Avenue area. I think we could put 3 and move on, and maybe in a couple of years do that. So that's the reason I pulled it. I don't think that area it's already got other things in there, and they need more parking. I just don't think this is going to be a very good use. So that's the reason I pulled it, but I'll vote against it.
I actually do, since you've stayed so long and are here to answer questions, I actually do have a couple quick questions, hopefully that are good to discuss. Okay, so, and I'm sorry if these are in details of responses you've given. It feels like 3 years ago that you sent the responses. Are these exclusively for EV vehicles to use as parking spaces? I mean, can EV vehicles only use them while they're charging? Or can EV vehicles park there?
It's our goal to have EV vehicles park there and be charging while they're parking there. Kind of the working operational model that we've been looking at, our vendors typically have overage charges. So if someone stays at a charger too long or past like a grace period where they could reasonably get back to their car to move it to a different place where they're done charging or they're fully charged, typically companies be like, well, we were paying so many cents per kilowatt hour, maybe the cost increased because of that. But the intent would be EV cars being there charging and then moving when they're done.
So like 30 minutes or whatever amount of time?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I think there's flexibility for how those rules are enforced, but yeah,
Okay.
I mean, typical.
But the idea wouldn't be that somebody comes and charges and then they unhook and then they stay downtown in that spot.
Yeah, we'd want as many people to use the infrastructure as possible.
That was really all I had.
Can any vehicle park there?
Yeah.
Our hope would be for electric vehicles to park in the spaces.
Can any vehicle park there?
Technically, yes. But we have a similar kind of operational model. I think we have some experience with this in the parking garages right now, where we have EV spots for EV chargers in our public parking garages. So there's some enforcement that's done there to ensure that electric vehicles are parked in those spots.
I think this is just an example of sort of the growing pains we're having here as we start to build our infrastructure for future needs and including for our vehicles. So while we may not have the exact demand right now, we can see that demand is increasing and that we have a good plan for about how many we need. So I know it feels like an investment up front, but I think it is a smart one and hope to see more of this down the road. So thanks for your work on this. Councilmember Kirkpatrick, I thought your question got answered.
I had two. He asked the first one that I wanted. That's okay, no problem. I'm used to it. Oh my gosh, no, I think I forgot. Oh, so how often are they being used in the ramps? Are they full all the time?
Yeah, I looked at the data this morning. So the Center Street parking garage and the 3rd Street were 2 locations that had chargers installed recently, and they have about 5 unique visits a day. So we are averaging, I think through the first 8 days, we've had about 30 visits to those 35.
So what percent of the time? How many are all the spaces being utilized for 8 hours a day? What I mean, is it a real good deal or is it just sort of a mediocre deal at this point in time? Because where I'm going with this is maybe instead of taking up the parking spaces on the street, we should be adding more to the parking ramps.
Yeah, I mean, I guess our preference would be for the street for a few different reasons, but they are being pretty heavily utilized. I'm looking at their usage right now. They've gone up from, in October of 2021, 172 uses in a month to last month in August, we were at 254. So they've been steadily increasing.
Okay, and I do appreciate the placement and where they were planned for visibility, and I get all of that, the advertising, the marketing, everything. I just bouncing off of what Palmer was saying. Okay,
And not only
thank
for
you.
visibility, but it's my understanding it's a pro-business approach too, because if you park and you have to charge your car, you're parked downtown in front of businesses and in that particular location. So hopefully you'll the businesses. All right, ready to vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Okay. We don't have any CIAs. We don't have any first or second readings of ordinances. We don't have any tabled items. Councilmember Dennis has an item of other business.
Yeah, thank you. So I have 3 items of other business, and I originally had 2, but then I added one. I wanted to note, I believe respect is incredibly needed when we are on council to be an effective government entity. So I know there's been many instances where there's maybe not a respectful exchange, and I felt just now when I brought up an issue that was asked of me by a constituent, and that I had that I felt I would like to know answers to as well, but it was a constituent question. We heard it, thoughts in open comment. I feel that every council member has the right to pull a consent agenda item. We don't just rubber stamp stuff, which I feel is happening on this city council with the amount of information packed into these incredible life-changing meetings. The budget itself should have been in just a single item to try to lower taxes and cut wasteful spending and see where money's going. And we used up so much of energy and time at 3:30 on budget issues, which is important, right? And then you have to jump into UDC, which is, of course, now we're looking at past 1 a.m. For those who may watch this in a recording, it is late, but I do believe council members have the right to pull consent agenda items because this kind of trying to push things through in these 1,000-page or 700-page council packets. It is, I don't believe, good government. So I just want to say respect is something that I would like. I have been respectful. And then that was my first. My second would be tech issues. Other people have reached out to me about tech issues. We've heard it this morning about accessibility on the website. I brought this up to staff. The new software we use to stream these council meetings to the public used to be able to, we could in live time right now, like if we missed something and we wanted to go back, we could go take the little cursor on the video and go back and re-see the slide or re-see what was taking place. And when we're talking about meetings that go over 7 hours long, we don't always remember the details, and I think the software should be reevaluated. That's an accessibility issue, and of course having ease on the website so that people can have transparency, I think would be good to look into. So that's my second thing. And then the third, I have to bring this up as an educator, as someone who trusts science. I want to, these long meetings, efficiency is not a measure of good governance. We want to be thorough, we want to explore, and that's what we did tonight, and that's wonderful that we took time to look at the UDC and look into issues we went over on our study session, which limited the breaks. Of course, we didn't get, maybe rejuvenated between these big meetings, but so efficiency is not good, equal to good government. Okay, so please, but alert policymakers are essential for good government. And so I would like to reevaluate some of this and see if we can, we don't control the agenda items or the schedule, the elected body. That's what the administration staff do. And last council meeting was 1 hour long and which I believe could have been scheduled differently so that tonight when people are really struggling to focus and to ask the right questions and be efficient and effective policymakers for the best of Rochester's future, we're doing this on an empty tank. So I would like to see if we can somehow, and I'm just bringing this up in other business because I would like to work with staff to see if we can get input into our schedules more, so that we don't rubber stamp and we vote for the best of our city. So those three are my comments in other business that reflect things I've heard from the residents as well. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kirkpatrick, then Palmer.
Thank you. I just had two brief items that I wrote down at the beginning of the meeting with Ms. Carlson. For the record, and unfortunately, 3 people have left that probably should have heard this, but in the beginning of the public comment where they were talking about how apartments don't get notifications, one of the things we did with the East Side Neighborhood Association is we altered the bylaws to state that membership doesn't need to be just with a homeowner. It can also be with a renter. So neighborhood type notifications and everything that would normally go to a neighborhood association president then get disseminated through the entire membership would include renters. So it's kind of a loophole of a way to incorporate the renters that are a part of the group that feel that they're being left out. So just getting that on the record. And then second, I did approve, I think it was F8 and 9 with the consent agenda, the energy things, but I just want to reiterate the greenhouse gas reduction things that we're going for. It passed, I think that's wonderful, but again, we are pulling such low-hanging fruit off of the tree. I expect us to do better. I expect us to do more. And I'm hoping that we can move into the future really setting a precedent as a city for health and sustainability and resiliency, and just hammer it home instead of picking this low-hanging fruit. Thank you for your patience in letting me say that.
Councilmember Palmer?
I just want to go off what Councilmember Dennis was saying. First of all, you post a consent agenda. We ask that you do it out of respect before noon on Monday so everybody can tell what's going on. So I think that'd be more respectful. Number two, I think that, it's 1:30 at night. I'm still awake and I'm making good decisions. So I don't see a problem with that. And if you look at our charter, we do meet on Mondays. That's when we meet, the first and third Monday. And that's not going to change, even though you want to keep bringing it up. You don't believe you're going to get a charter change to change that. So if you want to be more succinct when you talk and be to the point, then our meetings would get over quicker. I'll be here till 3 if you want me to be, but thank you.
Adjourn.
I'll make
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
But my hand
Carries,
was
we are
up.
adjourned.
Didn't say move the meetings. I never said that. I said.
First one to let me just yank it.
Recording stopped.
I had some real profound things to say.
Oh, I got you.